Chapter 45:15. Days pass by in such waves and tranquility. For several years, in addition to the occasional communication with Luo Ming, Jian Wushuang exchanged elders with Elder Banshan or Elder Feng from time to time. In addition, Jian Wushuang immersed himself in cultivation and cultivated himself by hand, revealing himself to the mark. This naturally caused a great shock in the refining Shenzong, and some people who were still erratic had completely determined Jian Wushuang and would become the next candidate for the reign of Shenzong and lean towards Jian Wushuang. The sovereign lord of the gods seemed to plan the same way. Occasionally he called Shang Jianwushuang to go to the Lord's Hall and talked about the Tao, and then he fought with Jian Wushuang and then repeatedly confirmed the identity of Jian Wushuang. Secondly, he also hinted at Jian Wushuang leaving soon. Jian Wushuang is likely to take over the position of sovereign. The virtual force universe seems calm, but the divine universe is different. In several correspondences with the gods of the universe, Jian Wushuang learned that in the extraterrestrial battlefields of the divine universe, the imaginary attack on the divine universe by the virtual universe has become more and more, and the war is likely to be triggered immediately. On this day, outside the refining god sect, a stranger suddenly came, refining the hall of the sovereign of the sect. A strong, burly old man with white hair and waist and a bare upper body, wearing only a pair of black trousers, slowly turning two silver in his hands. The white-haired, burly old man's bare upper body was covered with scar-like long scars, and the two silver spheres turning in his hands played a soft sound like a thunderous thunder every time they collided. Electric arc. He just stood there, and there was a gulf like a prison, like a mountain of Wuyue Taishan spreading out, even faintly overwhelming the Lord of Refining God. Master, you are here this time. Is that battle finally about to begin? The Sovereign Lord said humbly and haughtily. Yes. The white-haired and burly old man nodded, and Shan said, Master Zushin's seal is about to be lifted. For a maximum of 1 minute, Master Shushin can completely unlock the seal. It is when we break into the divine universe. The envoy came this time to prepare you one or two to explain clearly the aftermath of refining the deities, and then follow the envoy to enter the void forbidden area, waiting for the Lord Shushin to send. Is this battle finally coming? The Lord of the Refining God murmured to himself, and a light flashed in his eyes. After taking a deep breath, the Lord of the Refining Gods arched back and said, Sergeant, this seat understands? Okay. The white-haired and burly old man nodded with satisfaction and said, 8 wastes. The ambassador will stay here for 1 or 2. You will now explain the aftermath. It is good. The Lord of the Refining God nodded, then walked out of the hall. His face flashed with hesitation. It seems that it is time to really decide that the next master to choose after he leaves. After a second or two of groaning, a decisive flash of light appeared in the eyes of the master of the Refining God, and a deep voice opened. His voice was like a thunderous thunder, which blew directly above the Lian Shenzong and passed into the ears of every disciple of the Lian Shenzong. I have a sense of heaven, and soon after this suzerain, he will leave the refining deities to explore the true meaning of the avenue. Therefore, the suzerain decided to make his disciple Wu Shuang take the role of temporary suzerainter and monitor the movement of the entire Suzi. The 5 elders and elders jointly assisted. If Wu Shuang violates the interests of the suzerain or the leader has no responsibility, he shall be jointly dismissed. If the suzerain hasn't returned for a long time, Wu Shuangli will do his best to manage it, but he will live up to the suzerain's trust, but he will truly accept the unification and change to the position of the suzerain. Disciple Xian Shuang, head to the sovereign hall to hear the seal. As soon as this remark came to an end, the same stone suddenly stirred up 1,000 layers of waves, and the whole audience fell into a short silence, and then it was boiling. What? Jian Wushuang is about to take over from the next master? Is it so fast? Master Sovereign is leaving? I have to wait for Wushuang to wait? All of a sudden, countless disciples were stunned and shocked, and the elder Feng, who was condensing the corpse of the god, even heard 3 words of good, and his eyes filled with laughter. Miss Shuang, my husband congratulates you. In one of the halls, Elder Banshan, who was practicing cross-legged, walked out of the hall slowly, looking at a boiling, refining god with a strange face on his face. This boy, is he going to be the Lord? He murmured and shook his head. After sneaking into the enemy sect, he became the enemy's head directly, which is really rare. He had some expectations. After Wu Shuang assumed the post of supremacy, to what extent would Lian Shunzong lead? 7 dead caves in Shurian Mountain. Here are the chief disciples, such as Angry Bear, Bone Wing, and Zheng Hong, whose complexions are extremely complicated. At the beginning, Jian Wushuang was just a newcomer in their eyes, but in just 10 years, this misty pair not only killed Yan Dan and broke the mark. Now he must serve as the next sovereign of the refining god sect, directly reaching they can't look beyond their reach. It really sighs. I knew this guy, not an underground bug, but a heavenly dragon. The angry bear who once fought with Jian Wushuang once shook his head and said with emotion. When he was defeated by Jian Wushuang in the first move, he knew that Jian Wushuang was by no means a thing in the pool. Now, at first glance, it really met his guess. Shurian Mountain hillside location. A red jerks that appeared enchanting in red, leaned on the door of the corpse hole with fragrant shoulders. The growth speed of this man made her feel a little distorted. I'm afraid the next time I meet again, it's not the Master Wu Shuang, but the Lord Sovereign. Suddenly, no matter the disciples or elders in the refining Shunzong, they looked up and looked at the sky with a wonderful expression. All in all, when the refining suzerain's words fell, the whole refining suzime burst. Shurian Mountain Peak am going to be the master now? Jian Wushuang touched his nose, let alone the others were stunned, and even he himself felt a bit confused. He had speculated that the sovereign would pass the position of the sovereign to him, but he did not expect that all this would come so quickly. Shaking his head, Jian Wushuang didn't think too much. After collecting the corpse of Tai Luo God, he stepped on his feet and shot towards the main hall of the sovereign. This time, the disciples responsible for guarding the hall saw Jian Wushuang. The respect on his face had reached the extreme. First, he trembled and asked hello to Jian Wushuang, for fear that Jian Wushuang would leave a bad impression on him, and then quickly Jian Wushuang welcomed him. Entering the main hall, Jian Wushuang saw the refining god lord of the high seat and the white-haired burly old man with a naked upper body and a thunderball in his hand. When Jian Wushuang looked at the man, the white-haired burly old man turned his eyes with interest and looked at Jian Wushuang. Chapter 45:16. Hey! The white-haired burly old man and Jian Wushuang's eyes collided in the air. Jian Wushuang only felt that the 2 thunder shots were normal in his eyes. He couldn't help shrinking his pupils and stepped back slightly. When Jian Wushuang opened his eyes to look at the man, there was already a dignity on his face. The white-haired and burly old man in front of him is also a 6-marked vanity, and when it comes to strength, I am afraid that he is stronger than the master of refining God. What? The surprise of the white-haired and burly old man was even more serious. He was a virtual man specializing in lei fa. Lei Li had already penetrated the body. Although he did not motivate the virtual force just now, his own coercion was violent. Even if it is seen by 3 marks, it can't bear it. But this person is just a slight step back? It seems that the new suzerain that Ba Huang is looking for is not a simple character. The white-haired burly man shook his head, but didn't think deeply. Miss Chuang, this is the Supreme Master. The Lord of the Refining God spoke. Sir Lord. Jian Wushuang heard the words toward the white-haired and burly old man and nodded his head, and then looked at the Lord of the Refining God again and said, Master Sovereign. Well, Wushuang. Now you are also going to take over this suzerain and become the refining Suzetsu, and this suzerain has something to say. Refining the prince's head slightly, thinking about it, Shunin said, Miss Chuang. This time the Supreme Master came to refine the sect. This is to take this sovereign to a place where the danger is extremely high, and whether this sovereign can return safely, it is also unknown. We can't slay this sacred sect without a headless day. Therefore, this suzerain has decided to convey to you the suzerain's position, so that you can temporarily assume the suzerain's position to perform the post of suzerain, may you? The disciples will never die, and they will do their best to protect Shunzong. Jianwu stepped forward in both directions, said Shunsheng. It is good. After hearing this, the Lord of the Refining God couldn't help flashing satisfaction, and then he said, Miss Shuang, before you came, the Lord had summoned the 5 elders and asked them to assist you together. These 5 elders, the elders, are the real pillars of our refining Shunzong. Among them, such as Elder Banshan, they are longer than the reigning masters. They want to stay in the refining of the religious God for a long time. I want you to have 5 of them to help you. Yes, so you do and need to worry too much. After a pause, the Lord of the Refining God continued. In the past, the change of the position of the Supreme Master of the sect of the religious sect always declared the universe and let Wan Chao come to congratulate me. This time I took a rush, and I was afraid that I didn't have time to be too solemn. But when I practiced the sect of Sutra, I couldn't perfunctory things at will, and I lost face. Later, the sovereign will send corpses and send them to each of the major schools to invite those who come to the banquet. Witness your ascension ceremony. But there is a place where you need to go for a trip in person and show your sincerity. Where? Lord Sovereign, but it doesn't matter. Jin Wushuang said. The Hades. The Sovereign Lord spit out 3 words. The Hades? Jin Wushuang fainted for a moment. He had come to this virtual universe for so long, and he knew more or less about the division of power in the virtual universe. This Inin Palace is also one of the top forces in the virtual universe, the immortal Taoism, but it has not seemed to have a good relationship with the refining gods. How could he make him a person who would soon become the suzerain and send the invitation in person? It seems that he saw the doubt of Jin Wushuang, and the master of the refining said with a bitter smile, Wushuang, you don't know. This Hades Palace is actually one with our refining Shunzong. It was the corpse of the ancestor of the reigning Shunzong who gained spiritual wisdom and then opened the gate on his own. We refining Shunzong pay attention to the technique of corpse refining, and this Hades is practicing as a corpse. Over the past few years, due to the problems of our philosophy, we have been making a lot of unhappiness in refining Shunzong and Hades. However, when we practice the ancestral teachings of Shunzong, we must go to the other person's gate in person whenever there is a change of suzerain and invite them to come and see and sign a covenant. The same is true of the Hades, but I am afraid that they will have a new master in charge and will come to us to practice the Shunzong. After the refining God sovereign said, Jin Wushuang nodded unawarely and replied, the disciple knows that disciple will leave today. For Jin Wushuang, this is just a process to go. There is nothing troublesome. Naturally, it is indispensable. Well, this Lord will arrange a disciple to accompany you, and you will set off tomorrow morning. The Sovereign Lord said. Immediately, the refining suzerain explained a few more things that he was responsible for after he became suzerain and let Jin Wushuang leave. The white-haired burly old man didn't say a word from beginning to end, but listened silently, and after Jin Wushuang left, he said something meaningful to the refining monarch. 8 shortages. I don't think this person's emotions are good, and his tone is not low or high, but I'm afraid that he is a meticulous and profound mansion. The Lord of the Refining heard a word and did not understand what the white-haired burly old man said. The white-haired burly old man just shook his head and said nothing more. The next morning, after Jin Wushuang had cleaned up, he planned to leave the Lian Shunzong and head to the Hades. Separated far away, Jin Wushuang saw a woman in a red dress and a tall figure standing next to the mountain gate and waiting. 9 Musk? Jin Wushuang stepped closer and raised an eyebrow. The follower disciples that the Lord God of Molding said was her? Miss Double, the suzerain sent me to take care of you this time, and take care of you along the way. And the suzerain said that he will let me be your next to you, and be called by you. 9 Musk lowered his head. Some did not dare to look at the sword unparalleled, sounded like a mosquito. Since that day in the Sovereign's Hall, the two have lost contact with each other. In the heart of Joshin, the seemingly kind and gentle but arrogant Master Wu Shuang has some more unclear words. Fear. That's right, it's fear. Novel. Let's go. Sword Wu Shuang nodded his head and released the bone bird granted to him by the Lord of Refining God. He stepped out and landed on the back of the bone bird. Why did the Lian Shan sovereign send you she to accompany him? He knew in his heart that it was because of the conflict between Jian Wushuang and Yin Dan that day in the hall. Although this conflict has nothing to do with Joshin, after all, it is because of Joshin, and the master of the refining wanted to compensate him in disguise. In this regard, Jian Wushuang's heart was quite helpless. Well, when you come back, find a chance to speak with the Lord of the refining god. Shaking his head, Jian Wushuang saw the 9 musk deer on the giant bone bird, and then stepped gently on his right foot. In a short time, the giant bone bird made a clear whistle, a double-winged one, and immediately turned into a streamer, soared into the sky, and disappeared at the gate of the mountain gate of the Lian Shenzong. Chapter 45:17. The giant bone bird is 100 feet wide, and if its wings hang from the sky, every time it is fanned, it tears the void and explodes. The strong wind that it set off directly turned into several thick buckets of tornadoes, like turning the surroundings into a sea of anger and rolling away. 9 Musk was blown a little by this fierce and powerful wind, and his face was pale. Swords saw Wu Shuang, frowned, waved a virtual force, turned into a mask, to resist the violent wind for Joshin. Thanks, thanks. 9 Musk glanced at Jian Wushuang gratefully, then lowered her head and gasped slightly. Anyway, Jian Wushuang nodded his head, and then did not answer any more, but sat down on his knees and practiced silently. The strong wind kept blowing Jian Wushuang's hair. Jiumu stood behind Jian Wushuang and silently looked at Jian Wushuang's back. He tried to say something, but before he could say anything, he was swallowed again. Until hesitated for a long time, she said softly, Miss Shuang, what happened that day? Sorry, I didn't think so much at that time. I was too selfish to take care of your feelings. Jian Wushuang, who was sitting in front of him, had no expression on Wen Yan's face. His eyes were always closed, but a sigh was made in his mouth. He sword warriors acted in his life, and he will always report. You bully me, and I return you 10 feet. But after all, he was never a narrow-minded man with a small belly. Naturally, he couldn't hold his breath with a small musk deer. He didn't want to deal with 9 Musk for one reason. After all, he is not a person of the void universe. Fundamentally, he is destined that his sword Wushuang future will stand opposite these 9 Musk deer. Therefore, no matter whether it is the 9 Musk deer or the elder wind elder who is not thin, he does not want to involve too many causes and effects. It wasn't until a long time before Jiao Shifeng heard Jian Wushuang's bland words. Anyway, the matter of that day, Wu is not attentive, and you don't need to worry about it. Hearing this, Jiumu could not help but tremble at the apex of his heart. It is good. Her voice is higher than that. Subsequently, the two did not speak again. A few days later, a dark blue star field has arrived. In the middle of the star field, a mountain gate is like a monster's beak. Mist double, the underworld has arrived. 9 Musk softly spoke. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes and stood up. Before reaching the Yining Palace completely, a thick body of corpse slammed into the nose, which is much thicker than the refining Shenzong. This is the Hades? Jian Wushuang nodded secretly in his heart. Let's go. Swordless steps, stepping from the skeletal bird, put the skeletal bird away. Juicy followed respectfully behind Jian Wushuang. Walking to the entrance of the gate of the Yining Palace, the disciples of the Yining Palace who were responsible for guarding the gate of the Yining Palace had sharp eyes, and at one glance they saw the sword Wushuang and Joshin who jumped down from the giant bone bird. Come here is Wu Shuang, the next sovereign of Lian Shenzong? The apprentice of the Yining temple greeted him quickly and said with a smirk, It seems to be the lord of the refining god, and has already greeted him. Yes, it's me. Jian Wushuang nodded. Aha, Lord Gongzhu ordered me to wait here for a long time. Please go here. Immediately, the disciple of the Hades Palace hurriedly welcomed Jian Wushuang in. Although in recent years, there is some disagreement between the Hades and the Lian Shenzong because of the differences in ideas, but the two main gates are the same route. Close ally, Jian Wushuang is the next suzerain, and to the disciple of the Hades that said, it is a high-profile man who cannot help but be disrespectful. When I walked into the Hades, I was quite alive. I saw the lot of Hades disciples along the way, All of them were exuding a slight halo. At first glance, I was more able to exercise my body refined as an indestructible corpse of all things. After a while, under the leadership of this disciple, the three quickly came to a palace with a sloping roof. The disciple of the Enin palace said, "Hister Lord Shuang, wait a minute or two here. Lord Gongzhu is approaching the first genius of our virtual universe, the contemporary Tianyao Shengtian in Tianyao Holy Land. Later, Lord Palace will welcome you." As soon as the words fell, Jian Wushuang had not spoken yet, but the 9 Musk standing behind him could not help but frown. Theoretically speaking, Jian Wushuang is the next sovereign of the Lian Shinzong, so in terms of identity, at least he must be equal to the palace master of the Hades. How can there be Sword Wushuang waiting outside this door? However, she didn't say anything when she saw Jian Wushuang. She naturally wouldn't go and speak. "It is good." Jian Wushuang nodded his head and said lightly, "Thank you. Please go in and let me know. Let the Lord hurry up." The Enin Palace disciple smiled. Inside the hall, 2 people sat cross-legged across a coffee table. The man on the left is a young man, full of brilliance, handsome features, and a white coat that wins blood. At first glance, he can't help but praise the words, "The world is like a jade, and the sun is unique. In the universe, there is a clear stream." The person on the right was covered with white gauze, and only one eye on the right was exposed. The whole person was dead, but his breath was extremely powerful. Master Gongzhu, the next sovereign lord of the refining god sect, has come. The Enin Palace disciple, who had previously answered Jian Wushuang, walked quickly to the one-eyed man and leaned down and said softly in his ear, "Oh, it came quite quickly. Let him wait outside and grind his temper first." The one-eyed man raised a brow lightly and then said lightly, "Disciple, understand." The apprentice of the Enin Palace hurriedly resigned, closing the door. "The lord of the underworld, but the next sovereign of the refining Shunzong is here?" The young man sitting opposite the lord of the Hades asked with a smile. "That's right, it's just a baby doll that doesn't dry out, so don't bother." The lord of the Hades Palace nodded his head, stretched out his arms, poured a cup of spiritual tea for the young man in front of him, and said with a smile, "Come, nephew Tianyao Xian, let's continue to talk to us. The owner of the palace remembers to see you last time. You just broke through the mark and it didn't take long before you met again this time, and you have already reached the mark. Such a talent really makes the owner of this palace feel ashamed. The first day of the virtual universe is proud, and it really is a real name." Time passes slowly. Outside the main hall, Jian Wushuang stood with his hands on his back, his face expressionless. It's 9 Musk, with a bit of dissatisfaction on his face, and whispered, "Mist Shuang, the lord of the Hades Palace is so slow. I'm afraid that I want to take the opportunity to give you a power first. Let's cut it fast. Chaos, turn passive into active, go straight in." Jian Wushuang smiled and replied faintly, "This person is not polite. What is lost is his face, and he will only look small, and we must not be polite." "I see." Juicy nodded, seemingly incomprehensible. 2 more hours passed, and then the disciple of the Enin Palace who was responsible for answering Jian Wushuang had just rushed over and said with a smile, "Sir, wait long, please, please." Chapter 45:18. Crunch. The gate of the hall of the Hades Palace was pushed from the inside out. A handsome-looking young man in white clothes winds the snow, holding a folding fan, and walking out of the hall with 2 respectful servants. Shanhe first glanced at Jian Wushuang, shook his head lightly, and immediately fell on Jiumuzi behind Jian Wushuang. His eyes suddenly flashed. A flash of stunning color flashed. He narrowed his eyes, as if something was moving in his heart, but he didn't say anything, but passed by the side of Jioshin and Jian Wushuang. Lord Tianyao, walk slowly. Ming, the Enin Palace disciple, respectfully saw off the young man, then looked at Jian Wushuang, reached out and made a pose in the inside, said with a smile, "Lord Miss Shuang, go, Lord Gongzhu is waiting for you." Jian Wushuang nodded his head and walked in. As soon as Juicy was about to keep up, he saw the apprentice of the Enin Palace step out, stopped her, and said, "This girl stops. My house owner only let the fog His Excellency went in alone, But he didn't tell the younger, but let others in too. Wu Jimu heard. She could not help but frown. She didn't want to stop here, for some reason. Just now that the glorious Sun Yao Yao looked at her that day made her feel uneasy, and that look she had seen on Yin Don's face. No matter. Nine Musk, you are here waiting for me. No one can hurt you with me here. Qi Jian Wushuang glanced at Jioshan and said lightly, stepped out and entered the hall. When the Jiazi heard the words of Jian Wushuang, she felt relieved in her heart and stopped saying anything. Creak. The wooden door of the hall was closed again. Yan Jian Wushuang held his head high. Yu Shulin stood and went in one step. The room was slightly dim, and an elder man covered with gray bandages, showing only one eye in his right eye, sat cross-legged in front of a coffee table. This person is the palace master of the Hades. Miss Double, right? Come, sit. He stretched out his hand toward the opposite side of the coffee table, motioning Jian Wushuang to sit down. It is good. Wu Jian Wushuang nodded his head and sat opposite the main director of the palace. Miss Chuang, the approximate thing. The guy in the Badlands has summoned the owner of the palace and said that you are the next master of the refining deities. The main theme of the Hades palace is flat. He reached out and poured a cup of tea for Jian Wushuang and continued to say, we have told Hades about the situation of the Hades in the Lianshan zone. Although we have some hatred recently, we still haven't as far as old death is concerned. After all, we have the same roots and ancestors. We were once the closest people. So, at the beginning of the feast, the lord of this palace will go to you to practice the sect of God personally to witness your ceremony. It is good. Ji Jian Wushuang didn't say much, reached out and raised his teacup to take a sip. The two chatted a few words casually, and the lord of the Hades palace waved his hand and made a weary path. Well, Wushuang, the lord of the palace knows that you are now on the throne, and you are busy with business, so I will not leave you much. Later, when this lord arrives at your refining deities, then he will gather with you carefully. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang still didn't know where. The owner of the Hades palace was about to rush off. Have a good rest and rest, then go ahead. After saying this, Jian Wushuang lowered the teacup, got up and stood up, and walked towards the door. Yin Gong Palace Lord, looking at the back of Jian Wushuang leaving, a cold hum in his nose, shook his head disdainfully. He pushed open the wooden door and walked out of the dark room, but Jian Wushuang's brow frowned. Nine Musk, gone. Master Wushuang, your maid, was invited by the Lord Tianyao to go to the God Wine Pavilion. The Mingyin disciple, who was outside, walked over and said, Son of Heavens Yao, have you been to God's wine house? Wu Jinshuang heard the words and couldn't help frowning again. Who is Lu Jiamu? He thinks he knows a little bit about it. He is the personal maid who the Lord's sect of God has personally ordered to give him. It is impossible for him to suddenly follow someone halfway. And this son of heaven Yao, he also heard that it is the recognized first genius of the virtual universe. The practice is not yet a virtual age, but has already reached the level of 3 marks, and the background is the most from the virtual universe. Tianyao Holy Land, one of the strong Taoism, can be described as a collection of heaven and earth, and the atmosphere is transported in one body. Let's talk about its status in the virtual universe, even more so than Jian Wushuang in the divine universe, or even worse. Take me to. Jian Wushuang frowned and said, yes. Seeing the coldness in Jian Wushuang's eyes, the disciple of the Yinyin Palace jumped a brow and quickly took Jian Wushuang towards the Godwine Pavilion. For him, the heavenly sun is a dragon-like figure on that day, and Jian Wushuang is also a behemoth he can't afford to provoke. He was just along the way, but he couldn't help but hint at Jian Wushuang. It's probably that the son of heaven Yao Yao fancy your maid. You quickly become a good friend and give your servant to the son of heaven Yao. You can just become a good relationship with the son of heaven Yao. With these words, although the disciples of the Yinyin Palace did not understand so clearly, they generally had such a meaning. He didn't notice that Jian Wushuang's brow was getting colder and colder. A moment later, under the leadership of this Yinyin disciple, he turned left and right, and Shunjiu Pavilion arrived. Shunjiu Pavilion is an entertainment place built by the Hades Palace. It contains the top variety of wines in the virtual universe. Often, the disciples of the Hades Palace will ask about 3 or 5 friends to go to this godhouse. Just relax. Cultivation practice. The individual is next to the practice word. He entered Shunjo Pavilion, and this disciple of the Yining Palace went straight to a box on the second floor with Jian Wushuang. Opening the door of the box lightly, Jian Wushuang stepped in. There were 3 people at a wine table. Sacred son of Tianyao, Jioshan, Yinshan, who was the first disciple of the Yining Palace, and 2 old slaves who stood behind Tianyao www.novel. Com. Seeing Sword Wushuang coming in, Jiumu's eyes flashed a distress for help, while Tianyao Shengzi slowly opened a smile. Have you been the new sovereign Lord Wushuang? Tong Tianyao Shengzi smiled rather than laughed. Qi Jian Wushuang's expression was indifferent, nodded his head and said, "It's me." Shang Tianyao smiled brightly and stretched out his hand. Come, sit. Misty, drink a few drinks together. After Yin Wushuang sat down, Yin Shan, the first apprentice of the Yin Palace next to the Son of Heaven, was responsible for pouring him a glass of wine. Mr. Tianyao raised his glass, raised his sword to Wushuang, and narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Miss Chuang, this is your maid called Jioshan, right? Bin Sheng told her to drink a few glasses of wine. You should not mind, right?" Qi Jian Wushuang looked at him lightly, without a reply. The disregard of Wu Jian's unparalleled cannot help but let Tianyao Shengzi hold up his glass. Alas, instead of getting angry, he continued, "Come on, everyone toast together." The words fell, and Yin Shan, who was in charge of a company, took a quick sip. Juicy looked at Jian Wushuang, and when she was about to speak, Jian Wushuang gave her a slightly restless look. Immediately, Jian Wushuang drank this glass of wine as well. He put down his glass, and Jian Wushuang silently looked at the first day of this famous universe, Tianyao Shengzi. He would like to see what trick this person is going to play. Chapter 45:19. Inside the number 1 box of the Tianji of the Godwine Pavilion, everyone toasted and drank together, but under the seemingly harmonious picture, they couldn't hide a trace of coldness. That's right. Tianyao Shengzi looked at Jian Wushuang and Jiumu, both drinking a glass of wine. A smile appeared on his face. Everyone in the world says that I am an immortal, but the radical next to the immortal is the first person. This son of sun is a candid, uninhibited man who loves rivers and mountains' beauties alone, and a glass of fine wine. This time, the son of sun first said clearly, "No one can run the virtual force to melt this drink and force it out. We must accompany Bin Shengzi to get drunk for 3,600 games." How? As soon as this remark was finished, Yin Shan, the chief disciple of the Yin Palace who was in charge of companionship, quickly echoed, "Master Shang is right. This time, Lord Sun has finally come to our palace, and we must accompany you to drink." "Okay, you kid, you're on the right track." Tianyao Shengzi stretched out his hand and smiled and touched the top of the Yin mountain, as if he was petting the puppies who sold his goodies, and then stretched out the glass again and raised it to Jiumu. "Come on, 9 musk, and have a drink with Bin Shengzi." She heard that she was already crimson and blushing, and flashed a moment of hesitation. This divine wine is made from 100 brewed fragrant fruits, which is specially used for drinking of trace-level virtuosos. However, she is a star-rated virtuoso, and she has already been a little bit alcoholic. He wanted to refuse, but when Jiushu saw a seeming smile, in fact his eyes were bleak and dazzling, she had figured out the identity of the young man in front of her. The Holy Son of Tianyao Holy Land, the Holy Son of Tianyao, the first day of the universe that swept the world is proud. Tianyao Holy Land is one of the strongest immortal dharmas in the void universe. There are more than 6 marked virtual lords in the Holy Land. Although refining God is also one of the top forces, it is worse than Tianyao Holy Land not a little bit. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that now the refining suzerain is about to step down, and Jian Wushuang will become the new suzerain. Once she offended Tianyao, it was tantamount to offending Tianyao. At that time, not to mention how the Tianyao Holy Land might dominate the sect of sects, I am afraid that a sentence will be released in the universe. Gurus. Thinking of this, the 9 musk silver teeth bite and raised the glass to drink. Suddenly, a flame seemed to burn in her body. Jushin only felt that the blood in her body was boiling, her head was dizzy, and she was extremely uncomfortable. That's right. Tian Yao Shengzi smiled with satisfaction and raised his glass again. Unexpectedly, the girl of 9 Musk has a low profile, and the amount of alcohol is really good. Come, give Bin Shengzi a face and another glass. Seeing this, Jushin finally couldn't help it. His face changed slightly, but there was still a strong smile on Xiao's face, and he said, Master, I can't really drink. Can't drink? After hearing this, Mr. Tianyeo's eyes narrowed slowly. The smile on his face converged, and his voice became cold. 9 Musk girls, it seems that you don't give this face to Bin Shengzi? 9 Musk heard a smile on her face. Sir, I don't mean this. As soon as she was about to explain well, Tianyao interrupted her explanation and continued to say, 9 Musk girls, even if you do and think about yourself, you have to think about the gate behind you. Think about your master, Wu Shuang. Hearing this, Jiu Shajiao trembled. This naked threat has become apparent. 9 Musk glanced at the expressionless, silent swordsman beside him and couldn't help but utter a grin in his heart. From the beginning to the end, no matter whether she is refining Shunzong or outside, she is in the hands of a great man. I drink. Quivering and reaching out his hand, Jushu took his glass and prepared to drink it. Seeing this, Tianyao Shengzi brought a mild smile on his face again, nodded with satisfaction, and Yin Shan, who was next to him, also had an unpleasant smile on his face. What Tianyao Shengzi was going to do, of course, he knew very well. Snapped. At this time, 9 Musk holding a wine glass, preparing to drink a right hand, was grabbed by a big hand with a strong force from the big bones of the big hands, so that she could not move at all. Jiamu looked up dully, only to see Jian Wushuang's sharp-edged side face, indifferent and indifferent. Next moment, a cold, low voice came from Jian Wushuang's mouth. Your face? You rubbish. I hit tin with one hand. And you also deserve to be faced on a certain side of the fog? As soon as this remark was made, the audience was shocked. The companion Inshan had a shocking expression on his face. He didn't expect that this Wushuang from the refining Shenzong was so presumptuous. Does he know who is the Son of Heaven, who is sitting in front of him? Bold. Immediately, as soon as he slammed the table, he wanted to teach Tianya Shengzi the lesson in front of him. However, before he could act, Jian Wushuang's eyes rose sharply by 3 inches, and he looked at him. Boom! Instantly, Inshan just felt a big horror between him and his life. Jian Wushuang's cold eyes looked like 2 magical swords that split the sky and shattered the endless sky, and shot into him, kill him thousands of times. Alas, Inshan fell to the ground with a buttock, and a chill rushed from the back to the top of his head, like a falling ice cellar. On another look, his entire back was wet with cold sweat, and Tianyao Shengzi, with a smile on his face, the smile hardened. Immediately, Tianyao Shengzi's face was gloomy to the extreme. Miss Shuang, even your sovereign lord refining, did not dare to talk to this son. Are you trying to die? Knelt down and apologize, and donate this made to Bin Shengzi. Bin Shengzi can treat you as just now. After speaking, the Son of Heaven, Yao Yao, got up and stood up, looking down at the sword unparalleled. However, he had just stood up and had not stood upright. I kneel? Jian Wushuang sneered, the chaotic domineering body urged. His right hand suddenly stretched out and re-patted on the head of Tianyao Shengzi. Kneel down. Boom! Endless power erupted from the palms of swordless pairs. Tianyao Shengzi only felt like a million mountains came down, and the whole person fell to the ground fiercely, kneeling directly on the floor with a spider-like crack. For today's Jian Wushuang, as long as he does not enter the invincible supreme, no one is his enemy. On this day, the Holy Sun, but 3 marks, is worse than Luo Ming. His big head of the Red Whale Gang, dare to pray in front of him? Little Lord. Master Santa. The 2 old slaves guarding the door of the box suddenly became furious when they saw this. As soon as they were about to kill Jian Wushuang, they saw Jian Wushuang's voice indifferent. Taro. Click. A void crack split from the back of Jian Wu's body, and the Taro corpse shrouded in a wide black robe stepped forward, stretched out his hands, and blasted towards the 2 old slaves. Chapter 45-20 Boom. The corpse of Tai Luo's corpse blasted out, and the endless power burst out suddenly. Dawen circulated in his hands, turning into a violent sword spirit, and slammed on the chests of the two old slaves. These two slave servants of Tianyao Shengzi, but first entered the realm of traces. How could they be the opponent of Tai Luo's corpse? The dead bones of the tiger are still there. Even if the Taro Supreme Divine Corpse today is only just entering the Supreme Realm, but how can they compete with it? Puff. Suddenly, the two old slaves were hit by two space battleships. Their bodies suddenly smashed through the gate of Shinjij and flew out fiercely. Call out. The two little black dots flickered in the air, but these two old slaves directly punched the two corpses of Taro God's corpse, blasting out of the Hades and even the entire Hades area. Suddenly, the Enin, who was paralyzed in the ground, looked at the scene, stunned and trembling. What did he see? Tianyao Shengzi was slapped into the head by the fog, kneeling stiffly. Tianyao Shengzi's two old servants were smashed by Wushan's corpse and smashed out of the Enin star field. Is this too violent? Immediately afterwards, the Enin first disciple hit the spirit. Event. Something big is coming. Mist Shuang, you are looking for death. The head of the sword was held by Jian Wushuang, and Tianyao Shengzi, who was kneeling down on the ground, twisted his extreme features to the extreme, and under the roar, he spurred all the imaginary forces in his body. Suddenly, the imaginary force in the heavenly sun's body resembles a whirlpool rotating at high speed, and a force sufficient to destroy the stars bursts out from his body, like a tide, rolling in, and the sword is unparalleled. Death's right hand on his head smashed open. Oh! Feeling the impact force from his hand, Jian Wushuang couldn't help but brow slightly. As the first day of the emptiness of the universe, the Prince of Yao Yao is proud of this skill. This force of impact is no less weak than the four-marked vagrants in terms of might. If Jian Wushuang hasn't broken the middle extreme, maybe he has to sit on the wax at this moment. But unfortunately, you are far from enough. With a cold hum, Jian Wushuang's right hand was full of blue tendons. He grabbed the head of Tianyao Shengzi and slammed it severely. He actually smashed the body of Tianyao Shengzi directly and threw it out of the wine hall. Seeing this scene, Jushin couldn't help feeling a little sorrowful. Mist Shuang, after all, this person is the son of Tianyao Holy Land. If we do this, we won't cause you any trouble? Anyway, Jian Wushuang shook his head and stepped out, already appearing outside of the God Wine Pavilion, overlooking Tianyao Shengzi, who was smashed to the ground by him. The turmoil and the fighting between the two people immediately caught the attention of all the Yin Palace disciples inside and outside the Shinjo Pavilion. What? The son of Tianyao was thrown out? Who is so bold? How dare you do something to Tianyao Shengzi? For a moment, everyone was dismayed. Immediately, they saw a step out of the God Wine Pavilion, stepping in the void, expressionless swordless pair. It's him? New sovereign of the reincarnation? I remember that this person didn't break through the mark shortly before. How did he smash Tianyao Shengzi out? Who knows this? I guess it is a sneak attack. After all, Tianyao Shengzi is the first day in our universe. He is invincible in the same realm. What's wrong with this fog? It should not be Tianyao Shengzi's opponent. Everyone said one after another. Mist double, despicable maggot, you it. In the Lord's wine, the expression of the holy son of Tianyao has been distorted to the extreme. The surging killing intentions almost condensed into substance and circulated in his eyes. He was born proud, no matter his family background, or his invincible luck and his ancient talents. He has developed a high-mindedness and does not put anyone in his eyes. When has he been so humiliated? A series of hatreds continued to wash in his body, and in a short moment, the eyes of Shangyao Shengya became flushed and anxious to destroy the sword unparalleled corpse. With a low roar, Tianyao Shengzi was full of light and killed toward the sword Wushuang. Jian Wushuang saw this. His expression was indifferent, and he calmly said, Mist said, hit you with one hand, hit you with one hand. Next moment, I saw Jian Wushuang's left hand behind him, His right hand condensed into a fist and smashed towards the heavenly sun. This fist can break the stars and the sun, and the mountains and rivers fall. Countless golden lights radiate from Jian Wushuang's right fist, as if pushing a round of rolling sun, like a golden carriage, driving out from the center of the sun and ramming towards the sun of Tianyao. Click, click. Under this punch, the whole void exudes the sound of a broken mirror, causing ripples. Rewind. Suddenly, many disciples of the Hades Palace who were watching the bustling life collapsed and flew directly to the cosmic starry sky. Boom! This punch was finally banged on the smashed Tianyao Shengzi. Moment. Tianyao Shengzi flew out at a faster speed than when he rushed, and the whole earth shook. But soon, in the sky of the Hades, a dark yellow mask appeared faintly, releasing the power of restraint and compressing the aftermath of the battle between the two as much as possible. Otherwise, with the sword Wushuang's fist, it is enough to blast the sun, and I am afraid that the aftermath of the scatter will be enough to disintegrate the entire Yin Palace. What? Mist Shuang, you should kill. Tianyao Shengzi climbed from the ground. Junlang's face was already full of twisted madness, his eyes turned into a bloodthirsty red. He killed the sword again. Stubbornness. Sword Wushuang shook his head, stepped out in one step, and suddenly appeared as if moving instantly, in front of Tianyao Shengzi. His right fist pounded out like a mad dragon, turning the surrounding 10 feet of land into a sea of tornadoes. Huh! The lines of the sword Wushuang's right fist flowed, and the sound of trembling on the road was emitted, like a giant axe that broke the ground and lay across the head of Tianyao Shengzi. Mr. Tianyao, right? Woo! Teach you how to be a man today. Inside the main hall of the Hades, the lord of the Yin Palace, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly jumped. Huh? What happened? Open your eyes slowly. The master of the Yin Palace looks up. Flip-flop. At that moment, a disciple of the Hades Palace hurriedly walked in with a complex expression. Master Gongzhu. The event is not good. Refining Xinzong's next ruler, Wu Shuang, fights with Tianyao Shengzi outside Xinjiu Pavilion. What? The main pupil of the Hades Palace shrunk slightly, and then the eyes moved quickly, and his gaze passed directly through the 9 nether void, and saw the scene where Jian Wushuang burst into the heavenly sun. Jack! Suddenly, the host of the Hades Palace had a pale face and a slight movement of his shoulders, and the whole person had disappeared into the hall. Chapter 45:21. God Wine Court outside. The sky was full of smoke. It is enough to destroy the galaxy and crush the stars, like a violent monster roaring in the roar, but has not waited for it to spread out, but it was stopped by the formation method in the Hades. Mist and mist, the iniquity of heaven is unforgivable, and the iniquity of man cannot live. You are looking for death. Tianyao Shengzi trembled and stood up from the ground. At this moment, his hair was loose, his nose and eyes were bleeding, and where he was half a minute ago, he looked like a saintly son. Instead, he was like a murderer who had been forced to death. However, his appearance was embarrassing, a magnificent and horrible, indescribable Xeon power, but it began to condense on him. A plume of smoke and thick red light began to condense in his chest, and its overflowing breath directly wiped out the surrounding starry sky and turned into a chaos. When the disciples in the Yin Palace who watched the battle saw this, they felt a chill in their hearts. No, it's false. Mr. Tianyao has lost his mind and is desperate. Block? What do you want to block? Hurry up and sue the palace master. Only the palace master can solve all this. Suddenly, the crowd watching the scene outside the Divine Wine Pavilion was panic-stricken. Is it false? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. He has been in the Void Universe for some time. In his opinion, most of the Void Universe are almost the same as the Divine Universe. There is not much difference. The only thing worth mentioning is that every vicar in the Void Universe will some accompanying magical powers are exploding. The virtual explosion can instantly explode one's body up to 100 times the strength of the whole body. It is the virtual man of the virtual universe, the biggest killing move. Sorry, I do too. Click. Next moment. Jian Wushuang raised his arm, spread his 5 fingers, and moved in the direction of Tianyao Shengzi. In his palm, the air machine began to rotate. Just like a gyroscope, the speed of rotation was getting faster and faster. Boom! Finally, a small black vortex like a black hole emerged in the palm of the sword. The magical power of Jian Wushuang's whole body boiled up, and then he frantically gathered toward his palm, gradually forming a fist-sized black horror ball. Black burst? There is still black in the burst? The virtual explosion is divided into 7 grades. The lowest grade is white, the second grade is gold, and the third grade is purple. How many are black? How have you never heard of it? I don't know. But the power of compression in this black virtual explosion is terrible. It is even stronger than the Prince of Tianyao. The Prince of Tianyao is a 9-grade virtual explosion. Many disciples of the Hades Palace looked at this scene and said in amazement, "Is it black?" Jian Wu's eyes flickered. As early as when Jian Wushuang swallowed the nucleus of virtual power given to him by the Elder Banshan, he awakened the virtual explosion, but for the first time since awakening for so long. As for the power, Jian Wushuang's heart is quite looking forward. Go die! Just then, Tianyao Shengzi broke out first. The crimson sphere on his chest, like a cannonball, shot fiercely at Jian Wushuang. Suddenly, the air was overflowing, the earth was cracking, and the mask over the Yining Palace was like a bowl with an inverted buckle. Click, click, like a broken mirror. This guardian array that blocked all the mighty aftermaths made an unpleasant and broken sound. A trace of the air machine overflowed from the mask, shaking the whole Yining Palace violently, just when Jian Wushuang also planned to perform a virtual explosion. Stop! A sound rang out 100 miles away, and then I saw a gurgling sound covered with bandages, stepping down, as if stepping out of ripples in the void, standing straight between Jian Wushuang and Tianyao Shengzi. A bandage burst, revealing dry, pale, gray palms. The master of the Yining Palace grabbed his right hand and directly grasped the blast from the Son of Heaven Yao, destroying all the horrible orbs. As if marbles fell into the hands, the exploding orb of the heavenly Son of Heaven fell into the palm of the Lord of the Nether Palace, a rapid rotation, and sparks of countless sparks. However, the palm of the Lord of the Yining Palace was just like a 9-day pouring of molten iron. No matter how powerful this explosive ball was, it still couldn't hurt the slightest. Finally, the speed of rotation gradually slowed down and was caught by the Lord of Enof. A breath of 6-marked virtual respect emanated from the main body of the Yining Palace. In this atmosphere, whether it is the Holy Son of Tianyao or the Sword Unparalleled, it is as small as an ant. 6 marks, or Invincible Supreme, is too big and different from other ranks of Vicious Supreme. It is not an order of magnitude at all. Jian Wushuang saw this, and the light of the eye moved slightly, and regained the virtual explosive force that was ready to go. Master of the Hades, will you stop me for this kid? However, Tianyao Shengzi kept on, turning his eyes and staring at the Lord of the Yining Palace. Ugh! The Lord of the Yining Palace sighed lightly. He is the one who stands on the side of the universe. He has 6 marks of vanity, and naturally he doesn't need to care too much about the Son of Heaven. But Tianyao Shengzi represents not only himself, but also the behemoth of Tianyao Holy Land behind him. Tianyao Holy Land, one of the most powerful and immortal dharmas of the Void Universe, has a history that almost completely extinguishes the entire Void Universe. Even if the Refining God sect and the Hades are merged, it is estimated that it will not be the opponent of the Tianyao Holy Land. And Tianyao Shengzi has amazing potential in itself, and he will certainly be able to sit on an equal footing with him in the future. If not helpless, he was really reluctant to come out to intervene in this muddy water. But he didn't come out, just afraid that the whole Hades would have to be destroyed. Holy Son, give the Lord of the Palace a face. How has this matter been revealed? The Lord of the Yining Palace said to Tianyao Shengzi. Tianyao Shengzi did not speak, but his face became gloomy. Although he is arrogant, he is not stupid. He is indeed very talented, and behind it stands the giant behemoth of Tianyao Holy Land. Don't look at the Lord of the Hades, who is polite to himself, but the son of Tianyao knows that he does not have the ability and qualification to be a six-mark vanity. Go wild before you. After the Lord of the Yining Palace finished speaking, he looked at Xiang Jianwushuang, and his face became a little blue. Miss Double Yao Huang, did that guy teach you to do things? I think you want to drag the refining gods to nowhere is evermore. Jian Wushuang heard nothing and shrugged. Miss Shuang, Ba Huang didn't leave, and it can still protect you for a few minutes, but if Ba Huang once leaves, when you really take charge of the refining deities, if you act like that, sooner or later, it will bring the disaster to the refining deities. The Lord of the Yining Palace took a deep look at Jian Wushuang and said, this sentence, he came from the heart. Chapter 45-22 Kneel down. In the Divine Wine Pavilion's Sky Room number 1, everyone raised their cups and drank together. Under the seemingly harmonious scene, a trace of coldness could not be concealed. That's more like it. The Sky Glory Holy Sun looked at Jian Wushuang and Zhou Sha. They both drank the wine in their cups and smiled. The mortals in the world all say that we are immortals, but forget immortal, we're still human, after all. I have an open personality all my life, uninhibited and wanton. I like the rivers, mountains, beauties, and wine in cups. This time, we'll make it clear that no one is allowed to use void energy to cleanse the alcohol, and we must drink it the natural way. You must accompany me to get drunk for 3,600 rounds. How about it? As soon as he said this, the head disciple of the Dark Yin Palace, Yin Shan, who was in charge of accompanying them, quickly added, the Holy Sun is right. This time, Lord Holy Sun has finally come to our Dark Yin Palace. We will definitely drink to our heart's content with you. Good, good, good. You're quite smart, kid. The Sky Glory Holy Sun stretched out his hand and patted Yin Shan's head with a smile, as if he was petting a little dog wagging its tail. Then, he raised his wine cup to Zhou Sha and said, come, Lady Zhou Sha, have another cup with me. Upon hearing this, a hint of hesitation flashed across Zhou Sha's already red face. This divine wine was made from the 100 brew fragrant fruit and was specially made for star-level void warriors to drink. She was only a star-level void warrior and had long been unable to hold her liquor. Zhou Sha wanted to refuse, but when she saw the Sky Glory Holy Sun's cold eyes, she was shaken. She had already figured out the identity of the young man in front of her. The current Holy Sun of the Sky Glory Holy Land, the Sky Glory Holy Sun. He was the number 1 genius in the universe. The Sky Glory Holy Land was one of the strongest immortal orthodoxies in the Void universe. There was more than 1 6-scar Void Master in the Holy Land. Although the God Refining sect was also one of the top forces, it was still far inferior to the Sky Glory Holy Land. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the God Refining sect master was about to step down and Jian Wushuang would be the new sect master. If she offended the Sky Glory Holy Sun, it would be equivalent to offending the Sky Glory Holy Land. At that time, not to mention how the Sky Glory Holy Land would suppress the God Refining sect, even the God Refining sect, with Jian Wushuang as the sect master, would be unable to do anything if they spread the word in the universe. Gulp. Thinking of this, Zhou Sha gritted her teeth, raised her glass, and drank it in one go. Suddenly, a flame seemed to burn in her body. Zhou Sha felt her blood boiling and her head spinning. She felt extremely uncomfortable. That's the way. The Sky Glory Holy Sun smiled in satisfaction and raised his glass again. I didn't expect Miss Zhou Sha's alcohol tolerance to be so good despite her low cultivation. Come, give me some face and have another cup. Seeing this, Zhou Sha finally could not help it. Her expression changed slightly, but she still forced a smile on her pretty face and said in a nice voice, Lord Holy Sun, I really can't drink anymore. You can't drink it? Hearing this, the Sky Glory Holy Sun's eyes slowly narrowed. The smile on his face disappeared, and his voice became cold. Lady Zhou Sha, it seems like you're not giving me any face? Upon hearing this, the smile on Zhou Sha's face froze. Lord Holy Sun, that's not what I meant. She was about to explain when the Sky Glory Holy Sun interrupted her and continued, Miss Zhou Sha, even if you don't think for yourself, you should think for the sect behind you and for your sect master Wushuang, right? Upon hearing this, Jiu body trembled. This undisguised threat was already obvious. Jiu looked at the expressionless and silent Jian Wushuang and could not help but laugh bitterly in his heart. From the beginning to the end, whether it was in the god-refining sect or outside, she was just a chess piece in the hands of the big shots. Ill drink. Stretching out her trembling hand, Jiu picked up the glass and was about to drink it. Seeing this, the Sky Glory Holy Sun's face once again had a warm smile as he nodded in satisfaction. Beside him, Shan also had an evil smile on his face. He knew very well what the Sky Glory Holy Sun wanted to do. At this moment, Jiu was holding a wine glass and was about to drink it when her right hand was grabbed by a large hand. A strong force came from this large hand, and she was unable to move. Jiu raised her head in a daze and only saw Jian Wushuang's angular face, which was cold and indifferent. The next moment, Jian Wushuang said in a cold and deep voice, "Your face? I can fight tin trash like you with one hand. Do you think you're worthy of talking about face in front of me?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was shocked. Shan's face was filled with shock. He did not expect that Wushuang from the God-refining sect would be so presumptuous. Did he know who the Sky Glory Holy Sun sitting in front of him was? How audacious! Shan slammed the table and wanted to teach this ignorant thing a lesson on behalf of the Sky Glory Holy Sun. He wanted to take credit and show off. However, before he could do anything, Jian Wushuang's divine light grew, and he looked at him. Whoosh! In an instant, Shan felt a great horror of life and death coming at him. Jian Wushuang's cold eyes were like two divine swords that could split the sky and earth and tear the endless sky apart. He felt like he was pierced and killed thousands of times. Thud! Shan fell to the ground on his butt. A chill ran from his back to his head, making him feel like he had fallen into an ice cellar. When he looked again, his entire back was already drenched in a cold sweat. The smile on the Sky Glory Holy Sun's face froze, and his face slowly darkened. Wushuang, even your sect master doesn't dare to speak to me like this. Are you seeking death? Kneel down and apologize. Give your maidservant to me, and he'll take your words as frivolous and drunken words. I won't take it to heart. After saying that, the Sky Glory Holy Sun stood up and looked down at Jian Wushuang. However, just as he got up, his body was still not straight. I kneel? Jian Wushuang sneered and activated his Chaos Overlord body. He suddenly stretched out his right hand and smacked the Sky Glory Holy Sun's head. You kneel. Rumble. Endless power burst out from Jian Wushuang's palm. The Sky Glory Holy Sun felt as if a million mountains were pressing down on him. He knelt on the ground, and his knees left a web of cracks on the ground. As far as Jian Wushuang was concerned, as long as he was not an invincible supreme, no one could defeat him. The Sky Glory Holy Sun was only at the 3-star level. He was even inferior to Luoming, the chief of the Crimson Whale Gang. How would he dare to be impudent in front of him? Young master! Lord Holy Sun! The two old slaves guarding the door of the private room were furious. Just as they were about to charge at Jian Wushuang said indifferently, Taro. Crack. A crack appeared in the void behind Jian Wushuang. The divine corpse of Taro, who was covered in a large black robe, took a step forward and stretched out his hands to attack the two old slaves. Chapter 45-23. Ill wait. Welcome to Refining God Sovereign Wushuang. Welcome to the Refining God Sovereign Wushuang. Suddenly, the whole square of Refining Godzong was boiling, and tens of thousands of practitioners of Refining Godzong fell to the ground and shouted in unison. The sound of the sword unparalleled is greeted by the sound of billowing sounds, resounding through the whole Refining deities. At this moment, the sword is unparalleled, and it has been replaced with the Lord's robe. He has a beautiful face and a cold eyebrow, but he exudes a sense of calmness like a prison, which makes people feel indignant. Especially those eyes, which are extremely sharp and dazzling, make people dare not look straight. Get up. Jian Wushuang looked indifferent, holding his right hand up. Suddenly, tens of thousands of disciples stood up. The ascension ceremony of the refining god sect was gradually ended in the congratulations of Wan Chao. After embarrassing each other's forces who came today, Jian Wushuang personally bid farewell to them. Among them, the face of the lord of the underworld palace has not been very good-looking, and before Jian Wushuang went to give him away, he gave a cold hum, leaving Shenzong. After that, it was the arrangement before Bahuang Shuzuan left. In the Lord's Hall, there were only two men, Jian Wushuang and Bahuang Xuanzuan. I think this is my seat. I was sitting here for the last time. Bahuang Shuozhen sat on the throne that only the prince could sit on, with his hands resting on the black gold armrests and his thumbs slightly rubbed against the fine lines on the armrests, with a slight emotion. Jian Wushou stood beside him, bowed his head silently, and said nothing. Miss Shuang, I haven't had much contact with you. The impression you give to this suzerain is that you are a well-thought-out and profound mansion. This is a good thing, but it is also a bad thing. This seat can have a faint feeling, what seems to be hidden in your heart, but this thing is unpredictable and inconceivable. This seat is not someone who breaks the casserole and asks to the end. This seat only hopes that, no matter what, you have taken over the seat of this seat and become the sovereign of the sect of refining God, then everything is best to focus on the interests of the sect and personal interests. Don't make the point of bringing the sacred God to the abyss. To be honest, Yindan is inferior to you in terms of patience and instinct, but if Yindan does not die, this seat will still pass the position of suzerain to Yindan. Bahuang Shuzuan slowly said that it was the first time to push his heart with Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang silently said nothing but sighed. After he joined the refining god sect, whether it is the Lord of the refining god or Elder Moosewind, he has a good impression on him. It's just a pity that they were destined to stand on the opposite side and meet each other in the future. By that time, what kind of scene should Jian Wushuang face in the battlefield outside the field with the 8 desolates? Bahuang Shuzuan did not want Jian Wushuang to answer, but continued to say, Miss Chuang, this time this place is going to be the mission of this seat. It is extremely dangerous, and it is very likely that it will never come back. Therefore, please take care of the Shenzong for me. It is good. Jian Wushuang nodded. The next day, it was still early in the morning, and Bahuang Shuzuan left the refining Shenzong with the white-haired and burly old man. Under the gate of Lian Shenzong Mountain, Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes as he looked at the departure of Bahuang Shuzuan and the white-haired burly old man. In the end, these 8 desolate lords left him a hand and did not explain the matter of the void, and at the same time, Jian Wushuang also believed that the essence of the refining divine sect would never be so simple. Still have to fumble on your own. The sword murmured to himself. At this time, an excited voice sounded in Jian Wushuang's mind. Young master, we have discovered something new. Oh! Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrow and did not rush to respond, but flashed in his eyes and walked towards the sovereign hall again. Master Sovereign! Sea Lord Sovereign! The 2 disciples in charge of guarding the gate of the mountain rushed down on their knees and said respectfully, Well, bullish on Shanmin. Jian Wushuang nodded his head, then stepped out and straight into the sky. Countless lands shrunk under the swordless feet. Within a few breaths, Jian Wushuang fell into the sovereign's hall in one step. Inside the main hall, some servants who were responsible for serving the suzerain were cleaning the main hall of the suzerain. When he saw the sword entering, he immediately knelt down. Go out. Sword Wushuang faintly spoke. Yes. These servants retreated. He waved his hand to close the heavy gate of the sovereign's hall, and the swordless figure turned around and entered the palace that only the sovereign lord could enter. In the dormitory, there are many books, which are the secrets of the refining god sect, and secretaries of various methods of corpse refining. In the middle, there is a yin and yang gossip array, innumerable powers and corpses emerging from the center of the array. Swordless sat down cross-legged, silently began to absorb these weak forces. With that crystal of virtual power, Jian Wushuang's body is equivalent to an extra conversion machine, which can convert all absorbed divine power into virtual power. This yin and yang gossip array under Jian Wushuang not only controls the great ancestors of the Lian Shenzong, but also absorbs all the corpses and power of the Monzong. In other words, that is, Jian Wushuang sat on the front line of this yin and yang gossip array, and the entire power and corpse of the refining Shunzong were instilled in him alone. What a horrible amount! However, Jian Wushuang was not in a hurry to start the map at this moment, but connected the rumor with Luo Ming, the head of the Red Whale Gang. You say it carefully. Sword Wushuang faintly spoke. Observe. Luo Ming's voice excitedly said, Young master, our Red Whale Gang is responsible for staring at the congregations of the major top forces to discover that in the past few days, those top leaders in charge of the Patriarch, or the ancient elders who have been falling asleep, have all recovered after that. We all rushed towards the void. And in the void, we found that Gu Heng Su Zun and others were unable to retreat and all shrank. This must be a major event soon. Jian Wushuang heard the words, and suddenly his eyes rose sharply by 3 inches. Look at this, is the second Holocaust going to start soon? Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice, I see. Last time I asked you to prepare a map and mark of the void forbidden area. Are you ready? Master Hui Hui, the map was all drawn the day before yesterday. Luo Ming nodded hard and replied, Okay, you send the people to the refining god sect. Remember, this person must be your brother-in-law, who was planted by me that day. Jian Wushuang nodded and replied, Small understand, and arrange it immediately. Luo Ming hurried back. Well, you can arrange it, and then if anything happens, you will contact me as soon as possible. After commanding this sentence, Jian Wushuang cut off the subpoena. Chapter 45-24. Inside the Lord's dormitory, Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged on the yin and yang gossip array, his eyes twinkling. It seems that the second catastrophe won't take long to begin, and I must increase my strength by 1 step before the catastrophe begins. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and muttered to himself. Although the horror of this catastrophe, Jian Wushuang has never experienced it, but he has also heard from the gods of the universe and others. The tragedy of this catastrophe can hardly be described in any words. In the catastrophe, the supremacy is like an ant, and it will fall between the clouds and hands. Only at least the Supreme will be able to protect itself. That is the invincible stage. Only Invincible Supreme can kill the quartet in the catastrophe without fear. But even the Invincible Supreme is in danger of falling. At least in the last catastrophe, just the divine power universe, the fallen Invincible Supremacy will not have fewer hands. In the current strength of Jian Wushuang, the sky is the strongest combat power below the Invincible Supremacy. Away from the true Invincible Supremacy, there is always a gap. Matrix Kai. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and urged the yin and yang gossip array. Suddenly, the lines on the yin and yang gossip arrays flooded with countless white lights. Then, I saw that the yin and yang gossip arrays began to rotate. Rotating, a frantic influx came, pouring everything into Jian Shuang's body. The pure and vast virtual force almost burst the sword Wushuang almost in an instant. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang is a super-perfect life with amazing capacity and a chaotic, domineering body. Swallow. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed, and suddenly he turned into a giant beak with a wide mouth and swallowed up a vast amount of virtual power. Boom boom. Jian Wushuang's whole body made a roar like a thunderous thunder. Subsequently, these majestic force was transformed into pure divine power after being refined. Jian Wushuang's whole body breath began to skyrocket. There was silence in the Lord's Hall. Without the command of swordless warriors, no one dared to step in. After 3 months, Jian Wushuang slowly opened his eyes, and an extremely thick light flashed from his eyes. 3 months of practice. The increase in divine power is more than I usually practice for 3,000 years. Jian Wushuang lowered his head and opened his mouth to himself. During these 3 months, almost all the power of refining Shunzong was absorbed and refined by Jian Wushuang alone. The state of the middle extreme has not only completely stabilized in these 3 months, but also only 1 step to reach the peak of the middle extreme. What a horrible speed is this! If he hadn't received a message from Luo Ming of the Red Whale Gang, telling the disciples of the Red Whale Gang who had sent the map of the Void Forbidden Land that they had arrived at the refining god sect, Jian Wushuang would continue to practice at least, and he would sprint to the extreme peak. Taro. Sword Wushuang faintly spoke. A black-robed figure suddenly emerged from the shadow behind Jian Wushuang. Immediately, Jian Wushuang issued an instruction to allow the body of Tai Luo to sit on the yin and yang gossip array. A lot of corpse gas was poured into the corpse of Tai Luo God. Originally, due to the blow of Tai Su God Emperor, the corpse of Tai Luo God could only rely on time to gradually recover from the injury, and it quickly improved. Not only that, the breath of Tai Luo's corpse also began to become strong, and gradually moved towards the middle supreme. The next step is to raise Taro's corpse to the middle and supreme realm. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and immediately opened the gate of the Lord's palace and strode out. Master Sovereign. The two disciples in charge of the door were already in a daze. When they saw Jian Wushuang stepping out, they couldn't help but stunned and hurriedly kneeled down to salute. Jian Wushuang pointed at their jaws slightly, and the arc of the nod was almost negligible. It was a response, and then stepped out again, which had disappeared at the gate of the Sovereign Hall. Hello, have you noticed that Wushuang is becoming more and more powerful, which makes people feel particularly unfathomable and dare not offend? After Jian Wushuang left, a disciple in charge of guarding the gate whispered, "What does it mean that there is more and more momentum of the suzerain? Wushuang is the suzerain, okay? But you are right in saying this, you do and Tino. Just when the suzerain looked at me just now, I felt cold as if there is no secret in front of the Lord." The other disciple glanced at the disciple who spoke earlier, and then whispered the same. Well, we have all been guarding this master for 30 million years. We are still gatekeepers. How long did it take for Wushuang to become a master? And the gap between people is really too big. The disciple who spoke before said with emotion. Lian Shenzong outside the gate. A person with a sharp-billed monkey gill was hurriedly walking back and forth in front of the gate of the Shenzong mountain, scratching his ears. Well, didn't I say that? I'm here to find Master Wushuang. Let me in. This person is naturally the person Luo Ming came to be responsible for sending the Void Forbidden map. But looking at it this way, this person seems to have encountered some trouble. Shut up. Wushuang is our sovereign lord who practiced Shenzong. How can you call it out? How can you become the young master of people like you? The two young disciples in charge of guarding the mountain gate frowned suddenly, scolding. Hurry up and go. You have sharp-mouthed monkey gills, green peas with small eyes, and a ghostly whereabouts. You are not a good person at first glance. If you still don't leave, don't blame us for killing you. Another disciple disdained. The Red Whale Gang helped everyone to hear this and immediately laughed. Grandma, Lao Tzu's long crooked melon is not good? The anger flickered in his eyes, and the red whale, who really looked crooked, helped his disciple sing and thought silently. If it weren't for our young master's dojo, our family would have to kill you two little dolls today. Take a deep breath. This red whale helped the crowd to suppress their tempers and said with a smile, "Two, please be troublesome. Go with the young master." No, go with your suzerain adult whistle. Well, why aren't you guys getting into the oil and salt? It seems you really want to be killed by us? The two Lian Shenzong raised their eyebrows and rolled up their sleeves to prepare for an attack. Well, the two of you back down. Just then, a bland voice sounded behind them. After hearing the words, the two disciples turned their heads and looked back. After seeing the people clearly, their faces suddenly changed, and they fell down on the ground in a sincere and fearful manner. Disciple Luaha / Disciple See the Waves, Sea Lord Suzerain, Little Crazy 3, Meet the Young Master. Chapter 45-25. Let's all get up. Jian Wushuang raised his hand towards the three. Suddenly, the two disciples in charge of the janitor and the madman of the Red Whale Gang all stood up in congratulations. The two of you continue to guard the gate. You follow me. Jian Wushuang instructed 2 sentences, and even if he took the Red Whale Gang's gang members Crazy 3, walked towards the Sovereign Hall. Okay. The Mad 3 smirked and immediately glared at the 2 disciples in charge of guarding the mountain gate. Then they followed behind Jian Wushuang and flew towards the main hall of the Sovereign. Looking at the back of Jian Wushuang and Feng San, The two disciples guarding Shanmin could not help but glance at each other. That guy just knew the Lord. Looking like this, the suzerain is outside. There seems to be other forces. Back at the sovereign's hall, the servants responsible for cleaning were swung back again. Jian Wushuang turned and sat on the main seat and said, "Crazy 3, give me a map of the forbidden area." "Okay." Mad 3 responded with a sneer at first, and then groped, pulling out a roll of jade tube from the cuff and handing it to Jian Wushuang. "Small master, the labels and maps above are all small ones to go to the actual measurement and then write and draw them. Basically, there will be no errors, you see." "It is good." Jian Wushuang nodded his head, took the jade tube and spread it out. His eyes flashed suddenly. "I saw the map of the void forbidden area depicted on this jade tube is extremely fine. There are 99 void cracks, all marked clearly. After that, every void crack in the void forbidden stationed by the caretaker, and each mountain ranges, all accurately portrayed. It can be said that there is nothing more meticulous than this map of the void. 87 void cracks in the ground are highlighted, and a red tick is drawn and the word unknown is written. Want to come to this crazy 3 is not able to enter the 87th void cracks, but the sword is unparalleled understandable, naturally will not be difficult." Jian Wushuang continued to look back, but actually found a long list of names and detailed notes. Written in the first, it is the Guheng Suzun that Luo Ming told him the last time. Guheng Suzun, who became famous before 30,000 Suji, was repaired to 6 marks when the universe disappeared and was good at using moves. The 9-fingered emperor, who became famous before the 50,000 virtual eras, was modified to 6 marks when the universe disappeared and was good at using moves. This is... Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed, and he looked up at this crazy 3. Crazy 3 quickly replied, "Back to the young master. This is some of the sense of vanity found by the Red Whale Gang in the Void Cracks, and then distinguish their identity, although not perfect, but it should be probably located in the Void Forbidden Land. Number of vanity counts." Jian Wushuang heard nothing and said nothing, but in his heart there was a tsunami, and he couldn't help showing joy. This list is too important. It is entirely possible to use this list, coupled with the recent trends of the top powers, to speculate that this time the Holocaust battle, the power of the virtual force universe, let the magical force universe deploy early. Snapped. Closing this bamboo tube, Jian Wushuang looked at Crazy 3, his eyes showed appreciation, and he said, "You are good." When he heard this, Mad 3 immediately felt a joy in his heart, and quickly sneered, "It's all a small thing, as long as the young master is satisfied." Subsequently, the two said a few words. Jian Wushuang sent away Crazy 3, let him continue staring at the forbidden ground. After Mad 3 left, Jian Wushuang sat on the throne alone, his eyes flashing for a while. "Now that the war of catastrophe is about to begin, I have to go back to the divine universe myself and convey the news to the of the universe, so that the divine universe can prepare for it early. However, there are 2 problems that make it difficult to go back. Now that he has just taken office soon, there must be many eyes watching him. If he leaves now, he will not show up for a long time, and he will inevitably be speculated and suspected. Second, Jian Wushuang didn't know how to return to the divine universe. According to this bamboo tube map, when I left the divine universe and entered the void universe, the void crack that appeared was the 23rd, and that's why it was really strong in the beginning. The men met because they all gathered in the 87th void. From this calculation, in addition to the 87 voids, which can travel back and forth to the virtual force universe, the 23rd voids can also travel back and forth. However, all these are just my calculations. If there is a slight difference, it will be a disaster." Jian Wushuang pressed and rubbed his brow, thinking continuously. Whether the calculation is correct or not can only be known by going to the void for a while. Besides that, this is the first question: how should God leave the refining consciously without being suspected? Thinking silently, Jian Wushuang frowned gradually. After a moment, the light flashed in his eyes, as if something had been thought of. His eyes flickered sharply. The next moment, Jian Wushuang stood up and walked towards the Lord's palace. Inside the palace, there are countless mysteries and books. Jian Wushuang then pulled out a book and flipped it up. After a moment, he replugged the mystery into the bookshelf and stepped towards the position of Taro's corpse. Puff. Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged on the back of Taro's corpse, stretched out his palms, and pressed it on the back of Taro's corpse. Boom! Suddenly, countless virtual forces poured out of the sword without hands and irrigated into the body of the corpse of Tai Luo. Suddenly, a weird scene happened. I saw that the shape of Tai Luo's corpse changed rapidly. The tall and burly figure had become thinner, and the stiff and numb face had a little more glory and ruddy. His facial features suddenly changed slightly, but turned into a sword unparalleled appearance. In a short span of time, two swords unparalleled appeared in the Lord's palace. Not only is the appearance the same, but even the breath comes from one body. Even if the person closest to Jian Wushuang is standing here, there is absolutely no way to tell which one is www.unravel. Calm. The deity. The corpse of Tai Luo stood up, competing as if he had come alive, with a smile on his face, and bent towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang saw this and nodded in satisfaction. The secretary he just looked at is the technique of reincarnation. Infiltrate the corpse of God with his own heart into his consciousness and breath, so that he becomes an avatar. Once in the refining deities, there were many big limits coming, and the disciples who were about to fall used this secret technique to make themselves equal to the rebirth in disguise. This mystery is more domineering than the ordinary mystery of external avatars. For example, the sword is unparalleled, and it can simply give instructions to make it free to move. And he can instantly transfer all his consciousness to this corpse of Tai Luo, making it his second life. Chapter 45-26. Inside the Lord's dormitory, the two swords, identical and with the same breath, stood alone and looked very weird. Here you are, looking after the refining God for me. Jian Wushuang stood up, looked at the corpse of Tai Luo, and said lightly, "Okay, even though the deity is gone, I will definitely be optimistic about the refining deities here." The sword Wushuang, transformed by the corpse of Tai Luo, smiled back. "Okay." Jian Wushuang nodded and strode away from the palace. That night, Jian Wushuang went to the place where the Elder Banshan was and let the Elder Banshan take care of the refining Shenzong 1 or 2. When the Elder Banshan heard that Jian Wushuang was about to return to the divine universe, he froze for a moment, and those dull eyes flashed a dim look. If not helpless, who would like to leave and leave? "Jian Wushuang, you go. This seat will take good care of Lian Shenzong." After taking a deep breath, Elder Banshan suppressed the throbbing in his heart, and Shang said, "Then there is more trouble for Elder Banshan." Jian Wushuang took a deep look at Elder Banshan and nodded. After that, Jian Wushuang walked out of the palace where the Elder Banshan was. When stepping at the door, Jian Wushuang paused for a moment, without turning back, and said softly, "Be patient for a moment or two. Until the end of the Holocaust, I will wait for the true return to the universe." "It is good." A smile appeared on Elder Banshan's face. After Jian Wushuang left, Elder Banshan looked up and looked through the ceiling to Woody Void. "Old man, I look forward to that day." Lian Shenzong Mountain Gate. They are still the two disciples of Refining God sect, responsible for guarding the gate. Well, it's so boring. It will be another 100 years until the next rotation. The disciple on the left complained. "Ha ha ha, if you have any complaints, tell your suzerain." The disciple on the right answered with a smile. The two were in a gag, but didn't feel so bored. Wow! At this moment, the two of them suddenly felt dark, like a shadow, passing by. A slight gusty wind blew their clothing corners. Huh? What just happened? The disciple on the left rubbed his eyes and looked around in confusion, but saw nothing. "It seems to be blowing the field." The disciple on the right answered with a shrug. Afterwards, the two of them left everything behind and continued to snoring. At the same time, in the star field outside the Refining God sect, he struck a wide black robe, wearing a hood, blocking most of his face, only showing his chin, and glanced back at Lian Shenzong and strode away. I saw that his initial speed was not fast, but step by step, and in the end, he had torn through the vast sky like a horizontal thunder, and burst into the void forbidden. At the same time, outside the forbidden area in the void, 87th crack. A solemn ceremony is being held in a rainforest. I saw countless white bones stacked together, like jingguan, forming a high base. Each white bone was carved with a mysterious pattern, exuding a monstrous evil spirit. On the high platform, a bare-haired, white-haired, burly old man, holding 3 pillars of long incense in his hand, was constantly inserted in the gap between the white bone and the white bone. Below this platform, more than a dozen men and women wearing black robes with solemn faces stood respectfully. If at this time the strong man of the virtual universe saw these black-robed men, he would be shocked and look horrified, because these more than 10 hypo people, all of them have once set foot on the peak of the virtual universe, overlooking all beings, and have an arbitrary existence. Each of them has a glorious past, and each of them once passed through an era, but in the end they all disappeared silently into the long river of time. Unexpectedly, at this moment, they were all together. Wisps of intangible air radiated from them, and all of them rushed towards the high platform. On the high platform, the white-haired, burly old man, after filling the black long incense in his hand, put on a bronze mask on his face, holding a black wooden staff in his hand, and started to whine. Beat up. Alas! The sky seemed to be towed and began to spin quickly. The fumes of the scent of long incense rushed straight into the sky. Great Lord, your people. Did you feel our calling? Wake up, your people. Need your protection. The white-haired, burly old man looked at the sky and thought. At the beginning, the voice was still weak, but it was higher and higher, until the end, his voice burst like a thunder. Wake up. Boom. There was a huge explosion in the sky. At this moment, the sky cracked, a terrifying atmosphere, rolling along with the black smoke, spread out from the cracked sky, like a magical. This breath of horror is far from being incomparable to the invincible supreme. It is simply enough to tremble all eternity, kneeling in heaven and earth, and the heavenly man will bow his head. Master Xian Shun. Suddenly, the white-haired, burly old man burst into ecstasy and excitement, kneeling suddenly. Beneath the high platform, the 10 or so peaking powerhouses who once asserted themselves had the same joy on their faces, kneeling towards the sky. Master Xian Shun. The magical mist of the sky was flying, and on the torn sky, an extremely ancient and deep voice came out. I wake up and push all enemies in the world. God of God, wait for me. At the same time, entrance to another location in the void. A black-robed figure was moving fast. Suddenly, what's the situation? Jian Wushuang's footsteps stopped fiercely. An immense, ancient, and terrifying breath came from the other side of Skyrim, which actually made him almost kneel. This breath just made him feel a point, and Han Mao stood upright, and a big terror between life and death surged in his heart. That location is the 87 crack. What happened there? Jian Wushuang's face was startled, and he lifted his eyes to look at the 87 crack. However, the other side was covered by a monstrous black magic mist, and Rao is the sword's magical power in his eyes, which cannot be seen. You have to hurry up. I'm afraid that this world war, the chaos of the chaos, will come faster than I thought. Jian Wushuang bit his teeth, which was extremely fast, and once again skyrocketed, and the whole person flashed into the void for a moment like the passing streamer. At the 23rd crack, the Ram Supreme, who had had a messenger with him, was already waiting there. Seeing Jian Wushuang flying, the Ram Supreme face was ugly, and he stepped forward and said, Jian Wushuang, did you just feel that horrible breath? Jian Wushuang nodded his face solemnly and said, let's go back to the divine universe first and report these things to the of the universe. Chapter 45, 27. 87th crack. The call to sacrifice continued, and an overwhelming amount of pressure spread out. At the 23rd crack, Jian Wushuang and the Ram Supreme stepped forward and stepped into the crack. Click and wipe. The crack in the void twisted, devouring the figure of Jian Wushuang and the Ram Supreme, and then they disappeared. The familiar sense of dizziness struck again. When Jian Wushuang and the Rams supremely opened their eyes again, they had reached the starry sky. The same starry sky, but the atmosphere in the universe is already different. Jian Wushuang and the Rams supreme glanced at each other, and there was a movement in each other's heart. Sure enough, in addition to the 87th crack, this 23rd crack can also go back and forth between the divine universe and the virtual universe. The two were about to walk towards the camp of the gods. A shout rang suddenly. Strange thief die. Boom. I saw a six-claw white dragon, rushing through the clouds and driving fast. In his mouth, there was a huge fireball flame, as if the sun was in his mouth. Stop. The Ram's supreme face changed suddenly, and then they remembered that the two had just emerged from the cracks in the void, and they must have been treated by others as virtual universes. However, he hadn't waited for his explanation. The fireball had already slammed into the sky, hitting a broken channel directly in the void, and hit the sword Wushuang and the Ram Supreme straight. This fireball, just the spread of coercion and hot temperature, is far from being able to resist by the Ram. Just as the Ram Supreme faced despair, the sword Wushuang next to him stepped out, holding the hilt of the Taro Excalibur at the waist. Sword to cut. Laugh. A shocking match of puppets, like a long galaxy, slashed away and split the big fireball in half. Countless flames spread, reflecting the faces of Jian Wushuang and the Supreme Ram. Alas! Put away the Taro magic sword. Sword Wushuang looked up and looked into the giant dragon eye, and flashed the dreaded six-claw white dragon, calmly said, Long Qing, I haven't seen you in such a long time. I still think you are so stupid and stupid. Click, click. The tens of thousands of long, six-clawed white dragons flickered with white awns, and immediately turned into a young man wearing a white robe with gold edges and a pair of horns. Sword unparalleled? Long Qing narrowed his eyes and hummed softly. The sword is unparalleled, and the pointed ears are restored to their original shape, transforming a virtual force into a divine power, and turning it back into a true human race. This guy didn't die in the void universe. Also, this guy seems to be stronger again. Long Qing's eyes flashed with surprise. This time Jian Wushuang entered the virtual universe. In addition to the gods knowing the specific situation, as for the other disciples, even the two disciples of the gods are not clear about the specific situation of Jian Wushuang and others in the virtual universe. What? Therefore, Long Qing thought that the sword was unparalleled, and he had long been killed in the virtual universe. Rumble. After that, several figures came in a mighty manner. After seeing Jian Wushuang, he suddenly felt a stunned look, with unbelievable colors in his eyes. Is sword unparalleled? Jian Wushuang returned from the virtual universe? Jian Wushuang is still the first person to return from the virtual universe? Everyone was shocked. Jian Wushuang frowned, ignored them, and said indifferently, Excuse me. After that, Jian Wushuang and the Ram Supreme turned into two streamers, which instantly cut through the sky and swept towards the base camp where the gods of the universe were. This time, the reason why Jian Wushuang did not choose to communicate with the gods of the universe, but came back in person because it was important, such as the map of the void and the deployment of combat power, and the Elder Banshan spent tens of thousands of Chaos Period collections. The information must be handed to the of the universe, and the sword can be reassured without both sides. After a few hours, the base camp has arrived. I haven't seen it for hundreds of years. There is no difference in the base camp, except that it has become more dignified. The people responsible for patrolling the base camp are full of expressions. When they think about it, they also guess what will happen in the war. Sword Wushuang approached. The monk responsible for guarding the base camp was preparing to intercept, and after seeing the arrival clearly, he suddenly asked in amazement, You are Vice Captain Jian Shuangshuang? Are you back from the virtual universe? Jian Wushuang looked at this person and saw that this man was wearing the 7th team's robes. It was a member of the 7th team. When Jian Wushuang fought for 5,000 years, this man also fought alongside him. It's me. Jian Wushuang nodded his head, without meaning of nonsense, and said, Take me to see Elder God. The 7th team player saw Jian Wushuang's grim expression, understands that the matter must be urgent, and quickly took Jian Wushuang to the Temple of God. Along the way, Many eyes looked at Jian Wushuang one after another, startled with suspicion, and then they were shocked. Jian Wushuang is back. He is back from the virtual universe. Ignoring these discussions, Jian Wushuang stepped into the temple hall of the Elder God. In the temple god's hall, the old-fashioned god is wearing a large salamander and is reading a book. Lan Lan and Lan Su stand on both sides and hold the lamp for him. Hearing the footsteps, God looked up and saw Jian Wushuang coming in. There was no surprise on his face, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Nodding, "You are here," waved his hand. He motioned Lan Su and Lan Lan to retreat on both sides. "Yes." Lan Su and Lan Lan answered each other, and when they passed by, they looked at Jian Wushuang with similar surprises. After the two left, the whole hall was suddenly left with only two gods, Wushan, Master Elder God. Jian Wushuang arched his hand toward the of the earth. "You and I don't need to be polite." The Zhou put down the book in his hand and patted the position next to him, motioning to Jian Wushuang to sit next to him. "You worked hard during this time." Zhou God looked at the vicissitudes of Jian Wushuang's eyes and sighed lightly, somehow distressed. Jian Wushuang sat next to the of the universe and smiled when he heard it with the phrase of the of universe. Everything was worth it. God knows that his sword Wushuang is in the refining Shenzong, seemingly calm, but in fact, he tightens his mind every day, dare not be half relaxed, for fear of the risk of his own exposure. The effort it takes is simply incalculable. "Sir Master, please look at these two things first." Converging his thoughts, Jian Wushuang's right hand, a map of the forbidden area, a list of combat power, and the bamboo tube entrusted to him by Zhan Shan all appeared in his hands. It is good. There is no unnecessary nonsense in the of the universe, and he understands that a war is about to begin. He first lifted the bamboo tube of Banshan and looked carefully. In the temple of the gods, the candlelight swayed for a while. The of the gods slowly looked, his eyebrows gradually wrinkled. Chapter 45:28. In the hall of the cosmic god, there was a silence. The god of the god looked down and read the news that it took tens of thousands of virtual periods in Banshan before collecting the news. The frowns became more and more tight, and his face was not very good-looking. Jian Wushuang sat silently without questioning. Needless to say, he also knows that there must be some bad news in this bamboo tube. Otherwise, the Zhou would not be so heavy. A moment later, after reading a roll of bamboo tube, the Zhou looked up at the sky and sighed for a long time. Rubbing his eyebrows, God of the Golem continued to look through the map of the forbidden land in the void. Immediately after opening the map, the of the face, who was still quite heavy, raised his eyebrows immediately. "Huh? What's this?" He looked sideways at Jian Wushuang. Sword Wushuang replied, "Master God, this is a map of the void forbidden land opposite the void universe, and the void forbidden land is the entrance to our magical universe." "Is that so?" Lord Elder God nodded. After reading the map all the time, there was no change in the look of Zhou God, until he saw the calculation of the imaginary universe combat power at the back. His eye-man skyrocketed, and his face showed a touch of joy. "Okay, this calculation of the combat power is too timely." Zhou God turned to look at Jian Wushuang, and there was a gleam in his eyes, full of appreciation. He naturally understood the importance of this thing. With this list of combat power calculations, he can definitely make arrangements for the future of the catastrophe and make a corresponding plan for each of the 6 mark and above powerhouses. What's the scariest? The unknown is the most terrifying. Now, with this list of combat effectiveness, it is tantamount to understand the details of the virtual universe. I didn't expect that after the first universe had experienced the void universe, it still has such rich heritage, and there are still so many invincible and supreme existences in the universe. After laying down this list of maps, the god of Zhou made a sound. The number of 6-marked virtual respects recorded on this list alone exceeds the number of hands. He believes that this is only part of it, and there are certainly many 6-mark vanities, which are not recorded on it. Jian Wushuang, the old man has a request. Zhou God turned to look at Jian Wushuang. Master Zhou God said this seriously. "If there is anything I need, just ask." Jian Wushuang calmed his face and replied seriously. Okay. God of Nod nodded, and then replied, Sword Wushuang, when you return to the virtual universe, be sure to make all the 6 marks of the virtual universe that can be clearly recorded and not fallen, as the last give me a detailed list. These people will most likely participate in this catastrophe. No problem. Jian Wushuang nodded his head, which was not difficult for him. The words turned. Jian Wushuang seemed to remember something. His expression gradually became serious, and he said, Yes, Lord God. I encountered an unexpected situation when I returned to the divine universe. Oh? What happened? With a brow at the head of the zhou, Jian Wushuang's expression was so serious that it was certainly not a trivial matter. Immediately, Jian Wushuang would tell of the atmosphere that he felt in the void forbidden ground. After speaking, the spirit of God in the eyes of the suddenly soared by 3 inches, and always had a sharp look on his peaceful face. Jian Wushuang, if I'm not mistaken, the breath you feel in the forbidden space should be a vanity. Virtual God? Jian Wushuang heard a word. Yes. The god of Nod nodded and said, The false is the initiator of the last catastrophe, and it is also the strongest existence of the virtual universe. Even the old man dare not say that he should stabilize him. It was fortunate that the battle of the Holocaust was based on our divine universe. The virtual gods in our universe will be suppressed by the law of the avenue, and their strength will be weakened. Therefore, the old man could only defeat him seriously. Do you remember the last black arm you encountered on the extraterrestrial battlefield? The zhou asked. Of course I remember. Jian Wushuang nodded. That was his first battle after he came here, and Zhu Shangzi died in that battle, naturally impressed. Today's sword unparalleled, compared to that time. It has naturally improved, and the realm has reached the middle extreme. But when his dark arm covering the sky, he still feels a cold back. That was not at all a horror with him in one dimension. The master of this black arm is an imaginary god. From that day on, the old man knew that this guy was about to wake up and the catastrophe would come again. Unfortunately, no matter how old the man is, he also thought that the virtual would need at least thousands of times of chaos to be truly awake, free from restraint, and return to the world. But according to what you said, I'm afraid of the gods. I'm awake now. Speaking of which, there was a gleam of cold light in the eyes of Zhou God. Is it so fast? Hearing this, Jian Wushuang's breathing felt a little rushed. An imminent sense of urgency surged in Jian Wushuang's heart. Sword unparalleled, it seems our pace is going to accelerate. The god took a deep breath and said, We must get Feng Tianqi, one of the patriarchs, before the war of catastrophe begins. As long as Feng Tianqi is in hand, we will have a chance to win after the start of the Holocaust. Otherwise, the crusade of the virtual universe can advance and retreat and defend, which is difficult for us to deal with. And as long as Feng Tianqi is in your hands, you can enter the virtual universe, insert Feng Tianqi into the void, and completely block their retreat. At that time, under the suppression and exclusion of the law of the avenue, the old man will have confidence to lead our magical universe and defeat them completely. Even if we cannot end this cataclysm on the spot, they will be able to make a great deal of vitality and win a few odds for our magical universe. After the words fell, Jian Wushuang suddenly understood the importance of Feng Tianqi. Master God, how can I get this banner? Jian Wushuang asked. The of the universe heard the words, the eyes twinkled and spit out 8 words. Nanshuan Xiandao, Feng Tian Ancestor. Feng Tian Ancestor? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and looked at the god of Zhou, revealing a strange look. The sword is unparalleled. The old man knows that you are wondering why the old man knows exactly where the sky banner is, and why not take it. The Zhou shook his head and said with a bitter smile, This old ancestor and the old man are old. It can be regarded as the same origin. When the old man was not yet strong, he had a festival with him and snatched him. I feel ashamed of him. If the old man went to him and asked him to surrender Feng Tianqi, he would definitely refuse to say that the old man would have to run into a gray nose. As a last resort, the old man did not want to force him to kill him. Therefore, I can only send you to Nanshan Xiandao for a walk. If that old ancestor is stubborn and really refuses to care about the overall situation, then the old man will have to use some extraordinary means. Chapter 45:29. In the temple of the temple, the candlelight was shaking. Jian Wushuang and the of the two people, this talk is a whole night. Go to Nanchu and Xiandao to find Feng Tian's ancestor? Jian Wu's eyes twinkled, thinking slightly. I am afraid that it will take some time to go there, but in the refined God sect, there is a corpse of Tai Luo sitting in the town, and there are elders such as Ban Shan and others to help. It should not be too much to think about. It is good. Converging his thoughts, Jian Wushuang nodded his head and agreed. Seeing this, the of courage flashed with relief and said, "The sword is unparalleled. The old man must remind you a few words. The guy Feng Tian has a strange temperament and has always been unhappy to play cards according to common sense. If you meet him, keep basic politeness, but you do indeed need to accommodate him, or he will tease you in every way." Is that so? Jian Wu's eyes flashed, indicating that he knew. At last, the of the universe stretched out his right hand and patted Jian Wushuang on the shoulder. For the first time, he said solemnly and earnestly, "Sword Wushuang, the rise and fall of our universe, there is a large part, it is tied to you. Master Zhou God has spoken heavily. My sword Wushuang must be for the universe. Go to the fire and never die." Jian Wushuang also solemnly returned. In fact, for Jian Wushuang, now he has mastered the practice method of the virtual universe. Even if the divine universe is destroyed, he can continue to practice in the virtual universe. Now he is still the master of the refining divine sect. No worse than in the divine universe. However, the divine universe is his home and the place where he gave everything to grow up. His lover, his loved ones, and his division are deeply rooted in the divine universe. For this reason, he will never die. On the second day, before everyone noticed, Jian Wushuang had left the base camp and rushed towards Nanchu and Xiandao. Nanchu and Xiandao is located in the Nanchuan star field, which is not the center of the universe. According to its location, it is already considered a barren land. In the star domain, most ordinary mortals live. Half year later, located at the edge of the universe, a black-robed figure stepped out of the cosmic passage. Is Nanning's starfield convenient? Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed to tiredness, and he continued to go all out, even though he felt some fatigue. I was preparing to release my divine power to find where Nanchu and Xiandao was in the Nanchuan star field, but I found that the entire Nanchuan star field seemed to be covered by a layer of mist, and the divine power could not be eroded. You don't have to think about it. It must be the handwriting of that old ancestor. He shook his head, and Jian Wushuang did not care about it. He used his divine power to capture the position of the ancestor of Feng Tian. After all, he came to be beggared if he came this time. Call out. Swordless Wu stepped on one foot and immediately fell into the Nanchuan star domain, the most prosperous city. Sweet gourds, selling gourds. Suzhou Jinlin Fang Rouge, come and see lo. The city is so bustling that many mortals are walking on the street, and there are hawkers on both sides walking around and yelling. It looks like a firework on earth. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang couldn't help feeling a little sigh in his heart. Since his strength, he has faced countless killings every day. His heart is tense, and he has never stopped walking. Landscape. A mortal life, although short, has his pleasure. Shaking his head, Jian Wushuang reached out to stop an elderly man and asked with a smile, "Old man, do you know where Nanchu and Xiandao is?" Nanchu and Xiandao? After hearing that, the old man asked, "Afterlife. Did you go to the old teacher to listen to the class?" Old master? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows when he heard the words. The old immortal teacher in the old man's mouth was afraid that he was the old ancestor. Nodded his head, Jian Wushuang replied, "Yes, old man. Do you know where is the Nancian Xiandao where the old ferry master is? Out of the city, go straight to the south. You will see a piece of the South China Sea. When you get there, there will be boats for fishing. You spend some silver in two, rent a boat, and go straight to the sea and head south. If there is a fate, you will encounter Nanchu and Xiandao. If you have no fate, you will search the South China Sea, and you will not see the trace of the old ferry." The old man said, "Thanks a lot." Jian Wushuang arched his hand at the old man and immediately stepped on it, disappearing. This scene fell into the eyes of mortals crossing the street, causing a sudden shock. Countless people knelt down, crying immortals. However, after seeing Jian Wushuang leaving, the old man opened a slight smile. Little guy, it's not that simple to find an old man. Shaking his head, the old man also disappeared. However, the passers-by around him seemed to have not noticed it. Just one breath. Sword Wushuang reached the edge of the South China Sea. Numerous fishermen erected wooden fishes in a drying net and air-dried. Jian Wushuang thought for a while. Instead of directly looking for Nanchuan Xiandao, he picked up 2 stones and turned them into silver too, and bought a black boat in the hands of a fisherman. Wow! Whooping light boat went into the sea. Jian Wushuang stood on the bow of the boat, standing against his hands, and the violent wind blew his hair. No matter how turbulent the waves were, he stood still and couldn't speak easily. The whooping kayak made a long mark on the blue sea, and Jian Wushuang was among them. I also saw many other boats and ships, all of whom were visiting the immortals. After 3 days, Jian Wushuang's brow gradually wrinkled. According to common sense, with his speed, it should have been strolling around the South China Sea. However, he found that he seemed to be spinning around after a fog of fog. Play me. Jian Wushuang looked up into the distance, and his eyes were impatient. From the advent of this star field, he did not deliberately converge. This ancestor of the sky should have known his existence. Jian Wushuang confessed himself that after coming to this star field, his behavior was quite polite. Whatever the ancestor of this letter, he should show up. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang's brows became more and more wrinkled and tighter. The impatience in his eyes became more apparent. At the same time, in the South China Sea, there is an island surrounded by sky and clouds. The island is full of fairy spirits and fairy cranes soaring, which has a taste of fairyland on earth. On the island, a bamboo forest. An old man with a handkerchief and a hand-cranked lupin sits on the floor with his knees crossed. In front of the old man, a chessboard was set up. There was no one on the opposite side of the board, but every time after the old man moved his fingers, the board automatically appeared with black spots to play against him. Master, that person has been trapped in the formation for 3 days. Shall we not care about him? A raw child with red lips and white teeth stood beside the old man and asked quietly. Chapter 45-30. Nanchuan Xiandao, among a bamboo forest. Feng Tian's ancestors from the same era as the gods of Zhou played chess on their own. Beside him, a young boy with red lips and white teeth stood quietly, holding a bowl with a large bowl in his hand. The bowl is full of tea, but the tea is reflected in a picture. I saw in the picture a young man with black hair and black eyes with pale gold eyes, standing on a small canopy boat, standing with his hands on his back, constantly spinning around the bowl. Master, how did you say that this person found you? You haven't asked the world about it. You have retired the universe for so many years, and most people don't even know you exist. The little boy asked softly. Snapped. Feng Tian's ancestor dropped on the chessboard and snorted coldly. Who else can it be? It must be the old man of the god of the gods, and told this person to let this person come to the old man to seal the sky banner. Xiao Dao Tong smashed his tongue when he heard the words. I am afraid that there is only his own master in the entire universe. Dare to call the of the universe an old man? Master, I'd like to lend Feng Tianqi if I don't see it. I watched the sky last night and found that there are 7 stars in a row, forming a dragon slaughtering force. I am afraid that it will not be long before a calamity will arise, and we will lose the luck of our universe. Hesitating for a moment, the little boy said boldly. He was giving a finger to his hand, and the ancestor Feng Tian glared at the young boy and said, Are you a master, or am I a master? When do you want to teach for a teacher? With a cold hum, Feng Tian's ancestor said, If it wasn't for the old man who had snatched the opportunity to become a teacher, where is the position of the Zhou who can accommodate him now? It should be for the teacher. When he grabbed the chance of the old man, he considered the feeling of being a teacher. Now that the world is in trouble, he wants to come to the old man? What does he think of me? His tool person? After hearing this, the little boy couldn't help but spit out his tongue and said nothing more. He knew that his master had been hesitant about the incident that year. After all, it was the only opportunity to break through the current realm. It was an exaggeration to be robbed of such an opportunity. Master, why don't I tell this person and let this person leave? The young boy asked tentatively. Tell him what? This man has been trapped in the formation for a few days, and he will naturally retreat and leave on his own. Feng Tian's ancestor continued to point his finger and shook his head. However, just then, Feng Tian's ancestor suddenly seemed to notice something. His face suddenly changed, and he was furious. What do you want to do, this guy? Next moment, the ancestor of Feng Tian disappeared instantly. And now in the South China Sea, swordless double-footed awning bow, looking at the ancestor of Feng Tian who has not appeared for a long time, the impatience between the eyebrows finally broke out. Feng Tian, the ancestor, you CANT come out, then I ruined the South China Sea and destroyed the billions of souls on this star. Anyway, when people from different universes come over, everyone will die. It's better to die early. Superb. Jian Wu's eyes were cold and his right foot was stomped hard. The whole man rose to the sky and stood on the South China Sea. With the grasp of Jian Wushuang's right hand, the billions of tons of seawater in the South China Sea all boiled, forming tens of thousands of waterspouts and Unicom Skyrim. At this moment, the mortal people who live in the entire Nanshuan star field can see this across the sky, like a waterspout in the last days of disaster, with a deep horror on their faces, kneeling on the ground one by one, mouth calling immortals for their lives. Stop! At this moment, a meteorite-like figure telling the movement quickly burst into the air, dragging a long flame in the air. For a moment, the terrifying coercion deterred all directions, and the thousands of seawater that formed the tornado collapsed and returned to the sea. Boy, are you looking for death? An old man wearing a martyr's robe with his hair wrapped in a thin wooden stick is staring at Xiang Wushuang with a beard. Feng Tian ancestor? Jian Wushuang turned his head toward Feng Tian's ancestor. The coercion of Feng Tian's ancestor was almost like a mountain of millions. Just for a moment, he almost made the sword unparalleled. Faced with such pressure like a prison, Jian Wushuang's knee was never bent half a minute. Feng Tian, the ancestor, now the entire universe is in danger, and life and death can only exist in one thought. All the supreme in the universe are all for the safety of the universe. You will never regret it, but you will escape from the world and hide here for your personal pleasure, regardless of the entire universe. Really rotten. Jian Wushuang saw that Feng Tian's ancestor did not act on him for the first time, and he could not help but let his heart loose slightly, and then looked coldly at Feng Tian's ancestor and said, he knew this, and some of them meant to kidnap the ancestor of Feng Tian from the vantage point of morality, but he had to say that once the divine power fell, at that time, maybe the entire universe would be destroyed and massacred. This matter has been closely related to everyone in the universe. Moreover, if he can't wake up Feng Tian's ancestor this time, then it will be the thunderous means of the gods of the heaven. Even if this old ancestor is strong, facing the of the sky, there is only one way to lose. In other words, he is not so much here to borrow Feng Tianqi as to save Feng Tian's ancestors. Well, what is the universe's life and death to do with the old man? The old man has already deployed 10 million arrays here. Even if the people in the virtual universe come in, how can I help him? Feng Tian's ancestor snorted coldly and said disdainfully. Naive. Jian Wushuang interrupted the words of the ancestor Feng Tian and said a little embarrassedly, Feng Tian ancestor, do you really think that with these arrays you laid, can you really resist the million army of the virtual universe? The ancestor of Feng Tian heard that he was trying to refute. Seeing Jian Wushuang continued to say, okay, even if you can have a place to live among the millions of troops in the virtual universe, would you like to be a dog of the bereaved family and hide in Tibet all day long? Before Jian Wushuang saw Feng Tian's ancestors again, he wanted to persuade Feng Tian's ancestors kindly, but when he saw Feng Tian's ancestors, these thoughts disappeared immediately. He will use the most straightforward words to turn into a slap to completely wake up Feng Tian's ancestors. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang continued to speak. Feng Tian, the ancestor of this time. I'm sure you know the purpose of this, and I'm here to borrow you from Feng Tianqi. But looking at it like this, you probably won't borrow it. But the boy has something to tell you clearly. Protecting the universe and fighting for it is never a matter for one person, but for everyone in the entire universe. Everyone knows that there is a finished egg under the covering nest, and the broken home of the kingdom does not exist. Feng Tian, the ancestor, you are a senior compared to the junior. You should understand these reasons. When it comes to the end, the sound of Jin Wushuang is already like a dull thunder, banging. Chapter 45:31. There are finished eggs under the nest. The country is broken, and the home does not exist. You should understand these truths. After Jin Wushuang said these words, his voice was already roaring like a thunder, shaking his deafness and arousing the sea of water again. And at this time, a young boy had been driving Juguang from a distance. Junior, do you dare to insult me? After this remark, Feng Tian's ancestor trembled with trembling, extended his fingers and tremblingly pointed at Jin Wushuang. His forehead was blue and blue. I think he was an ancestor of the sky, born in the beginning of the universe, and chaos has not yet opened. When did anyone dare to face him and blame him? I think you're looking for death. The endless atmosphere of Hongming and Xinhuang emerged from Feng Tian's ancestors, surging to the extreme. Master! At this moment, the little boy who came from driving the light grabbed Feng Tian's ancestor's arm and quickly advised, Master, you dissipate. You are so old. Go, what are you doing with the juniors? How bad is it to be angry? While talking, Xiao Dao Tong winked at Jin Wushuang and let Jin Wushuang quickly apply oil to the soles of the feet, and the wind was screaming. Juvenile, do you want to provoke the teacher? Let go of the teacher. Feng Tian's ancestor glared at the young boy. On the other side, watching Feng Tian's ancestors and the young boy who madly winked at him, Jin Wushuang half-stepped back, took a deep breath, and said humbly, Senior Feng Tian, the junior did not mean to insult you. The junior was just telling the truth. After a pause, Jin Wushuang continued to speak. Senior Feng Tian, the junior will only say it once. After you listen, you can borrow or not Feng Tianqi, it is with you, and the junior will not force it anymore. Hearing this, the anger of Feng Tian's ancestor's heart was gone, but he still had a face overcast. Well, junior, the old man will have to see. What are you going to say? It is good. Jin Wushuang nodded, without hesitation, and said, Senior Feng Tian, I know that Lord God of God once snatched your chance and made you lose the opportunity of the impact. Therefore, you have always been resentful, so you are disheartened. You live in a drowsiness, and you no longer care about the universe. Alas! Sword Wushuang stepped out, the front of the words turned, and his tone became heavy. But you can see that Lord God of Evil has become a town, sitting alone in the universe battlefield for hundreds of millions of years, and not teaching the aliens of the universe to take a step? Do you know that in the midst of the catastrophe, the wind and rain are shaking, countless universes are supreme. In order to protect the universe, rather sing and die in the rain instead of living under a fence? I have fought for 5,000 years in the extraterritorial battlefields. I have seen countless days of proud people in the world who have died one after another, just to stop the half-inch of the virtual universe. I used to know that Sword Emperor Taro once defeated the world's invincible to suppress 9 heavens and 10 places with one sword, but in order to resist the aliens of the universe, buried the universe, all the people of the country disappeared. I used to know that Tianjiao East, the Lord's body, can cut the supreme, but it is worldly proud, difficult to control in all ages, but also died in the hands of aliens. Before he died, half step back. I also see thousands of unknown people in my universe. They are a powerful person. They are the masters of the Holy Land. They are the darlings of heaven and earth. They are the arrogance of the world, but die silently for the universe. There is no complaint. Why are they so willing to die? Because they know that this universe is their home. They know that behind them is their family, disciples, wife and children. Therefore, there is only one way to choose from this campaign, and that is death battle. Speaking of this, Jian Wushuang took a deep breath. His tone became a bit lighter and looked straight at Feng Tian's ancestor and said, "But they have no obligation to stipulate that they must die for the universe. They like you. You can settle down for a while, regardless of the world, and wait until the alien army arrives, and find a hiding place at will." Jian Wushuang's words were finished. No generous singing, no pretense of grief, but the most plain narrative. However, it was this bland narrative, but it was extremely shocking, like a heavy hammer, and it was severely hit on the heart of Feng Tian's ancestor. Feng Tian's ancestors were silent. He stared at Jian Wushuang and said nothing. He is not a man with a corrupt nature. Otherwise, when Jian Wushuang first took the life of hundreds of millions of souls and threatened her, he would kill Jian Wushuang in anger under the fury. But there was a knot in his heart. This knot was due to the appearance of the universe, and he was locked tightly by himself. Jian Wushuang's words still did not untie his knot, but in another position, he tied a bigger knot again. "Master, I see. I see if you would lend Feng Tianqi to him. In case the universe goes down, it will be us who are in the end." Xiaodaitong was immature, some tearful whispers. To shut up. Feng Tian's ancestor glared at Xiaodaitong, then looked at Xiang Jianwushuang. Although his heart was also shaken, he still pretended to carelessly murmured, "Well, they are willing to die. That is their stupid. What does it have to do with my husband? Hugh wants to use righteousness to oppress me." After that, he glanced at Jian Wushuang, and when Jian Wushuang really turned around, he yelled angrily, "Boy, stop for your husband." Oh! Originally, he had no hope for Feng Tian's ancestors. He planned to let the god of the gods make a sword unparalleled. He paused, looked back at Feng Tian's ancestors, and frowned. "Feng Tian, what else do you do?" I saw Feng Tian's ancestor glaring at Jian Wushuang, raised his head and snorted from his nose, "Little guy, don't rush away first. The old man didn't say no to borrow." In this way, you accompany the old man to play a game of chess. You won the old man by playing chess, and the old man lent Feng Tianqi to you. How? After hearing this, Yu read the book www.ukanshu. Jian Wushuang hasn't said anything yet. The little boy next to Feng Tian's ancestor suddenly burst into ecstasy. What level is his master playing chess? He knows too well. That is the smelly chess basket, the existence of pure food delivery. He quickly winked at Jian Wushuang, so that Jian Wushuang should come down. Jian Wushuang frowned secretly. Although I don't know which one of the old ancestors was playing, but looking at the happy appearance of the Xiaodao Tong next to him, he nodded and responded, "It is good. That boy, you go to Nanshu and Xiandao with the old man. We have a point." The ancestor of Feng Tian snorted, and then grabbed it with a big hand. An invisible big hand grabbed the sword Wushuang, stepped on it, turned into a skylight, disappeared on the surface of the South China Sea. When Jian Wushuang saw a flower in front of her eyes, when she reacted, she had already reached an immortal, bamboo-lined island. Chapter 45-32. The field of view changes rapidly. When Jian Wushuang saw the situation in front of him, he was already in the middle of a fairy island, white misty fairy island, with rows of sharp-billed, red-top, white-feathered cranes, like elegant fairies, walking leisurely. Footsteps on the beach. Startled by the fish in the sea, they suddenly spread their wings and flew up, marking white trails in the air, showing their beauty. Taking a breath, even the divine power became full. The sword unparalleled fell in front of a bamboo house. Outside the bamboo house, the sun in the news, the sea breeze is slightly warm. On both sides of a chessboard, there are two jade plates filled with black and white chess pieces. Feng Tian's ancestor sat on the side of black chess and saw Jian Wushuang looking at the admiration of this island, and he couldn't help but say a little smug, "Junior, my husband asks you, my husband's island is okay? My husband told you that every mortal who has spent hundreds of years on the island of the old man can be transformed into an immortal, and the Supreme is here. It is also able to speed up the practice 10 times. Compared with the so-called blissful places in the so-called top forces of the universe, amazing." As he said, His ancestor Feng Tian smiled as he stroked his beard. However, the first sentence that Jian Wushuang spoke instantly made the smile on his face freeze. I just sigh. The universe is almost dying out, and the predecessors still have their minds here to relax and take it easy. Hearing this, Feng Tian's ancestor quickly flashed a look of shame on his face, staring with a beard and staring. Boy, what else would you do besides using the righteousness of the universe to crush the old man? Hearing this, Jian Wushuang couldn't help but stupefy, and the young boy on the side also covered his mouth and smiled a little. Stop talking. Come and play chess with my husband. Feng Tian's ancestor impatiently hooked at Sword Wushuang. It is good. Jian Wushuang nodded his head and sat cross-legged opposite Feng Tian's ancestor. Respect the old and love the young. The old man first. Feng Tian's ancestor held the black finger and landed first on the chessboard. I saw that one finger fell, and the middle of the chessboard was in the center, but the position of Tian Yuan. After setting his fingers, Feng Tian's ancestor looked up at Jian Wushuang, and his mouth aroused his elation. He said, "The old man's trick is to settle the situation directly. At the center of the chessboard, he will directly reach the sword stopped your throat. Junior, how do you see me fighting?" Hearing this, the little boy could not help laughing again. The master is moving out of his theory again. Pointing at Tianyuan seems to be awesome, but it is actually the best way to start. Someone who knows a little about chess can tell from his finger that the master is a chicken. Thinking of this, Xiao Dao Tong hoped to look at Xiang Jianwushuang. To be honest, he hopes that the sword is unparalleled. He is different from Feng Tian's ancestors. Feng Tian's ancestors hold themselves back and lock themselves in this small Nanchuan Xiandao. It is because they have a holiday with the of the universe. Liang Zi, Erlai, can also be regarded as being angry with himself. But young children do not have this mentality. Just when he thought that Jian Wushuang would immediately destroy Feng Tian's ancestors in the form of smashing, and smashing the sword, Xiao Daotong's expression was stagnant. I saw Jian Wushuang staring at the chess game with a grimace on his face, with a frown on his face, a serious and thoughtful look. Next moment, seeing Jian Wushuang's solemn preparations, he said solemnly, "The predecessors' chess skills are superb, and they have reached a state of infatuation. I'm afraid that they have reached the top in Go. This is a very bad move. However, the younger generation also has a coping style." Snapped. I saw Jian Wushuang lifted his white finger and landed on the bottom left corner of the board. The predecessors pointed at the central Tianyuan as fierce, but if the younger people hold on to the four corners and then slowly figure it out, they will be surrounded by layers, and they will definitely form a posture of catching in the air. The trail boy stunned. What is this? What a catch. I see how the old man killed the quartet and broke the boat. I saw Feng Tian's ancestor's eyes flashed, murderous, and dropped his finger again, also falling in the lower right corner of one of the four sharp corners. Junior, you have Zhang Liangji, I have a wall ladder, and now I have guarded a retreat. How do you think you fight the old husband? Feng Tian's ancestor touched his smile, said inexorably deep and inexhaustible, and could not finish talking. Watch me attack again. Jian Wushuang was another finger and fell into one of the four corners. Xiao Dao Tong stood on the side. Seeing the falling fingers as rain, "You came to me," with the murderous Jian Wushuang and Feng Tian ancestor in his eyes. He finally confirmed a little. This grandma has two chickens. If it weren't for the little boy who was proficient in Go, he would have been deceived into seeing the two men vowed eloquently and full of reasonable words. These two dishes are fine, but they are so reasonable, I almost believed. The little boy muttered to himself, inexplicably desperate. Really? After a while. Ha ha ha, Junior, you lost? Feng Tian's ancestors slammed the chessboard, causing the chessboard pieces to tremble violently. Happy. Younger, you are the old man who is in love with this game of chess, the first person to win in thousands of years. Ha ha ha. Feng Tian's ancestor laughed wildly. The sword is unparalleled, but his face is blue and white. He didn't expect that his own organs calculated that in the end he was still a move away from chess. He was taken by the ancestor of Feng Tian to block the last hole. Xiao Dao Tong smiled bitterly. What did he see? Obviously, it is a super chess game that relies on deductive calculations. In the hands of Jin Wushuang and Feng Tian's ancestors, it has become a rough hole to see who will fill the gap in chess first. Really a little spicy eyes. Jin Wushuang stood up and sighed silently. If he loses, he loses. He is not a loser. In this case, the only thing to do is to retreat first and let the Zhou find a way to get it in person. However, this ancestor is not bad by nature. No matter how you are, you still have to persuade the Zhou to find a way to retain this ancestor. Thinking of this, Jin Wushuang arched his hand towards Feng Tian's ancestor and said, "Seniors, juniors leave." After that, Jin Wushuang set up Jin Guang and was ready to go. Laughing loudly, shouting, happy, immersed in the joy of great victory, the ancestor Feng Tian could not help but witness. He asked Jin Wushuang to play chess because he knew that his chess skills were bad and he had never won. He wanted to use this to lend Feng Tianqi to Jin Wushuang. In this way, he also saved his face and stepped down. Lend Feng Tianqi. But Jin Wushuang is going to leave. Isn't he planning to trade for nothing? I really don't know if you junior is not upset, or my husband. I have made great strides in chess recently. It's really amazing. Alas, confidants are hard to find and loneliness is like snow. There was a silent sigh in his heart, and immediately, Feng Tian's ancestor looked up at the back of Jin Wushuang preparing to leave, and burst into a drink. Slow. Chapter 45-33. Slow. Slammed and exploded in Nanshuan Xiandao. I saw Feng Tian's ancestor glaring with anger and a wave of his hand, and innumerable spells poured out, forming a huge mask, like an invisible glass, blocking the figure that Swordsman was preparing to leave. Senior Feng Tian, what else do you want? Jin Wushuang stopped and looked back, looking helplessly towards Feng Tian's ancestor. Chess also lost, and Feng Tian's ancestor should be proud of himself. Suddenly, what did he want to stop him from doing? Doesn't he want to humiliate him? Junior, do you want to come here, Nanshan Island, old man? Feng Tian's ancestor gave Jin Wushuang a glance, and Leng Heng said. Upon hearing this, Jin Wushuang's pupils could not help shrinking. Couldn't Feng Tian ancestor change his face? When Jin Wushuang quietly grasped the Tai Luo divine sword and was ready to surprise him, when he broke the array into the far distance, I saw Feng Tian's ancestor agitating with a large sleeve and waving coldly. Junior, do you want to leave this sky banner today? Hearing this, Jin Wushuang first stunned, and then exulted on his face. Thank you, Senior Feng Tian. Today, if you borrow the grace of Feng Xianqi, the whole universe will be impressed within 5 days and grateful. After that, Jin Wushuang stepped out and fell in front of Feng Tian's ancestor. At the same time, Jin Wushuang felt silently in his heart. It's no wonder that the god of heaven said that Feng Tian's ancestors were strange in character. Now it seems that this is really true. This change of face is faster than turning the book. Immaculate. Immaculate. Jin Wushuang shook his head in his heart. Don't rush to thank me first. The old man can lend Feng Tianqi to you, but the old man needs conditions. Feng Tian's ancestor once again glanced at Jin Wushuang and said. In this regard, Jin Wushuang nodded and did not refute. Feng Tianqi is one of the 7 ancestors of Qi Dao. It is extremely powerful. There is no match in the world, and Jin Wushuang does not expect empty-handedness to seal the banner. The ultimate ancestors represent the most extreme force in the world. The Taro Excalibur represents the ultimate killing power. The Wu Ding Chao Ding represents the most extreme creative power. And this sky banner represents the most extreme seal suppression force. Senior, but it doesn't matter. Jin Wushuang arched his hand and said, It is good. Feng Tian's ancestor took a deep breath, and his expression became solemn and serious for the first time. He stretched out a finger and pointed at the Taro Excalibur hanging from the swordless pair of waists, and said, Junior, Feng Tianqi is the ancestor of the Dao Tao. If you want to borrow Feng Tianqi from the old husband, you can also exchange it with one of the same ancestors of the same Dao. If the old man did not admit it wrong, you have this handle on your waist. Saber is the killing sword that represents the killing among the patriarchs? After speaking, he stared at the sword unparalleled. This is a transaction and a test. He wanted to see Jian Wushuang. Is it true, as he said before, on the South China Sea, willing to give everything for the universe? After hearing this, Jian Wushuang was silent. It can be said that he is now able to fight across the border. In addition to his extremely powerful magical powers and sword skills, half of the reasons are from the Taro Excalibur, which has given him the terrifying power. If the Tai Luo Divine Sword is surrendered, the sword's unparalleled combat power will be greatly reduced. If it is normal, it would be okay. Now that the catastrophe is about to start, he wants to go to battle to kill the enemy. After a long silence, Senior Feng Tian, sorry, I can't. The sword took a deep breath, and she sank openly. Hearing this, Feng Tian's ancestors were stunned, and then sneered in his heart. Hee, what is universal and what is willing to die for the universe? But it's just nice to speak. Standing back does not hurt. Once it's about your own interests, you're in shape. Thinking of this, Feng Tian's ancestor frowned, and when he was about to let Jian Wushuang leave, he heard Jian Wushuang continue to say, Senior Feng Tian, Tai Luo Excalibur is my weapon. A swordsman. If there is no sword in his hand, how can he use his residual heat? If the predecessor you want the Taro Excalibur, the younger can promise you, and after the war of catastrophe is over, I can give you the Terra Excalibur. As for your predecessor, you said that you want that ancestor to exchange. Wow. Jian Wushuang turned over with his right hand, and a bronze small tripod covered with quaint grains fell into Jian Wushuang's hands. Senior, what do you think of the younger generation? Wu Chao Ding. Suddenly, Feng Tian's ancestor was shocked. The Wu Ding Chao Ding can be said to be the most precious one among the seven-handed ancestors, because Wu Xing Chao Ding stands for creation. Killing and destroying is simple, but creating is difficult. One of the most critical factors in wanting to take the step to the of the universe is to understand creation. How can you have the Wu Ding Chao Ding? Feng Tian's ancestors skyrocketed in his eyes, and his voice was a little trembling. The senior doesn't need to care where my chaotic tripod comes from. The senior just needs to tell me if I can change the sky banner with you. Jian Wushuang said lightly. Feng Tian's ancestor heard the words, took a deep look at Jian Wushuang, and said, It looks like it's incomplete, right? But even so, it's enough to exchange the flag with the old man. Speaking of which, Feng Tian's old prince paused. Xin Sheng said, Boy, the old man does not take advantage of you. To tell you the truth, this chaos is the key factor to break through the last step, but your current state is temporarily unavailable. You are in the hands of a violent creature. Therefore, the old man promised you that after the end of this catastrophe, this chaotic warrior will be returned to you, and even Feng Tianqi will be presented to you as a gift. How? After saying that, Feng Tian's ancestor turned his right hand, and a small black flag appeared in Feng Tian's ancestor's hand. He took the lead in pushing Feng Tianqi to Jian Wushuang. It is good. Jian Wushuang nodded. Yu Kanshu www.ukanshu.com as the ancestor of Feng Tian said. Although this Wu Ding Chaos Tripod is good, it is currently of little use to him. On the contrary, Feng Tianqi is currently his most urgent need. After taking over Feng Tianqi, Jian Wushuang pushed it with his right hand, and handed over Wu Chaos Ding to Feng Tian's ancestor. Predecessor Feng Tian, now that the catastrophe is about to happen, and the younger generation still has everything to do, so I don't want to stay anymore and leave. Jian Wushuang arched his hand towards Fengshen's ancestor. It is good. Feng Tian's ancestor nodded, knowing that when there are indeed many things today, there are no more swords. Senior Feng Tian, then we will see you tomorrow. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly at Feng Tian's ancestor and Xiao Dao Tong, and immediately stepped into a sharp sword light, like a tidal wave, soared into the sky, disappeared on the Nanshuan Xiandao, leaving only a long white marks. Chapter 45-34, Call Out. Long white marks passed in the air, and the figure of Jian Wushuang gradually turned into a small black spot, completely disappearing into the sky. The already calm sea water washes the beach in waves, bringing countless things like shells, gravel, and starfish, reflecting the blue sky. Feng Tian's ancestor took the Wu Ding Chaos tripod and stood with his hands in his hands. He stared at the sky dully and never returned to God for a long time. Behind him, the young boy looked down and said nothing. Juvenile, do you say that you have done wrong for your teacher for so many years? Feng Tian's ancestor said suddenly. He couldn't hear any emotion in his tone, but gave a vague feeling. Xiao Dao Tong heard the words and couldn't help but hesitated. He actually knows that his master has always been a very kind person. If he is an ordinary person, he has been snatched from others for promotion opportunities. However, his master did not do so, and he never thought of how to avenge the gods in the past. Master, why do you think so? Xiao Dao Tong asked. Feng Tian's ancestor heard the words, his mouth slightly bitter, and said, in fact, in the last cataclysmic battle, if our teachers were going to die, we wouldn't die so many people in the universe. Xiao Dao Tong heard the words, still a little dazed. However, he knew that by virtue of his master's power, if he really shot, let alone the divine power universe would not die so many people, it would not be impossible to reverse the situation. You know, your master, but people who come from the same era as the of the universe, was the one who stabilized the of the year. Even now, after the of the reaches that unspeakable realm, his master is more than God. There is only one level of strength. Forget it, naive, tell you don't understand. Feng Tian's ancestor shook his head and immediately pursed his lips instead of talking. Only he knows that he has trapped himself on Nanliao Island for so many years, but he has given up on himself and he is unwilling to face reality. Suddenly, Feng Tian's ancestor exhaled a sigh of relief, looked back to the little boy who knew his shoulders were high, and said with a smile, Juvenile, how many years have you been a teacher? Xiaodaotong heard the words stunned, although he didn't understand why his master suddenly asked this, but also felt that his master was a little weird today. But he still obediently pointed his fingers and calculated seriously. Master, it has been 1,000,000 years since you picked me up by the sea. 1,000,000 years. You have been a teacher for millions of years on this island. Feng Tian's ancestor sighed. His words turned again, and suddenly said softly a word that made Xiaodaotong look dull. Juvenile, do you want to go out and have a look? What the teacher said was to see the real vast galaxy, Wuxing Xinghai, and see the real world. The young boy opened his eyes in black and white and became a little short of breath. After he was picked up from the beach by his ancestor Feng Feng, he never left this place. At the beginning, he would also play in the mortal kingdom, make friends, and make fun and laugh together. But it didn't take long for him to discover that mortals were born old, sick, and dead, and had twilight. When he closed it once and went to find his former companions happily, those companions had already become their ancestors' graves, and the tombs were 3 feet high. The life of a mortal may be just a time for him to meditate. Over time, he will no longer go to play in the mortal kingdom. Otherwise, once life and death leave, he will only increase his sadness and sadness. It can be said that during his 1,000,000 years, he spent almost all of his time on Nancian, Xiandao with his ancestor Feng Tian. He could not wait any longer, and wanted to see the wonderful universe in Master's mouth, and wanted to see the splendid sea of stars. But he didn't want to raise it and make his teacher embarrassed. He knew that on the surface, he seemed to be careless, as if he didn't care about everything. He played a particularly stinky master, and deep down, there was always a knot. I think. After hesitating for a long time, the little boy took a deep breath and said these 2 words firmly. After he had finished speaking, he thought his master would give him a stern glance, and then blamed and reprimanded him. So he lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Master's face. However, what he waited for was a laugh that Master had never had before. Okay, sir, that teacher will take you to see what the universe really looks like. Feng Tian's ancestor laughed heartily, laughed freely, and never laughed as he pleased. I saw in his eyes that the light was skyrocketing, and an extremely terrifying hegemony emanated from him. On this day, the ancestor of Feng Tian found the true ancestor of Feng Tian, who was frozen in his heart. He is the first person under the universe. Juvenile, since you are going to the outside world, you can't wear this dress. The outside girls are not dressed like you. Feng Tian's ancestor waved his right hand, and a set of purple fringed tulle skirt appeared in his hand. Go and change this dress. What? After hearing the words, Xiao Daotong stayed in a daze, took the long skirt of Feng Tian's ancestors, then trot all the way, and ran into the bamboo house of Nanchuan Xiandao. After a while, a tall girl with a perfect figure in a long skirt, nervously grasping the skirt with her hands, walked out of the bamboo house timidly. Her bright eyes are bright, white as snow, and her clear eyes are like clear water. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on her face, showing a huge swath of red. Her facial features are exquisite and exquisite, her face crooked and her jaw sharp. There are many beauties in the universe, either cold or enchanting or cold, but in her body, there are things that most women do not have. That is, clean. The words clean are simple, but they are the rarest. Master, I am a bit uncomfortable, so let's change back to that robe. The naive pinched her clothes, lowered her head, and said weakly. I don't know why. She felt her heart beating and her palms sweating. Fool, don't change it. Feng Tian's ancestor gave him a naive look and said in a threatening tone. He sighed in his heart. This trip left Nanchuan Xiandao. Only he knew what he was going to do. After taking her through the universe, he will also go and do something for this universe. The answer to Feng Tian's ancestor's mind is unknown. Juveniles don't know that this long skirt is the ancestor of Feng Tian who consumed all his treasures and trained the strong defense of Xianxian. In terms of value, I am afraid that it is no longer under the ancestors. This is Feng Tian's ancestor, using his live's heritage, tailor-made gifts for the naive. You son, if the master is gone in the future, I will rely on this fairy to protect you. Feng Tian's ancestor said silently in his heart, but he raised his head and reached out his hand, playing a brain crash on the naive forehead, with a somewhat vicious tone. Fool! If you let the teacher know that you dare to change this dress and pick your skin for the teacher. Okay, master. What are you doing so fiercely? The naive rubbed the place where his head was bombarded, and grumbled with dissatisfaction. The ancestor of Feng Tian snorted and didn't speak anymore, but looked down at the land under his feet, and his eyes were replaced by a touch of memory. Old man, you have been here with my husband for so many years. I must have been bored for a long time? Alas! Feng Tian's ancestor murmured a laugh and immediately stepped on his right foot. Boom! Suddenly, the entire Nanchuan Xiandao shuddered violently, and the sea water around it was like boiling water boiling continuously. Boom boom! Numerous lands are cracking, and numerous sea waters are boiling. As if at the feet of Feng Tian's ancestor, there is a wild beast awakening. Next moment, a terrifying roar exploded. The entire Nanchuan Xiandao flew up into the air, making a dull humming sound. Looking from a distance, a black basalt tortoise that is pressing across the sea emerges from the deep sea. Master, this? There was a horror in the eyes of the naive, and I saw at my feet, where is Nanxian Xiandao, clearly a huge basalt giant turtle. Its limbs are almost like 4-ding Haitian needles, the pillars of Optimus, and she lived 1,000,000 years in Nanchuan Xiandao, just a carapace on the back of this giant turtle. The turbulent sea breeze blew white hair on both sides of Feng Tian's ancestor's cheeks. However, the smile on Feng Tian's ancestor's mouth became more and more abundant. The old man of the gods, the old man is out. It's time to settle accounts with you. Well, yes, the cosmic aliens. We have to solve the cosmic aliens first. Let me put this old man's account first, and first blast this group of debris out of our universe. On this day, in the endless territory of Nanjiao Star Field, countless mortals raised their heads and saw a giant tortoise covering the sky, leaving the sky. Hundreds of millions of souls, all kneeling to the ground, staring wildly at the heaven-going giant tortoise, shouting in unison to the fairy. On this day, there is no longer the legend of the old immortal master in the Nanchuan star domain. This day, a strange combination was added to the universe. A whole body is dark, a giant tortoise the size of a star. A pair of rotten old men and refined purple skirt girls traveling through the universe. Strange combination. In the starry sky of Woody, there was a girl's excited and novel wow shout, and an old man whispered with his beard and squinting his eyes. Well, the old man forgot to ask, what's the name of the boy who played chess with the old man? And I don't know if the boy has become a gang, and the young girl should be entrusted to him. Shaking his head, the strange pair disappeared into the vast sky, and in the more distant starry sky, with a black robe, Jian Wushuang, with a cold face, had already blasted away towards the outer battlefield. Chapter 45-35. In the vast universe of stars, Jian Wushuang stepped on the light and rushed towards the battlefield outside the territory. Soon, with the outbreak of Jian Wushuang's full strength, the base camp arrived. Obviously, the sword left the base camp for only a few months without both parties. But the entire base camp was full of Xiao Ses low breath, and everyone had a heavy look on his face. When Jian Wushuang saw this, he could not help frowning. In the past few months when he left the road, what happened? Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang strode into the temple of the gods. Today's sword is unparalleled, except for the two disciples under the seat of the cosmic god, the only person who can freely enter and exit the cosmic hall. Jian Wushuang, you are back. Wushan Chaojian nodded his head. He was still like Jian Wushuang when he first saw him, gentle and kind, with a smile on his face, but Jian Wushuang saw a deep tiredness on his face. Jian Wushuang, what's the situation? That Fengtian ancestor lent you Fengtian banner? Energizing, Zhenzhou asked. It's a shame. Jian Wushuang nodded his head, flipped his right hand, and drew a small black flag, which suddenly appeared in his hand. It is good. Seeing this, the light of God suddenly rose sharply in the eyes of Zhou God, a rare sigh of relief in his heart. With this sky banner in place, he had some confidence in this catastrophe. After a moment of groaning, the Zhou said, Jian Wushuang, there is bad news for you. Without selling a prince, God of the Eurasian immediately said, in the past 2 months, there have been virtual vagrants in the virtual universe. They have emerged from the void cracks and come to inquire about their strength. In just 1 month, nearly 10 in the battle, our friction with the cracks in the void has become more and more. The old man guessed that the war of catastrophe may break out at any time. What? So fast? Jian Wushuang heard a shock. Even though he was ready to deal with the Holocaust in his heart, when the battle of the Holocaust really came, he felt a little hesitant. Therefore, sword is unparalleled. Please trouble now to rush back to the virtual universe and wait for the husband's command. Once the war of catastrophe really begins, when the core force of the virtual universe invades our universe, the old man will give you an order. At that time, you will use the Fengtian banner to place a blockade in their void forbidden area and cut off their rear path. Zeus said with a serious expression. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded when he heard the words, and there was a dignity on his face. The magnetic fields and laws between the two universes are not interlinked, which is equivalent to saying that after the people of the virtual universe have invaded the divine universe, they consume the virtual power and will not be supplied. In the usual catastrophe battles, the reason why the virtual soldiers of the virtual universe are difficult to entangle is because once they are defeated or consumed excessively, they will return to the virtual universe to resupply, and then attack again. Once Jian Wushuang was placed in the void crack in the void forbidden field, the sky banner was laid, and the 87th void crack was blocked. They could cut off their path and divert the dummy in the void universe. At that time, under the leadership of the universe, even the use of water to grind time will be able to wipe it out and then kill it in one fell swoop. The virtual universe, whether it is individual strength or overall strength, is stronger than the divine universe. In this case, the magical universe needs to reverse the victory and defeat, and this is the best countermeasure. The sword unparalleled, it has played a top role. I immediately rushed back to the virtual universe to set up. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang strode out of the temple hall. When I walked to the door of the Colossus Hall, Jian Wushuang seemed to think of something. He tore his right hand and tore off a corner of the garment. He used his hand as a pen and wrote a few dense lines. Master Zhou God, if I can't come back alive this time, please help me to transfer this cloth to my wife as cold as frost. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, flicked his fingers, and this piece of cloth immediately fell into the hands of the of heaven. God heard the words, could not help but stunned. He wanted to say something, relieved a few words, but finally sighed, just nodded and answered. If Jian Wushuang wanted to cut off the back of the void universe, then he had to go deep into the void forbidden ground, and the hope of surviving was simply slim. Jian Wushuang understands this, and God of the Earth also understands this. After leaving the base camp, Jian Wushuang was alone and set off again, rushing to the void crack. This time back to the virtual universe, the Ram Supreme did not go, but stayed in the divine universe, waiting for a force after the outbreak of the war. Jian Wushuang will be alone, deep into the virtual universe, and start another kind of battle. Came to the extraterritorial battlefield. The 6th and 7th teams are now responsible for defending the battlefield. The two captains seem to have been informed by the God of the Gods, and did not ask more about Jian Wushuang's going to the virtual universe, but only instructed Jian Wushuang to be careful. At this moment in the extraterrestrial battlefield, there is a war in progress, so Jian Wushuang did not rush into the void crack, but waited for the battle to end. A small human-faced spider crawled out from the cracks in the void, densely packed with the entire sky. Fortunately, although there are many human-faced spiders, their individual strength is not strong, and the strongest is nothing but the ultimate dominating realm. Therefore, these members of the 6th and 7th teams, it is quite easy to deal with. According to Supreme He Yuan, these human-faced spiders are not intelligent bodies. They should be made by some power in the virtual universe, in order to observe and test the strength of the divine universe. A moment later, the battle for unilateral slaughter came to an end. A human-faced spider the size of a small hill fell in the air like a rain, and the cosmic starry sky was full of human-limbed spiders' broken limbs and broken blood. The battle is over, and naturally it is time for Jian Wushuang to leave. Heiyuan Extreme looked at Jian Wushuang. His eyes were a little complicated. The junior, who had just entered the Supreme, once again met and already carried the heavy responsibility of life and death in the universe. Sword unparalleled, this seat is waiting for you to return safely, Heiyuan Supreme said in a deep voice. Jian Wushuang nodded with a smile and returned 2 words. For sure. Then Jian Wushuang did not hesitate and stepped into the void crack. The black-robed figure of Jian Wushuang was gradually swallowed by a crack like a black hole. No one has ever noticed. One had already died, leaving only the skull of the human face with a faint red glow in his eyes. The figure of Jian Wushuang stepping into the void crack instantly formed a picture in his compound eyes. At the same time, in the void universe, the void forbidden ground, in a cave in the 87th crack, an ancient figure, like a sculpture, covered with mud, sitting cross-legged deep in the cave, slowly opened his eyes. Huh? Someone entered the virtual universe? Chapter 45-36. The Void Universe, the forbidden land of void, has a deep cave at the 87th crack. The hole was covered with cobwebs, and a single spider ran along the cobweb and climbed on the wall, continuously spitting silver-thick silk hair from the mouth, flashing cold light. And in the middle of the cave, a mud sculpture suddenly jittered. Immediately, countless dirt cracked and fell, raising countless dust, exposing a monster old man with the veins on his face and a spider-like body all over his body. Who is this? The monster old man slowly opened his eyes, and a faint light flashed from his eyes. Just a moment ago, he saw a picture when he made countless gadgets and died. In the picture, a young man with a black robe and a cold face stepped into the void crack. This matter needs to be reported to Lord Shushan. The monster old man shook his head and immediately stood up. Suddenly, countless spiders clinging to the wall, all along the cobweb, crawled towards this monster old man. Alas! Suddenly, all these spiders crashed into the monster's body, and the monster old man who had a pale face flashed a sick redness on his face. Call out. As soon as he stepped on his foot, his body flickered, and he disappeared instantly into the deep pit. The 87th crack. A huge building like a honeycomb was built here, filled with dense wormholes. The monster old man's figure just flashed and instantly appeared in the hive-like building, the middle wormhole. Strode in. 34 false honors, as well as right and left false envoys, were in the hall. 34 virtual honors, each of which is a 6-mark virtual honor repair, is also the main force of this catastrophe. Among them, many of them are old monsters who have survived the last catastrophe, while others are the masters of ancient holy places, immortal Taoist masters, and so on. The last emperor of the refining god, Bahuang Xuanzuan, is also here, but his position is extremely close to the bottom. And that left and right vein, the right vein, is a white-haired burly old man who once had a side with Jian Wushuang. On the throne of the main hall, there is a silk-like wrap. Inside the silkworm puppet, there was a constant heartbeat like a thunderous thunder. Seeing this monster old man walk into the hall, 34 vagrants and 2 vagrants sitting on the seats, all made a soft whistle. How could the spider be willing to come up? Well, it must have been in that dark and humid cave for a long time, and I wanted to come up and move around. They laughed and quipped. This spider is weird and superior in strength, and can be regarded as one of the most powerful among them. However, it is lonely by nature and has always been out of group. It usually stays in the dark nest in the heart of the earth. Sky Spider's old man was expressionless and ignored these jokes. Instead, he knelt down on one knee toward the white silkworm who was the first in the hall and bowed respectfully. Sky Spider, meet Lord Shushan? Alas, a fierce heartbeat sounded from the silkworm pupa. Immediately afterwards, a low, hoarse voice like a man and a woman heard from the silkworm pupae. Sky Spider, what's the matter with you? Master Xingshan is wise. The Sky Spider old man first flattered, and immediately got up and stood up, and said in a deep voice, Master Huaishu, I just took a Sky Spider larva that was responsible for exploring the news of the Divine Universe and died on the battlefield outside the Divine Universe. It was a good discovery before. Oh, good discovery? The 34 virtual lords in the hall all raised a slight brow, allowing the spiders to deliberately come out of the deep pit of the lair to report. I'm afraid it's not just a good discovery. You say it. In the silkworm pupae, a dull sound was made again. Yes. Sky Spider nodded his head strangely and said, Lord, please see. After finishing speaking, Sky Spider made a right-hand stroke, and immediately in the hall, automatically generated a picture. In the extraterrestrial battlefield of the Divine Force universe with rain and broken limbs, a young man wearing a wide black robe, a hood, and a cold and handsome face strode into the void crack. When everyone saw this picture, they all jumped. What? People from the Divine Universe come in? Well, what's going on? If the Divine Universe enters our virtual universe, we should immediately be aware of it. Why didn't I sense our 87th crack, and someone came? Why is this? Everyone said in amazement. The silkworm chrysalis was silent. It wasn't until half a while later that the inside of the silkworm puppet made a sound again. Troubleshoot all cracks in the void and capture the man in the Divine Universe. As soon as this remark came to an end, the crowd was stunned, and then they reacted, and the eyes of suspicion flashed again. Could there be other void cracks in this void forbidden space that can travel between these two universes? Yes. 34 Vane respected each other in congratulations, and then stood up to act immediately to investigate the void cracks. In the hall, it soon became quiet, leaving only the left and right imagination and the weird silkworm that kept trembling. 34 Xuanzuan walked out of the hall. No one noticed that the 8 deserted Xuanzuan, who walked at the end, had a shadow of uncertainty on his face. That guy and Wu Shuang seemed to be similar. Yahuang Shuzuan narrowed his eyes and said to himself silently. The suspicion that Jian Wushuang had already dissipated suddenly poured into his heart again. Inexplicably, he felt a little disturbed. However, he did not tell this to the Su, but in his heart, he connected the communication between one of the 5 elders refining Shunzong and Elder Dust. This person is the deity who stayed in the refining deities, and every time after that, he will report to him the size of the refining deities. It can also be said that this elder dust is a of the 8 swords of the Emperor Xuanzang in the refining of the sect of surveillance sword. Dustbone, I ask you, what's wrong with Wushuang recently? After the communication was connected, Yahuang Shuzuan asked in a low voice. Master Uyghur, Wushuang has been retreating in the main hall of the sovereign, and no abnormal situation has been found. Retreat? Bahuang Shuzuan murmured to himself, and immediately said, Dustbone, go to the sovereign hall to see Wushuang immediately and see if he is still in the sovereign hall. What now? Elder Dustbone now. Immediately. Immediately. The cold mang flashed in the eyes of Bahuang Shuzuan. It is good. Suddenly, the sound of Elder Dustbone leaving was heard in the head of 8 desolates. Hanging up the rumor, Bahuang Shuzuan sneered. If Jian Wushuang really was in the Lord's Hall, then the suspect of Jian Wushuang could be washed away and his doubts about Jian Wushuang could be completely lifted. And if not? In the eyes of Bahuang Shuzuan, the killer flashed by. He wants to let Jian Wushuang taste it, dare to deceive him, and regret being born in this world. He licked his lips, and the bloodthirsty blood surged on Yahuang Zuzan's face. Chapter 4537, 4537, Leaving the Mountain. Whoosh! A long white mark flew across the sky. Jian Wushuang's figure gradually turned into a small black dot and disappeared into the horizon. The sea that had calmed down washed the beach in waves, bringing up countless things like shells, gravel, and starfish, reflecting the blue sky. Fengtian Patriarch held the Chaos Wushu cauldron and stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at the sky calmly and did not come back to his senses for a long time. Behind him, the little Taoist had her head lowered, not saying anything. Chuji, do you think I've made a mistake all these years? Fengtian Patriarch suddenly said. There was no emotion in his voice, but it gave off a vague feeling of confusion. The little Taoist girl was stunned. She knew that her master had always been a very kind person. If it was an ordinary person who had their opportunity to advance snatched away by others, they would have long been irreconcilable with that person. However, her own master did not do so. He had also never harbored any thoughts of taking revenge on cosmos gods in the past. Master, why do you think so? The Taoist girl asked in a daze. Hearing this, Fengtian Patriarch smiled bitterly and said, In fact, in the last battle of the Great Catastrophe War, if I had to die, our divine power universe wouldn't have lost so many people. The little Taoist girl was still a little dazed. However, he knew that with his master's power, if he really attacked, not only would so many people in the divine universe not die, but it was even possible to reverse the situation. One must know that his own master was someone who came from the same era as the cosmos gods. Back then, he had even suppressed the cosmos gods. Even now, after the cosmos gods had reached that unspeakable realm, his master's strength was only one level lower than that of the cosmos gods. Forget it. You're still too young. You won't understand even if I tell you. Fengtian Patriarch shook his head, pursed his lips, and did not say anything else. Only he himself knew that he had trapped himself on South Sea Island for so many years because he had given up on himself and was unwilling to face reality. Suddenly, the Fengtian Patriarch let out a long breath and turned to look at the little Taoist, who was only as tall as his shoulders. He smiled and said, Chi-Chi, how many years have you been with your master? The little Taoist boy was stunned. Although he didn't understand why his master would suddenly ask this, he felt that his master was a little strange today. 1,000,000 years. You've been with me on this island for 1,000,000 years. The Fengtian Patriarch sighed and suddenly said something that made the little Tao child's expression freeze. Chuji, do you want to go out and take a look? What I mean is to see the real vast galaxy, the boundless sea of stars, to see the true appearance of this world. The Taoist girl's eyes widened, and her breathing became a little hurried. Ever since she had been picked up by Fengtian Patriarch on the beach, she had never left this world. In the beginning, she would go to the mortal countries to play, make friends, and have fun. However, it did not take long for him to realize that mortals had life, old age, sickness, and death, and they had their own day and night. When she came out of her seclusion and happily went to find her former friends, they had long been dead and buried in graves, and the grass on their graves were 3 feet tall. A mortal's life was perhaps just a period of time for him to meditate. As time passed, he no longer went to the mortal countries to have fun. Otherwise, once there was a life and death separation, it would only add to her sadness. It could be said that she had spent almost all of the past 1 million years on the Southern Ocean immortal island with her master, Fengtian Patriarch. She could not wait to see the wonderful universe that his master had talked about. She wanted to see the brilliant sea of stars. However, she did not want to bring it up and put her master in a difficult position. She knew that her master, who looked carefree on the surface and seemed to not take anything to heart, had a knot in the depths of his heart. I want to. After hesitating for a long time, the little Taoist girl took a deep breath and said the words firmly. After he finished speaking, she thought that her master would glare at her fiercely and then reprimand her. Therefore, she lowered her head and did not dare to look at her master's face. However, what she got in return was a carefree laugh that her master had never had before. Good. My disciple, we'll take you to see what the universe really looks like. Fengtian Patriarch laughed heartily, carefreely, and uninhibited. He had never laughed so freely before. The light in his eyes brightened, and an extremely terrifying, overbearing intent emanated from his body. On this day, the Fengtian Patriarch finally found the courage to undo the knot in the depths of his heart. He was the #1 expert below Cosmos God. Chuji, since you're going to the outside world, you can't wear this set of clothes. The girls in the outside world don't dress like you do. With a wave of his right hand, a purple silk dress with tassels appeared in his hand. Go and change into this. Ah! The little Taoist girl was stunned for a moment. She took the dress from Fengtian Patriarch in a daze and ran into the bamboo house on the Southern Ocean immortal island. A moment later, a tall, slender, and curvaceous young lady in a long dress nervously clutched her dress as she timidly shuffled out of the bamboo house. She had bright eyes and white teeth. Her skin was as white as snow, and her clear eyes were like clear water, extremely clear. The afterglow of the setting sun reflected on her face, reflecting a large patch of shyness. Her facial features were exquisite. Her small face had a high nose, and her chin was sharp. There were many beauties in the universe, some cold, some enchanting, and some cold, but she had something that most women did not have. She was clean. The word clean seemed simple, but it was the rarest word. Master, I am a little uncomfortable, so we'll change back to that Taoist robe. Chuji pinched the hem of her clothes, lowered her head, and said in a weak voice. She did not know why, but she felt that her heart was thumping and her palms were sweating. Silly disciple, you're not allowed to switch back. Fengtian Patriarch glared at the youngling as he spoke in a threatening tone. He sighed in his heart. He was the only one who knew what he was going to do after leaving the Southern Ocean immortal island. After taking her to see the universe, he would also go and do something for this universe. Whether or not he would be able to return alive was unknown to the Fengtian Patriarch. Chuji did not know that this dress was an extremely powerful defensive immortal garment that Fengtian Patriarch had refined with all his supreme treasures. In terms of value, it was probably not much lower than a supreme ancestral weapon. This was a gift that the Fengtian Patriarch had made for her with his life savings. My disciple, if Master is not here in the future, I will rely on this immortal robe to protect you. Fengtian Patriarch said silently in his heart. However, he raised his head and stretched out his hand, flicking Chuji's forehead. His tone was a little fierce as he said, Silly disciple, if Master finds out that you dare to change out of these clothes, Master will peel off your skin. All right, I know. Master, why are you so fierce? Chuji rubbed her head where she had been flicked and mumbled in dissatisfaction. Fengtian Patriarch snorted and did not say anything else. Instead, he lowered his head and looked at the ground beneath his feet. His eyes were filled with reminiscence. Old friend, you've accompanied this old man here for so many years. You must have been bored for a long time, right? Bang! Fengtian patriarch chuckled to himself as he stomped his right foot lightly. Rumble. In an instant, the entire Southern Ocean immortal island began to tremble violently. The seawater within a radius of 10,000 miles began to explode like boiling water. Boom, boom, boom. The ground cracked open and the sea boiled. It was as if a giant beast was awakening under the feet of the Fengtian patriarch. The next moment, bang, an earth-shattering boom erupted. The entire Southern Ocean immortal island was lifted into the air, and an extremely dull buzzing sound was heard. From afar, a black turtle emerged from the deep sea. Master, this is? Chu Ji's eyes flashed with a look of horror. She saw that under her feet was no longer the Southern Ocean immortal island, but a giant black turtle that was hundreds of thousands of feet wide. Its 4 limbs were like 4 ocean-stabilizing divine needles, pillars that held up the sky, and the Southern Ocean immortal island that she had lived on for 1,000,000 years was just a shell on the back of this giant turtle. The seething sea breeze ruffled the white hair on the sides of Fengtian Patriarch's face. However, the smile on his face grew wider. Old fool, I've come out of seclusion. It's time to settle the score with you. Oh, right, the alien races in the Void universe. We have to deal with them first. They'll put aside the score with this old man for now, and blast these B** stars out of our universe first. On this day, in the endless territories of the South Ocean star field, countless mortals raised their heads and saw a giant turtle that covered the sky. Hundreds of millions of living beings knelt on the ground and looked at the giant turtle in the sky with fanatical eyes. They shouted in unison to bid farewell to the immortal. On this day, there was no more legend about the old immortal master in the South Ocean star field. On this day, there was a strange combination in the universe. It was a giant turtle that was as big as a star. A disheveled old man and a beautiful purple-dressed girl were traveling around the universe. It was a strange combination. Oh, this old man forgot to ask. What's the name of the boy who played chess with this old man? I wonder if this boy has a Tao companion. It's time to find someone to entrust this young girl to. Shaking his head, this strange pair disappeared into the vast starry sky. And in the distant starry sky, Jin Wushuang, who was wearing a black robe and had a cold face, was already flying toward the off-world battlefield. Chapter 45-38. Inside the Lord's dormitory, Jin Wushuang nodded with satisfaction as he looked at the corpse of Tai Luo, who exudes a medium and supreme atmosphere. Today's Taro God corpse is not an exaggeration to say that it is the second avatar of Jin Wushuang. The strengthening of Taro God corpse's strength naturally equals the enhancement of Jin Wushuang's strength. This gave Jin Wushuang a little more confidence in the next battle. With a big wave of his hand, Jin Wushuang put the corpse of Tai Luo into the town's monument, and he was sitting in the center of the yin and yang gossip chart and began to absorb the weak force. A large amount of virtual force was sucked into the body by Jin Wushuang, and then transformed through the virtual force crystal nucleus into the purest divine power. This makes Jin Wushuang feel helpless. In the early morning of the second day, Jin Wushuang held a morning meeting. This is the homework that must be done as the master of the line. The content of the morning meeting is very simple. That is, the elders report the situation of the sect, such as the recent major events in the universe, or the talented disciples in the sect, and there are recent signs of breakthrough. Generally speaking, it is a trivial matter. The same is true of today's morning meeting. After Jin Wushuang asked some regular questions, the elders retreated. On the throne, Jin Wushuang rubbed his brows, slightly tired. I have to say that the suzerain is still very tired. He must not only cultivate by himself, but also manage the tens of thousands of disciples in the suzerain. Metropolitan. When everyone was gone, the stature was fiery and charming, and his face was charming, and the 9 musk deer in a light red coat quietly moved away from the lotus step. He stood slenderly behind Jin Wu's body and stretched out his slender jade fingers. You have to squeeze Jin Wushuang's shoulders. As soon as her hands touched Jin Wushuang's shoulders, she saw that Jin Wushuang was shocked with electric shock. She suddenly stood up, raised her eyebrows and asked her coldly, "What are you doing?" "What?" Jiamu was startled by Jian Wushuang's tone, and a look of panic flashed on her face. Sovereign, I just watch you tired and want to help you out. No need to, Jian Wushuang said coldly. Sovereign, you didn't have to let your body take care of you a few days ago. Nine Musk stunned, then said with a blank expression. Just a few days ago, after the morning meeting, Jian Wushuang held her hand with a smile, letting her serve her well. For this reason, she also deliberately wore a more elegant red tulle today, and could dimly see the spring light in her red clothes, showing his good figure. Why does the Lord suddenly change his face today? This change of face, come too fast, right? Jian Wushuang heard a twitch of his mouth. Without having to think about his memory, he knew that it must be a ghost trick played by Tai Luo's corpse. No, this lord does not need a maid. Forcibly suppressing his temper, Jian Wushuang immensely said, Nine Musk dear, from now on, you are no longer the servant of this lord. Go back to Shurian Mountain and practice. The practice is the root. Jusu heard that. She suddenly trembled and her face became a little white. Jian Wushuang's sentence, although it is more euphemistic, but to put it plainly, isn't it just driving her away? I understand. Nine Musk bit her lower lip tightly, nodded, and then left a little embarrassed. Jian Wushuang looked at the back of Jioshan, shook his head slightly, then turned around, pressed the dark room button of the Lord's dormitory, and stepped into the dark room of the dormitory. Entering the hall, Jian Wushuang sat down directly on the yin and yang gossip array, and a large amount of virtual force rushed towards Jian Wushuang. Now that the battle between the virtual universe and the magical universe is about to start, he must seize every minute to improve his strength. At the same time, in the void crack, the 87th crack, it's like a hive in a palace group, in the middle palace. Flip-flop, a dull footstep came. 34 Xuanzuan strode into the hall. Return to Lord Void God. All cracks in the void have been investigated. On the throne of the hall, a low voice came out of the silkworm pupae. Huh? Anything? The words fell, and one of the 34 vaunted lords, who had eyes full of hands and vain lords without hands, stepped out and revived. Master Xingshin is wise. When we checked the 23rd crack, we found that the 23rd crack can lead to the divine universe. But unfortunately, the black-robed man who escaped into our universe and not caught. The existence in the silkworm chrysalis seems to have long expected this answer, saying, this person does not need to worry about it. It is not the first time for us to reach our virtual universe. When the Holocaust begins, this person naturally will surface. After a moment of pause, a low, hoarse voice like a man and a woman sounded again in the silkworm pupae. That being the case, let the war of catastrophe start ahead. As soon as this remark came to an end, all the people in the hall changed their faces, and then their eyes filled with joy. Listen to Lord Shushin. Is this? Lord Shushin has completely recovered? Click, click. Without waiting for them to think about it, the silkworm pupa wrapped in layers of white silk split a crack. A trace of black mist like black ink spread through this crack. Click, 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 click. Immediately, there were more and more cracks. At last, an earth-shattering loud noise came out, and the entire silkworm pupae exploded. A tall figure shrouded in endless black mist slowly stood up inside the silkworm pupae. His body was shrouded in dark mist, and it was hard to see, except for a pair of scarlet demon eyes, showing the supreme, breathtaking breath. Under these eyes, heaven and earth must bow their heads, and the universe must boil for them. He is above all beings, sitting alone in the clouds, like a god, looking down at the world. I'll wait, meet Lord Shushin. I'll wait, see Lord Shushin. Suddenly, there were 34 false honors in the hall, including left and right dummy, all kneeling down. Whether they are the masters of a sacred place, or the immortal Taoism, or an extremely ancient existence, at this moment they are kneeling at the feet of this dark mist, and their eyes are extremely frantic. Shin, the master of the entire Xian universe. No one dare to disobey his orders. He is the one who says nothing in the universe. The gods of the whole body shrouded in the dark mist, just glanced at them and stopped saying anything. His figure rose straight up into the air, as if the heavenly men were kneeling at his feet, holding him up. Hundreds of thousands of virtual periods. God of the earth, it's time we meet again. Su Shan took up his hands and murmured to himself. His eyes seemed to penetrate the two universes directly, and saw the gods in the universe of divine power. Next moment, he pressed his right hand slightly down. Battle of Holocaust, let's begin. Chapter 45-39. Cosmic Calendar, 6253. The Second Holocaust, which was called the Battle of the Heavens by later generations, began. On the same day, Shushan led the 32 virtual lords, left and right, through the 87th crack, into the magical universe. The world is shaking, countless clouds are surging, and the world seems to be in the middle of a winter night. The mountains and rivers are reversed, the sun and the moon are discolored, and even the stars are dim. And the voice of the meditation road comes from the sky, mysterious and mysterious. Except for some low-ranking virtual men who don't know what the situation is, those powerful people who have not reached the 87th crack are shocked. Their gazes turned to the place where the void was forbidden. Their eyes flashed, and they mumbled to themselves, "The great world will start." Tianyao Holy Land, Suspension Tower. The Suspension Tower was built in the deepest part of the Tianyao Holy Land. No one can enter the Suspension Tower except for the contemporary lord of Tianyao Holy Land and the Tianyao Shengzi who has extra authority. Because the Suspension Tower is the place where the three ancestors of Tianyao Holy Land slept. The reason why Tianyao Holy Land is able to overpower the heroes and is called one of the Zeons in the virtual universe is because of the existence of these three Tianyao ancestors. Each of the three ancestors of Tianyao is an old monster who has survived from ancient times. In the realm of Luhin Shuzuan, he has been soaked for countless years. The three of them usually slept in the Suspension Tower. Only when the Tianyao Holy Land was facing the crisis of life and death would they go out. Nowadays, no one knows. Among the three ancestors of Tianyao, at this moment, in addition to the third ancestor, they remain in the Suspension Tower. One of the four virtual respects. When the led the people and set off the horn of the Battle of Catastrophe, and formally invaded the divine universe, at the top of the Suspension Tower, an old man wearing a blue robe and full of decaying ancient flavor slowly opened his eyes. A sharp streamer flickered through his hazy eyes. Havoc has begun? This person is truly the third ancestor of Tianyao Holy Land. I hope this war of catastrophes will not end so quickly. The old man has waited too long, and wants to play. The third murmured to himself, then closed his eyes again. This time of the Holocaust battle, the virtual can be said to have gathered the top combat power of the entire virtual universe, breaking the boat. However, Shushan did not let all the top combat powers gather in the void, but divided into several waves, changing constantly. If a strong person fell or was seriously injured in the front, let him retreat and replace it with another one. Like the third ancestor of the Tianyao Holy Land, the palace master of the Hades, etc., is the reserve army responsible for the next few waves. At the same time, in another forbidden place in the virtual universe, the black mist and cloudy wind that has been eroded here all year round is the famous Jedi of the Void universe. Even if the trace-level virtual lord came to this forbidden area, the blast of the black wind that covered the black mist would leave no bones and fly gray, annihilated. Therefore, the virtual universe has never dared to set foot on the discoloration of this forbidden place. However, the group of people at the highest peak of the virtual universe knows that this forbidden area is the most mysterious organization in the entire universe, where the organization is. At the moment, in the middle of the forbidden area, a bronze ancient coffin straddled the void and hovered quietly in the stars. This bronze coffin is full of ancient mysterious texture. A trace of black mist and overcast wind spread along the gap of this bronze coffin. If people see this scene, they will be astounded and shocked. The dark misty wind that is enough to make the dead bones of the trace-level virtual princes absent is actually just a bronze ancient coffin. Around this bronze ancient coffin, More than a dozen men and women in black clothes with strong breaths sat quietly beside the bronze ancient coffin. If Jin Wushuang was here at the moment, he would suddenly find out that there are more than 10 men and women with strong breath, and some of them are the mysterious strong men who once chased and killed him in the 9 stars of the divine universe. When the virtual led many virtual lords and attacked the divine power universe, the more than 10 men and women sitting with their eyes closed and knees seemed to have some sense, and they also opened their eyes, giggle. Is that guy from Shuanshan finally going to the divine universe? A charming woman with a ponytail in her hair and a black suit covering only her hips, with a huge breast on her left forehead, smiled loudly. Her name is Si, seemingly playful and cute, like a maiden of the house. In fact, the 2 cosmic people who died in her hands are more than the sum of all the disciples of Shinzong. Oh, the 2 universes have been calm for too long, and this time I watched a good show. Another tissue eater said with a smile. Soon, the more than 10 men in black talked in a low voice, and their faces were full of excitement and strangeness. There was no awe in the words, whether it was to the gods of the gods or the gods. During the discussion among the people, a lazy voice came out from the bronze ancient coffin. Byte 1, Byte 2, Byte 3, Byte 7, you go to the 2 universes and take a look. This sentence is plainly common, but the voice is full of charm, as if it has 10 million stresses, and it repeats in the ear. Yes, Lord. Hearing this person, from 1 to 7, all 7 stood up. Each of these 7 people has a powerful breath that cannot be said, and the man known as Devouring One is cultivated like a pit, like a prison, and even the 6-marked vanity in front of him is like a little witch seeing a big witch. Breath should be weak. Wearing a red mask on his face, only when I was exposed, and there were actually 3 pupils in this eye. Go on. Like the strange sound waves of countless sounds coming out from the bronze weird. The next moment, from 1 to 7, a total of 7 people, starting from the position of their feet, continue to melt. After the 7 had left, the forbidden area gradually returned to peace, leaving only a bronze coffin with a muttering murmur. Xian Yi, these 2 universes of your choice will give you results soon. Come on now. The Emperor can't help it. You have to screw your head down. With the opening of the Second Holocaust, the entire virtual universe was turbulent, and countless ancient powers that were retreating were all awakened. Jin Wushuang sat cross-legged in the Lord's palace of the Emperor Shenzong and opened his eyes sharply. What happened? Jin Wushuang's face changed, and then the whole person disappeared instantly, and when it appeared again, it was already above the height of the refining Shenzong. Jin Wushuang raised his head and looked towards the sky. Suddenly he saw something extraordinary, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Chapter 45-40. In the eyes of Jin Wushuang, countless gods flow. He could see the countless opportunities and fortunes of the void universe, all rushing towards the void. Is it possible that the battle of havoc has begun? Jin Wushuang's heart shook. Immediately afterwards, a message from the of the earth was connected to the sword unparalleled. Master God, has the war of catastrophes begun? Jin Wushuang took a deep breath and asked. Yes, the virtual has completely awakened and led the army of the virtual universe into the magical universe. The god of tone has never had a heavy tone. So, what should I do? Jin Wushuang asked. The god of the god groaned for a moment, and then said, Swords are unparalleled. You must stop moving. Wait until the people in the virtual universe completely relax their vigilance and enter the magical universe. After that, the old man will contact you, and you will close Fengtian insert in the forbidden area of the void and block their way. At that time, your task is completed. The old man will do his best to kill them as much as possible. As soon as this voice came down, even if it was just a messenger, Jin Wushuang could feel the killing intention in the tone of Zhou God. Silent for a while, Jin said without double emphasis, It is good. Although what Jin Wushuang wants to do now is to return to the extraterritorial battlefield to kill the quartet in order to express his depression, but he knows that what he is carrying is more important now. On the external battlefield, he can be one less sword unparalleled, and it will not affect the battle situation. But what he is going to do next will be able to settle the issue to a large extent and thoroughly establish the life and death victory between the two universes. Well, Jin Wushuang, the situation is urgent. The old man will not tell you more. When you need to set up Fengtian banner, the old man will naturally contact you. After speaking, the of the sky hung up the news. Soon after the hang-up, the five elders such as Elder Moose, Elder Boss, and Elder Bianshan all stood up to the sky and stood next to Jin Wushuang. They looked up, and they all caught the invisible air machine that was constantly flowing towards the void. The elders, Dustbone, Lanyu, and Jinya, all saw the excitement in their eyes. Elder Moose alone sighed softly. The catastrophe is about to happen. How we win, how we lose, we will all pay a painful price, and how hard it will be. After speaking, Elder Moose sighed softly. He is in the virtual universe, and it is rare that he is not the main faction. Jin Wushuang and Elder Banshan did not speak, and looked at each other. The two knew each other, a stop that would change the fate of the two universes. At the same time, leaving aside the extraterrestrial battlefield, the of the universe borrowed the list of sword unparalleled, and has already set up various coping schemes for the 34 virtual honors to fight with him. In the divine universe, because of the outbreak of the Holocaust War, the divine universe is the main battlefield. Therefore, the magnificence of the divine universe is almost several times more horrible than the virtual universe. On this day, the entire magical power of the universe roared, the road wailed, and the sky was gray, and it poured heavy rain. The heavy rain covered the world, covering the entire universe of divine power. Countless thunders exploded, and the silver snake danced like electricity. The entire divine power universe seems to be caught in the stormy end times. Countless monks stared into the sky in horror, exuding divine power but perceiving abnormalities. But no matter how they thought about it, they couldn't think of anything. And the top-level ancestral gates of the divine force universe, like Judy Pavilion, Diwu Temple, and Life Temple, all received the news of the cosmic god at the first time. As a result, those ancient powers that fell asleep awoke. Temple of Life. After tens of thousands of years of rest and recuperation, the Temple of Life finally took a breath. Not only that, the Supreme of Blood Wave also went a step further, breaking through the trance and breaking into a half-step invincible state of supremacy. In today's Life Shrine, it is regarded as the first person to be cultivated. The Great Axe is the original injury that has been completely recovered. It is like the reformed body. It becomes more powerful than before. If it is allowed to grow, it will not take long for it to break through the half-step invincible Supreme. In addition, the ordinary Supreme who had fallen the most in the battlefield of Life Shrine at that time has also made up a lot in these years. For example, the magic wind that once had conflicts with Jin Wushuang dominated the expectations a while ago. The breakthrough reached the elementary extreme. And, perhaps because of the same great vitality and busy recuperating in the Diwu Temple, the Shrine of Life has poured a lot of fresh blood. Although there is no such perfect level of life as Jin Wushuang and King of the Ninth Calamity, the special life at the level of creation has broken through the number of hands. It can be expected that the future Shrine of Life will be full of vitality, and all kinds of rookie will emerge like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. By then, the Temple of Life will reach a new peak. At the same time as the Second War of the Holocaust broke out, the Supreme Masters, such as Bloodwave and Giant Axe, which were under negotiation, changed their faces, leaping out of shape, and came outside the empty hall. I saw 9 days, countless air blows, violent thunder constantly exploded, crackling booming, electric snakes shuttled and danced in the dark gray clouds, emitting incandescent electric light. The wind was like a giant beast, he growled, as if roaring in his ears. Bloodwave Supreme and others suddenly turned wild. Several of them were strong men who had participated in the Holocaust. Although they were still weak at the time, they played the role of waving flags in the Holocaust, but they were too familiar with this scene. This is precisely because of the collision between the laws of the two universes, the emergence of cosmic fluctuations, resulting in a scene. Big Axe, Heaven, you two are responsible for guarding the Temple of Life, so as not to trespass into the vein. I will take a look at the extraterritorial battlefield. Bloodwave Supreme took a deep breath, Shin said. The Supreme Axe and the Heavenly Supreme heard the words, looked at each other, and nodded solemnly. The Battle of Catastrophe is about the survival of the universe. If it is not for the Shrine of Life, it is necessary to send someone to guard it. Why don't they want to go to the extraterritorial battlefield? Okay, then he'll go. Bloodwave Supreme has a heavy expression. As soon as he steps on it, it will turn into a streamer. Before he rushed out, an ancient expanse, meanwhile, gently dragged him down. Next moment, a vicissitudes of voice sounded softly in their ears. Bloodwave, you also stay at the Temple of Life. The old man can go. Hearing this voice, the faces of the three Supreme Bloodwaves, the Great Axe Supreme, and the Heavenly Supreme were all mistaken for a moment, and then immediately a surge of joy appeared and looked back. Master Gav? Chapter 45-41. Master Gav? Supreme Bloodwomen, Great Axe Supreme, Heavenly Supreme, the three Chief Supremes all looked back. I saw an old man with an old spot on his face and turbid eyes, stepping out of the deep temple of life step by step. Hundreds of thousands of years of deep sleep. The rotten atmosphere of Gav Supreme has become stronger. His body is dry, his eyes are deep, and his bones are emaciated. But his appearance, like the ding Haitian needle that calmed the storm, instantly calmed the three people who were impatient. From the time they joined the Shrine of Life, in fact, the years that the Supreme Lord Gaveo spent with them far surpassed the master of the Shrine of Life. In their hearts, Gavro had long regarded him as an elder. Master Gav. Several people in Bloodwave Supreme walked in a few steps, reached out, and supported some of the wind-worn candles. Seeing this, Gavr could not help but waved his hand with a smile, and said, My husband is not old yet, so I want you to come to help. Bloodwave Supreme and others heard that the nose was sore. At that time, what kind of spirit of Supreme was against him, and as a result of the war of the Holocaust, several ancient six-marked virtual honors were slammed, resulting in serious injuries and destruction of life. Originally, if Gav Supreme retreated directly at the time, these injuries would have been over. However, at that time, the main news of the Palace of Life was that Gav Supreme could only suppress the injury, and stood out from the Palace of Life to guard the 100,000 chaos of the Palace of Life G, not subject to the crime of Chiohao. Finally, it was even when the six-party forces besieged the Temple of Life that, for the sake of sword unparalleledness, they would fall into a deep sleep with their own bodies and fight against the dragons. It can be said that the Life Shrine Palace owner created the Life Shrine, but the person who really made the Life Shrine stand forever is the Gap Supreme. Gav Supreme paid his life for the Temple of Life. Let the entire Palace of Life revere. What about Jian Wushuang? Gavr asked with a smile. Master Gao Fu, Jian Wushuang went to the extraterritorial battlefield nearly 10,000 years ago. Bloodwave Supreme replied. Oh? Isn't the extraterrestrial battlefield going only to the Supreme? This little guy has broken the Supreme? Gavri raised a brow lightly, wondering. Yes, after the end of the universe race, Jian Wushuang broke through the Supreme, and has swept through the six forces with his own strength. In addition to the Dragon and Diwu Temple still exist, other big sun fuckingdom, etc., has all been destroyed. Bloodwave Supreme nodded and said, When it comes to Jian Wushuang, his face involuntarily pride. Sword unparalleled is the Temple of Life he brought into. He is really proud of Jian Wushuang's current achievements. After hearing a few moments of silence, Gafu Supreme said a word. It is good. This word is very simple, but it is full of incomparable gratification and the recognition of sword unparalleled. After speaking, Gafu Supreme lost his hand, looked up to the sky, and said to himself with a smile on his mouth, Since then, the old man can be completely assured. As long as he survives this catastrophe, the Life Shrine will be led by the sword unparalleled, and it will definitely shine and heat like the sky. The words of this sentence fell down, and no one noticed that there was already a trace of death in Gaze's eyes. His body, he knows the situation best. It has long been unable to return to the sky. And now, he only wants to use his own body to make the most brilliant blow for the magical universe. As soon as he stepped on, Gafu Supreme suddenly rose to the sky and blasted towards the extraterrestrial battlefield. Supreme Bloodwave, Great Axe, etc., looked at each other face to face, then sighed. At the same time, in the divine universe, the glacier is forbidden. This is where the patriarchs live. Glacier Forbidden Area, under a magnificent glacier. An old man with a naked torso, muscles knotted and self-defeating, full of overbearingness, was sitting cross-legged. He seemed to be a furnace fireball, and the extremely cold glaciers could not approach him for half a minute. The bitter cold had eroded before and was melted by the old man. Is that junk of alien universe jumping again? Whispered from the mouth of the patriarch. Immediately, he slowly opened his eyes, and a blazing golden light burst out from his eyes. That fool's escape from the old man's life. This time, he couldn't escape. The shoulder trembled slightly. Click, click. In an instant, the manganese glacier, like a glass mirror that had died, began to crawl through cracks and then shattered. A fierce and domineering figure, like the sun, soared into the sky and flew towards the outer battlefield. A mortal planet in a lonely star field. The streets were bustling with countless mortals walking around. The door of an inn. An old beggar in ragged clothes, faintly visible as a star robe, leaning on the threshold of the inn, holding a dusty wine gourd in his hands, drinking with his head up, and half-drunkenly groaned softly. 3,000 years old. What year is it tonight? The passers-by who passed by often looked at the wine lunatic with disgust and disgust. Even the young children, when they smelled the smell of wine on the old beggar, hurried away. Hey, you drunk old beggar, lie down and lie down. Don't stop our family from doing business. The inn, covering his nose, kicked and kicked the old beggar. Hey, let's go, let's go. Laukier opened his dim and drunk eyes, glanced at the shop's eye, grinned, and revealed a mouth missing a front tooth. Immediately, he stepped out and rushed into the sky for 9 days. This. Passers-by passing around, and the second-looking shop their expressions were dull. Fairy. Suddenly, countless people fell on their knees and bowed their heads, and the old beggar stepped out the second step. Today, he re-enters the invincible supreme realm. In the heart of the universe, a sword mountain is suspended under the gate of Jianshan Mountain, on a plaque with gold hook and iron painting. The pin corner sharply writes 4 big characters. Starry Sword Sect. On this day, 13 flying swords came out of the mountain, like a flat boat, driving into the stars. On top of this flying sword, 13 strong men fluttered in clothes, showed the sword fairy style. And standing on the first flying sword, standing with his hands on his shoulders, stood a tall woman wearing a red scapula, with her hair curled up, stuck in a wooden hoe. She is Wu Jinxian and the first person in the world of Kendo. The sky is full of swordsmanship, and the starry sky is divided into 2 halves as if divided by the sea. This scene, similar to the above, is constantly happening in the divine universe. This day, regardless of whether it is the supreme Gawa who awakened from his deep sleep, or the old beggar who asked the world with a drunk eye, and asked, "What is the age of 3,000 years old?" Supreme Wu Jianxian. Their destination is the same place. That is, the extraterrestrial battlefield. Chapter 45-42. On this day, there was a turmoil in the universe. Hundreds of thousands of miles of cosmic starry sky. From time to time, among the major star domains, the legend of the immortal appears from time to time. These so-called immortals may not like to pull out gangs and form forces in weekdays, but like solo travelers, they travel in all directions in the universe, measure the earth with their feet, and perceive all minds with divine hearts. They usually don't care about everything in the universe, they are indifferent, but now, for the safety of the universe, they are all showing their true body and helping the extraterrestrial battlefield. Patriarch ancestors White Apes, Laukir Cucurbits, Emperor Ling Tian, star ancestors. One name used to be arbitrary and dominated the ancient power of an era. They have recovered, stepped out of the universe, step by step, and entered the extraterritorial battlefield. Beyond that, once the three hegemons of the universe, the dragon tribe headed by the scales, the unicorn tribe headed by the beasts, and the phoenix headed by birds, were among the three ancestors of their three tribes. The same strong ones stepped out and shocked the world. At the beginning of the universe, chaos had just opened, and the three dragon and phoenix unicorns fought for the identity of the cosmic hegemony. They suffered heavy casualties, and then the catastrophe war broke out again shortly afterwards. Following the fallen Fengzhu and King Kirin before, they also died in the Battle of Catastrophe. The three dragon and phoenix unicorns are completely declining, and each of them finds a forbidden retreat and rests. The of the universe then rose and won the Battle of Catastrophe, becoming the true master of the universe. Now, the War of Catastrophe is reopened. Even if the dragons, phoenixes, and unicorns no longer want to contribute, under the call of the gods of the universe, they have to pinch their noses and forcibly wake up a few sleeping ancestors in the clan and rush to the battlefield outside the territory. Countless ordinary monks who don't know the inside story, although they don't know what happened, they are also a puppet in their hearts. It's going to be another day. This is a brilliant world like never before. And at the moment, in the virtual universe, there are also countless powers to awaken and recover, but instead of rushing to the void for the first time like the divine universe, they wait quietly for the dispatch of the virtual god. At the same time, in the refining deities, the Lord's dormitory, Jin Wushuang and Ban Shan sat cross-legged. Jin Wushuang, what shall we do next? Elder Ban Shan asked with some concern. He spent tens of thousands of chaotic periods in the virtual universe, knowing the strength of the virtual universe. The top combat power of the virtual universe, if measured by the number of people, is not much more than the magic power universe, but according to the actual combat power, it is stronger than the magic power universe. For example, the zombie who dominated the universe while the virtual was asleep was no worse than the virtual god. What's more, there is a heterogeneous existence of the phage organization in the virtual universe. Hold your soldiers and wait for dispatch. Jin Wushuang's expression was flat, and he said 8 words. Elder Ban Shan heard the words, and he couldn't help but hesitated, and said in amazement, "Let's do nothing?" "Yes, you can't stand the big picture." Jin Wushuang nodded. Before this second cataclysmic war broke out, he was nervous and uneasy. However, after this cataclysmic battle really broke out, Jin Wushuang found that his mood was calmed down instead. There is a saying for mortals that there is no room for two tigers, and there are fightings when there are rivers and lakes. This sentence is equally valid in the universe. From the moment the two universes were opened, the two universes were doomed to be in between, and would only end with a complete victory on one side. Okay. Ban Shan shook his head with a bitter smile. At the same time, he looked at the swordless sword of Wujing on his face, and he couldn't help expressing his emotions. The sword is so young without both sides. Shun Shi Kung Fu has reached such a deep level. The universe war broke out, and he can remain rational and calm and think freely. This made him feel a little bit ashamed. Jin Wushuang, then the old man will leave first. If there is any situation, please inform me the first time, and I will retreat first during this time. Ban Shan took a deep breath and said, "It is good." Jin Wushuang nodded his head. He knew that Ban Shan was not calm in his heart now, and he would not be able to maintain rational and calm thinking. Once he could not keep calm and rational thinking, it was only a matter of time to reveal the flaws. Therefore, it is currently the best practice for Ban Shan to choose retreat. After Ban Shan left, Jin Wushuang sat quietly on the seat with his knees crossed, his eyes blinking constantly. He knew that what he had to do now was only one word, and that was wait. Early this morning, he talked to Zhou Shan. Zeus told him that the battle between the two universes is not yet a confrontation, and they are still in the process of trial and friction with each other. Zeus does not intend to expose their strength and directly start a life and death duel with the virtual universe. Today's god of the earth is like a hunter who is carefully setting up a trap, constantly laying down on the virtual universe, waiting for the people of the virtual universe to fall into the trap step by step. After that, the sword Wushuang came to close the net. After pondering for a while, Jin Wushuang and Luo Ming, the head of the Red Whale Gang, obtained a message. Little Lord. Luo Ming's respectful voice came. He had been paying attention to the Forbidden Land in the past and vaguely guessed about this catastrophe. It is estimated from this that the identity of Jian Wushuang naturally emerged. Although he understood in his heart, he didn't break it. From the moment Jian Wushuang planted a ban in the source of life that day, he knew that his life no longer belongs to this universe, or even to himself. Only belong to one person, that is Jian Wushuang. He will be under the sword warriors. The fiercest dog will only serve sword warriors. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded his head, and then said, Luo Ming, from now on, all the gangs of the Red Whale will be reduced to zero, and all will be dispersed. They will withdraw from the top forces and the void, and the Red Whale should not exist. Only the core personnel who had been banned dived underground and changed their names. Now that the war of catastrophe has begun, at this critical juncture, Jian Wushuang must find a way to close all his tales. Dissolved? Luo Ming heard the words for a moment, then nodded without hesitation, and replied, Master, I see. What's the name of another name? Jian Wushuang thought about it, and now Luo Ming and others are playing his eyes and eyes in the virtual universe. That being the case, let us do this. You will call it left ear. Serve me for 10 million years. After 10 million years, I will lift the ban and return you to freedom. Jian Wushuang said faintly, presumably 10 million years later, the catastrophe between the two universes has ended, and then they will be free. It is good. Luo Ming raised her fist and was slightly agitated. Well, they'll contact you again if something happens. Jian Wushuang cut off the communication with Luo Ming, got up and walked out of the Lord's Hall, came to the railing, and could overlook the entire Lianshan Zone. The sky became drowsy, snow falling from the sky, and the white snow covered the Lianshan Zone. A snowflake fell on Jianxi's shoulder. Jian Wushuang tightened his lord's concubine tightly, looking at the dim sky, murmured to himself, The winter is here, and the night is coming. Chapter 45-43. Time passed and 3 days passed. For monks, 3 days is just a blink of an eye, but for today's virtual universe and divine universe, it is extremely slow. Although there are major top-level existences in the divine universe, and they went to battlefields outside the region to help the gods of the universe, but the gods of the universe did not choose to directly engage in a decisive battle with the virtual universe, but instead detoured backwards. The virtual universe is pressing harder and closer, compressing the living space of the gods such as the gods. At this moment, in the extraterrestrial battlefield of the divine universe, the voids of the void universe have camped and completely occupied them. A tent in the middle of the camp, surrounded by endless black mist, the of innocence of physical appearance was sitting on a large chair. On his sides, there are left and right vanities, and under him are 34 vanities. They are negotiating the next battle plan. A vanity with countless tentacles walked in quickly from outside the camp, kneeling at the feet of the Su, and said in a deep voice, Master Xian Shun, the people of the divine universe still do not face us, but retreat with one blow, and continue to shrink the line of defense. The virtual sat in the main seat and did not speak, but raised his head and narrowed his eyes, making it hard to understand what he was thinking. The right-hand messenger standing next to him was a thin-skinned old man wearing a shaman's hat. He heard the words softly and said, Master Xian, there must be demon and abnormal things. This magical universe does not confront us, but instead it is constantly backing away. I'm afraid that there is any conspiracy. As soon as this word came to an end, other virtual respects also frowned and said, Yes, Lord Shushan, this magical universe is obviously a strategy to seduce the enemy deeply. It is estimated that there is an ambush not far away. There was a lot of talk in the camp tent. Su Shun gave them a faint glance, full of magical sounds, from his mouth. How about an ambush? What's the plan? It's just a matter of 10 minutes. After that, he shook his head and waved forward. Come down, and now see the people in the divine universe. No longer stay tempted and kill them directly. The people in the divine universe don't want to start a war with us. We will start a war with them. The initiative is never in their hands, but in our hands. The words were bland, but in the middle of the words, they were full of horror and domineering, not to put anything in their eyes. If you want 3,000 tricks and 100,000 calculations, I will try my best to drop 10 sessions. Strong crush. Divine power within the universe. The house was full of false men, and they all took the keelboat and slowly evacuated. The Zhou stood on the deck of a keelboat, stood with his hands up, and looked up at the starry sky in the distance. There is a sense between the strong and the strong. He can sense that before the 100,000 virtual eras, the existence of the virtual universe was not far from him, looking at him from a distance. False god, his old enemy, Master Zeus, the people of the virtual universe, seem to notice that we are hanging them, and in the last few attacks, they no longer rush to kill. Captain of the 8th team, the Supreme Master Sisi, who breathed Sanqing into the universe with supernatural power, stood beside the of the universe and said softly. In his eyes, there was a rush of worry. Just as the virtual said, their magical universe has laid out countless killing arrays of the of extermination in the base camp tens of thousands of miles away from the battlefield outside the territory. Each of these killing arrays is not only powerful, but also the god used the list of combat power given to him by the sword unparalleled. Each of them has a targeted restraint attribute. Once the people of the virtual universe enter, then what is waiting for them is a thunderstorm like a storm. Anyway, I understand the character of Shushin, who always advocates supremacy of strength and pushes invincibly. You can rest assured that he will not shrink back, but will increase the offensive. Zeus said with a smile. For this old enemy who has been entangled in 100,000 chaos ages, the of the universe has long been familiar with the virtual god. Not to mention, the countless killing battles are just a guise for the gods of the universe to attract their attention. The real killing trick is Jian Shuang's sword. As long as Jian Wushuang inserted the Feng Tianqi into the void and cut off the back of the void universe, so that they could not get supplies, even if the countless killing battles did not work, he could slowly grind and grind the alien dead. However, these plans did not tell anyone. Okay, I hope so. The 8th team captain Shishi took a deep breath and said, 3 days later, Master Zeus, as you expected, the virtual soldiers of the virtual universe launched a fierce attack. The 8th team captain Sun Shi hurried over and said with a look of excitement, in the case of countless killings, the current divine power universe is not afraid of the virtual universe being reckless, it is afraid of the virtual universe being careful. Now the virtual universe has launched a fierce onslaught, and they are chasing after them, just hitting them. Okay, don't fight with them, drag them into the battlefield. The god of the nod nodded, and then waved his hand to let Su Shi Supreme leave, and opened a communication with sword unparalleled. Refining Shunzong. The sword sat cross-legged and was practicing. Sword unparalleled. The words of the universe sounded in Jian Wushuang's mind. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes, and there was a flash of magic in his eyes. Sir Master, are you planning to start? Yes, the sword is unparalleled. You can now rush to the void and set up the sky banner. Zeus nodded, then took a deep breath. His expression became serious. Sword unparalleled. This time your mission is very important. You can only succeed and not fail. It is good. Jian Wushuang nodded. A flash of firmness flashed in his eyes. Even if you die here, you will not regret it. At last, the Zhou paused, his tone softened, and he said deeply, Jian Wushuang, after finishing this, come back alive. The old man is waiting for you in the universe. Jian Wushuang smiled at the words and said, relax, I will come back alive. Later, Jian Wushuang hung up the communication with the of the universe. The Lord's dormitory became quiet. Jian Wushuang got up and stood up. His eyes were as plain as water, and he stepped out of the sovereign hall. Some cold wind blows Jian Wushuang's black hair. It's windy. Jian Wushuang looked up at the sky and murmured to himself. Next moment, the sword unparalleled stepped out, already outside the astral area where the refining Godzong was located. Standing in the starry sky, Jian Wushuang has put on a wide black robe. He glanced down at the refining Shunzong and realized in his heart that he would never come here again. Goodbye. Shaking his head, Jian Wushuang reached out to pull on the wide hood that was attached to the black robe and pulled down the hood's brim to reveal only one chin. Huh! Swordless twins turned into a thunder, blasting towards the void. The recent plot is the biggest climax and the most important part of the Top of the Universe. It is related to the end of the Top of the Universe volume, so it takes more time and effort. In order to achieve the best results, constantly scrutinizing the plot, resulting in late updates every day. I apologize to everyone. I will find time later to make up for it. Chapter 45-44. The Vast Universe of Stars. A figure was bursting towards the void forbidden. Refining Shunzong is not far from the void forbidden ground, so it doesn't take long for Jian Wushuang to reach the void. When it came to the void, it was much tougher than the previous defense. There are traces of vanity everywhere, guarding the entrances. These levels of virtual respect are not high, and most of them are second and third marks. They were drawn by the elders of the top sects, and they were unable to participate in the Holocaust and were responsible for guarding the void. Who is coming? A scolding sound came, and a middle-aged man with a shining light in his eyes and a halo of avenues appeared on his back, staring at Jian Wushuang. Sir, this is Luoming. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, reached down and pushed down the hood on his head, exposing a face exactly like Luoming. At the same time, a faint glow passed across the Ethereum token on his waist, making his breath impenetrable. Luoming? The middle-aged man sitting cross-legged, suppressing the entrance, raised his eyebrows. He had heard the name Luoming. It is the infamous red whale leader in the universe, who has always made a living by killing homes. Although his strength is not weak, his reputation in the universe is not good. He often does things that are deceptive and hardworking. In the eyes of this middle-aged man, Luoming is just a small character who can't get on the stage. What did this guy come here all of a sudden? Shaking his head, the middle-aged man's mouth appeared to be ridiculous, playing with taste. Luoming, you are not staying with your red whale gang. Why come here? There are no people you can rob. Jian Wushuang heard the words and glared at him with a pretense of annoyance and snorted. What are you talking about? Is this the only thing you can do that doesn't work? Ha ha ha, isn't it? The middle-aged man grinned narrowly, and the taunt on his face was even stronger. Well, Luoming, this is not where you should come. Wherever you come from, go back. He waved his hand, and the middle-aged man said impatiently that he wanted to send the sword Wushuang to leave. Go away. What are you? This void is forbidden to open your house? If you let me go, just leave? Jian Wushuang glared at the middle-aged man and said something viciously. Long before entering the forbidden area of the void, Jian Wushuang had already figured out his plan, which was fake Luoming. This person, Luoming, has a good reputation in the virtual universe, but because of his status, he doesn't have many friends he really knows. In addition, Luoming's impression to the public is that the image of the unreliable Demon King, even if he did something extraordinary, in the eyes of everyone, it is reasonable and consistent with his personality. These are the labels on Luoming. Therefore, this is the most suitable identity for Jian Wushuang to enter the void. As for the risk of breaking in too much, if not until the last moment, Jian Wushuang does not want to do so. You guy, you really have a bad breath. The middle-aged man changed his face slightly when he heard the words, and there was a coldness in his eyes. This seat lets you leave. This is not where you should come. Don't you understand? While talking, the middle-aged man stood up while standing. The mighty coercion belonging to the four-level virtual respect emanated from him. Although he cultivates the same realm as Luoming, he is confident that he, who is from the front door, is definitely not the same as Luoming. If Luoming dare to say a word, he doesn't mind teaching the infamous red whale the big head. What? You want to fight? Jian Wushuang sneered and looked at the middle-aged man without fear. With the status of Luoming, Jian Wushuang has no worries about his seemingly insane performance, which will cause any doubt. Court death. The middle-aged man flashed coldly in his eyes and said coldly, Luoming, You usually do anything wrong, even if you don't cause a major event. Now dare to challenge this seat. Do you think this seat is your usual soft persimmon? Wow. A black bone knife was pulled out of the body by a middle-aged man. A surge of imaginary force burst from him. Jian Wushuang looked at this scene. His pupils shrunk slightly, but his face did not change at all, stepped out, and stared directly at the middle-aged man. The eyes of the two men collided in the air, hitting countless invisible sparks. Pinpoint to Mei Mong. Just when the two were about to start, an unexpected voice suddenly came from a distance. Luo Ming, why are you here? Immediately afterwards, he saw an old man in a red robe. After seeing Jian Wushuang, he first looked at him, and then a happy expression came out on his face, and he quickly greeted him. Ah, Lord Blackknife, Luo Ming, why are you two on the bar? When the old man in the red robe approached, he saw that the atmosphere between Jian Wushuang and the middle-aged man was not right, and his heart suddenly made a bad noise. He and Luo Ming are best friends, and he knows Luo Ming's temperament best. I'm afraid it's my friend who caused something. With a bitter smile in his heart, the old man in the red robe immediately became a peacemaker. The middle-aged man obviously also knew the old man in the red robe. He snorted coldly, and his face was still not very good. Red Buddha, if you ask this person, shut your mouth and let the seat get out of the way. I don't kill him. It's already a good temper. Jian Wushuang heard the thoughts in his mind, and the old man in the red robe was afraid of being the real Luo Ming. He was one of the few friends in the universe. When the meeting still has to find a chance, ask Luo Ming to find out the situation of the old man in the red robe. Otherwise, it is very likely to reveal stuffing. There are many thoughts in his heart, but on the surface, Jian Wushuang stared at him, pretending to be angry. Red Buddha, this guy let me go away first. This guy is just a gatekeeper. If he is really a false gods, everyone is in the same realm. Why did he order me? Luo Ming, what is the gatekeeper? This seat is the last line of defense for Lord Shushan. You must not talk nonsense. The middle-aged man's anger came again. You really put gold on your face. Jian Wushuang disdain sneered whispered. Between these two words, Jian Wushuang and this middle-aged man have another rhythm that they want to fight. Seeing this, the old man in the red robe only felt that the first two were big, and he couldn't help but stop the unstoppable Jian Wushuang, and smiled bitterly. Well, give me a face, just a few words? The words fell, and the old man in the red robe saw that the two had slightly tempered their tempers and stopped, and he could not help but sigh of relief, then turned to look at Jian Wushuang and asked, Yes, Luo Ming, why did you come here suddenly? He remembered that Luo Ming did not know about the Holocaust. Chapter 45-45 Things of the Holocaust. In the divine universe, it is a secret that only spreads in the top combat power, and the same is true in the virtual universe. In theory, with Luo Ming's strength, he is qualified to know the Holocaust, but Luo Ming's popularity is too poor, and he has always been at odds with those top ancestors who know the news. Therefore, no one will naturally tell him. The old man in red robes knows this. Therefore, he was also quite surprised how Luo Ming knew about the Holocaust. In this regard, of course, Jian Wushuang's heart already has the answer. When I saw his eyebrows raised, he deliberately made a careless look and poked his lips and said, Why? Only you know? There are so many children in the Red Whale Gang, and I have already told this to him. The old man in the red robe heard the words and nodded bitterly with a smile. Although the Red Whale Gang are some shrimp soldiers and crabs, few of them can play a major role, but there are indeed many personnel. It is not difficult to inquire about a piece of news. Luo Ming, tens of millions of years have gone. You still speak with a gun and a stick. The old man in the red robe said with emotion. Before waiting for Wushuang's answer, the middle-aged man, Black Sword Lord, sneered and replied, What do you know? What do you want to do when you know it? Do you want to succeed or not to participate in the Holocaust? Jian Wushuang also replied with a sneer. It is not up to you to decide whether or not to participate in this catastrophe. This seat sees that you are a dog and a mouse, and you are nosy. You, His Majesty the Black Knife heard the words, and immediately became extremely angry. When the old man in the red robe saw that they were in a position to quarrel again, he quickly said, "Well, be quiet." Jin Wushuang and His Majesty the Black Knife stared at each other, then hummed at the same time and stopped talking. Taking a deep breath, the old man in the red robe said, "Now when I wait for the use of the virtual universe, Luo Ming's decision to participate in the Holocaust is not up to you or me. You are here a little wait. Let me first ask the 8 desolate lords who are responsible for guarding the camp this time." After that, the old man in the red robe took a look at them and strode into the void forbidden area. After the old man in the red robe left, Jin Wushuang's mind relaxed slightly. Now that the acting is done, there is no need to go on. Just wait quietly for the result. Therefore, he closed his eyes slightly, eyes and noses and hearts, and turned a blind eye to the spitting fire of his holiness. The void in the forbidden area, the 87th crack, has been completely blocked. It's like a hive. Among the dense palaces, there is a side hall with a few oil lamps. Although the first main forces of the virtual universe have all followed the gods of the universe, they have broken into the magical universe. However, there is still a strong man who is responsible for suppressing the base camp in case of emergency. A middle-aged man in a white robe sat cross-legged on a futon and practiced quietly. Behind him, the endless corpse gas emerged automatically, forming a scene of corpses and blood. He is the 8th desolate emperor, the last sovereign of the refining god sect, and the one responsible for staying in the camp this time. Bada man. The old man in the red robe walked in quickly and firstly whispered respectfully, "Don't look at the 8 desolate worship ranked lower than the 34 deity worship. That's because these 34 deity worship are all recovering from the ancient peak of the strong. But for those who do not enter the 6 marks, 8 desolation still has great prestige." Red Buddha. What's the matter? Bahuang Shuzuan slowly opened his eyes and looked at the old man in the red robe. His tone was kind. Although the old man in the red robe did not enter the 6 marks, in the realm of the 5 marks, he had been immersed in tens of thousands of virtual disciplines. As far as the practice time is concerned, it is far longer than the 8 desolate respect. However, along the way, we don't use strength to determine strength and strength. Let's go back to the 8 wastelands. Red Whale helps Luo Ming to vote and wants to play a part in this catastrophe. The old man in the red robe said with respect, "Luo Ming? But the star robber who is famous in the universe?" Bahuang Shuzhuang asked slightly. "Yes, this is the man. Lord Yaohuang, this Luo Ming has known me for hundreds of times. Although sometimes the mentality is bad, but the strength is not weak, and the nature is not bad." The old man in the red robe said, "Is that so?" Yahuang Shuzuan touched his chin, then smiled and said, "The Red Buddha, you decide for yourself. Let him see where there are cracks to be guarded, then send him to guard." For Bahuang Shuzuan, it is not a big deal to arrange a Luo Ming, and the old man in the red robe just said that he and Luo Ming were good. So let him give him a favor. Yes. The old man in the red robe was a little happy, and grateful Chao Xin honored his hand. In this hidden battle of the void universe, countless people have called it the Battle of Gods, because once this battle is won, it will be rewarded by the Lord God. This is a rare opportunity. Luo Ming is one of his best friends, and the old man in the red robe naturally hopes that this friend can also share such an opportunity. After arching back, the old man in red robe returned to the void outside the forbidden area. "Luo Ming, come with me. Lord Badan has agreed to your request. It'll take you to familiarize yourself with the void forbidden area first, and then find a weak defense to get you on top." The old man in red robe said with a smile, "Ha ha ha, Red Buddha, how are you?" Jin Wushuang laughed loudly and didn't say any polite words, but reached out his hand and struck the old man in the red robe heavily. Although he did not know the real relationship between Luo Ming and the Red Buddha, the relationship would not be bad if he wanted to come. If he spoke some polite words, it would be abnormal. Gladly glancing at the scary middle-aged man with a dark face, Jin Wushuang followed the old man in the red robe and strode into the void. The villain Daji, the middle-aged man, snorted with a bitter hatred, and then sat down again, closed his eyes, and started practicing. No one found that Jin Wushuang, who was closely following the old man in the red robe, opened a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. A small black flag slipped from his cuff, inserted into the void, then disappeared and disappeared. Only Jian Wushuang can sense that all the nearby voids have been suppressed by Feng Tianqi. As long as Jian Wushuang's thoughts move, that Feng Tianqi can be fully urged to block everything and form a Jedi. Luo Ming, let me familiarize you with the Forbidden Land first, and tell you, by the way, what is the situation of this catastrophe? The old man in the red robe walked ahead and said. Jian Wushuang originally had this intention. At this moment, when he heard the old man in the red robe said this, his heart moved and he nodded. It is good. Chapter 45-46. Time passes slowly. The old man in red robes with sword unparalleled began to become familiar with the void. Luo Ming, there are void cracks everywhere in the void space, and the magnetic field is chaotic. Our false consciousness often cannot be spread out completely, or it will convey some wrong information. Therefore, we need to measure by inch by foot and be familiar with the terrain. The old man in the red robe walked forward and said patiently. Jian Wushuang followed, not talking, but constantly looking at the void. As the sentence says, the paper is finally shallow. Although Jian Wushuang has a detailed map of the void forbidden area drawn by the Red Whale Gang, and is already familiar with it, it is still a little different from his own observation. As he walked, Jian Wushuang quietly laid the Fengtianzhen banner. A few hours later, Void Forbidden Land had already traveled to most, and Feng Tianqi in the sword has no hands, and there is not much left. The entire Void Forbidden area is almost under his control. At this moment, the old man in the red robe stepped. Luo Ming, if you want to come to this catastrophe battle, you only know about it, but I don't know the details. Today I will tell you about this catastrophe battle carefully. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes upon hearing the words, and to be honest, he didn't know much about the battle of catastrophe. He believes that the virtual universe is so continually moving forward and attacking the divine universe at the expense of casualties. In addition to the ambition of the virtual god, there must be important reasons that he does not know. Come on, don't sell. Jian Wushuang urged on his mouth, in line with Luo Ming's personality label. Luo Ming, do you know the existence of Qi Yun? The old man in red robe looked back and smiled at Jian Wushuang. Luck? Jian Wushuang heard the word for a moment, and he really heard it for the first time. Yes, luck. The old man in red robe nodded his head and replied, Luo Ming, you are still four-marked, and you don't have a deep understanding of luck. After you reach the level of 5 marks, you will find the importance of luck. After a pause, the old man in the red robe continued. In the universe, Wuchen-level virtual respect is not uncommon. In general, as long as there is no death in the middle after breaking through the mark, after a long baptism, as long as the talent is not too weak, you can reach the 5-mark virtual status respect. However, the 5-marked virtual respect and the 6-marked virtual respect seem to be just a small realm, but the actual situation is completely different, and it is not an exaggeration to say that the nature of the gods. From ancient times to the present, our virtual universe does not know how many 5-mark virtual honors have been accumulated, but there are very few 6-mark virtual honors. If you want to break through the 6-mark virtual honor, you not only need top talent, understanding, but also the most critical factor, and that is luck. Every 6-marked vanity is said to be the son of heaven, and their own luck has been linked to this universe. Therefore, almost no one has ever been able to defeat the 6-marked virtual lords without entering the 6-marked virtual lords. The old man in the red robe flashed his eyes, and then sighed with a sigh of relief. The old man has been immersed in tens of thousands of virtual periods in the 5-mark virtual respect. According to the years of practice, many 6-mark virtual honors have to rank behind the old man. But as he practiced along the way, the masters always acted as teachers. The old man has practiced for so long, but he is not as good as them. He is really ashamed. Jian Wushuang heard the word and did not answer, but continued to think about the word fortune that the old man in the red robe just said. Not only does the 5-mark virtual honor of the virtual universe break through the 6-mark difficulty in the divine universe, The half-step Invincible Supreme and the Invincible Supreme seem to be only 2 words apart, but they are also very different. There are not many top-level Supremes and half-step Invincible Extremes in the universe, but Invincible Extremes are few and poor. People such as Bloodwave Supreme, Giant Axe Supreme, etc., are all talented and superior in the universe, but there is a barrier after all to break through the Invincible Supreme. I'm afraid the word Qiyun is also missing. Luo Ming, the word Qi is important. It's not just that. For us, wanting to break from a 5-mark virtual honor to a 6-mark virtual honor. Although it requires luck, but throughout the ages, it also has a person who can break through the realm, but the 6-marked vanity wants to take that vital step. Without luck, it is absolutely impossible. Which step does the 6-mark class have? Jian Wushuang heard a word of silence, and his eyes flashed instantly. If he didn't guess wrong, it should be the realm of the virtual or the cosmic god. If this is the case, then everything can be explained clearly. Why those ancient existences born of chaos with 6-marked vain respect? Why spare no effort to attack the divine universe? I'm afraid it's because the universe has limited luck. If you say that the fortunes of one universe are divided into 10 fights, and the virtual alone has already occupied 7 fights, then the only option for others to reach the level of virtual gods is to capture another universe. At that step, what is it called? Jian Wushuang asked. This is not what I have access to. The specific situation can only be understood after breaking through to a 6-mark virtual honor. The old man in the red robe shook his head and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to your guard first." "It is good." Jian Wushuang nodded and no longer asked. After an hour, a huge basin appeared before the sword without double sides. The old man in red robe said, "Luo Ming, you are responsible for guarding here." After a pause, the old man in the red robe patted Jian Wushuang's shoulders and said with a smile, "Generally speaking, nothing major will happen. You just need to be here and wait for Lord Shushan to return triumphantly." A few more words were ordered, and the old man in the red robe left. Jian Wushuang looked around. Sitting cross-legged, a Fengtian flag slid from his sleeve, inserted into the void, and then disappeared. Open. With a light sip, among the dark golden eyes of Jian Wushuang, countless road flashes. An invisible map emerged in his eyes. This map is truly a void in the void. I saw that Feng Tianqi was almost full in the void, and with only a single move of Jian Wushuang's mind, he could instantly start the formation and block the void. It's still the last place. This big battle is complete. Jian Wu's eyes looked at the 87th crack, whispered to himself, "It is necessary to hurry up and insert the 87th crack in Fengtian banner." The next day, Jian Wushuang stood up, seemingly bored with the boring, sitting and guarding his work, and swaggered towards the surrounding. In this regard, many defenders were suspicious at first, but when they knew it was Luo Ming, they suddenly hummed and said nothing. In their opinion, Luo Ming is a soiled bun that does not understand the rules, and it is normal to do so. After wandering around for a while, Jian Wushuang saw the time was ripe, and immediately walked towards the 87th crack. 3 sides of the sky banner quietly appeared in his hands. Chapter 45-47. Inside the Void. In an attic, the old man in red robe was holding the railing with both hands, listening to the return from his subordinates. Luo Ming could not help crying and laughing and shook his head. "My old friend, when I am really out of temper, I will, knowing that he would not be so peaceful. It really took a day or two to sit still." After a pause, the old man in the red robe turned his head and asked, "Where is Luo Ming now?" "Master Red Buddha, Luo Ming should now go to the 87th crack," His Majesty said with an arched hand. "Okay." The old man in Tong Hongpo nodded his head, and then groaned for a while and said, "This is no better than other places. They'll go and see him. Don't cause any trouble." The words of the cymbals fell, and the old man in the red robe stepped on his feet and walked towards the 87th crack. The 87th crack, the guard is more severe than other places. Far apart, Jian Wushuang saw a huge building like a honeycomb hovering quietly in the air. Behind this building, A crack about the size of 10 feet was constantly twisted. This crack is the 87th crack that connects the virtual universe and the divine universe. This is also the most critical place to block the void and to break the advanced forces in the divine universe. Therefore, no two sides of the sword have to insert 3 Fengtian flags here. Noisy. The first seal of the sky banner slipped from the sword without hands, overcast in the void. Immediately, the sword Wushuang swayed towards the 87th crack. Stop coming. Before I approached, I saw 2 weird men with long necks wearing weird robes, blocking Jian Wushuang. Wu Jian Wushuang glanced at them, scratched his head, and grinned. Hey, 2 brothers. I was recently responsible for guarding the void and letting me in. Lang Ming, the 2 long-necked weirds, glanced at each other, and then frowned and said, You must not be ordered to call here. You must not enter here. Wu Jianshuang heard that his pupils shrank slightly. Bad 8? Is the person responsible for staying in the void forbidden land an 8 desolate respect? The thoughts in Wu Jianshuang's heart turned sharply, but on the surface he murmured, Would you like to inform the 8 wastelands? The 2 long-necked weirds said, Master Yahuang is talking to Lord Shushan and will not accept the announcement. You quickly return to your hometown. Is that so? Wu Jian Wushuang bowed his head. He just talked to the of the universe just now. The of the universe informed him that the war between the divine universe and the virtual universe had broken out, and it was imperative that they would be delayed after breaking them. It seems that you can only use strong. Wu Jianso silently whispered to himself. Next moment. Huh? Wu Jianwu stepped forward without waiting for the 2 long-necked monsters in charge of the guard to return. The whole person has turned into a streamer and rushed towards the 87th crack. Bold. Presumptuous. Guy, the 2 long-necked weirds returned to their hearts and suddenly became furious, running weak and chasing towards the sword unparalleled. Don't look at these 2 long-necked weirdos, they are just responsible for guarding. But at the moment, it is also an Urshian Shuzuan under the repair of an outbreak. I saw that their necks, like rubber, suddenly stretched and turned into pythons. Go away. Jin Jianwa's eyes flashed, and he reached out with both hands, grabbing the necks of the 2 long-necked monsters. Holding in his hands, countless storms surged. I saw Jian Man's eyes twinkling in his eyes, and he stirred his hands to tie the 2 long-necked monsters' rubber-like necks to a knot, and then slapped them with a slap. Come here. Someone breaks through the crack. Suddenly, the 2 long-necked weirds roared loudly, and a harsh sirens rang out throughout the void. And sword unparalleled has stepped in front of the void crack. The thrilling wind came out from the fissure of the 87th, revealing the familiar breath of Jian Wushuang. The last 2 Fengtian flags slipped from the sword without hands and inserted into the void crack. In a short time, all the closed heavens sensed each other, and they were completely integrated into one, and the void forbidden dungeon was suppressed and blocked. Immediately, Jian Wushuang opened a message with the of the universe. Master God, Fengtianqi has all been installed. You can start the formation at any time. Longer from the 87th crack. The old man in the red robe was stepping forward. Before he could reach the 87th crack, a sharp alarm sounded, and it blew loudly in the sky. What's the situation? The old man in Tonghongpo changed his face and instantly thought of the incident when Luo Xing reported to him that Luo Ming had gone to the 87th crack. Suddenly, his eyelids jumped, and a bad premonition filled his heart. Isn't it something Luo Ming did? Boom! Suddenly, the old man in the red robe stepped a little faster. Chunhive Palace Group. Su Bahuang Xuanzong is communicating with Shushan. Suddenly, a sharp alarm sounded. Okay. He Bahuang Zhuangzhuang frowned, pleaded guilty to Shushan, cut off the communication, and immediately opened up. Come here, what happened outside? A subordinate hurried in, kneeling and saying, Bada man, someone broke into the 87th crack? What? The face of Su Bahuang Zun's face changed, and his expression suddenly became gloomy. He asked coldly, Who stormed the 87th crack? Let's go back to the 8 wastelands. It's Luo Ming of the Red Whale Gang. Luo Ming? He is so brave. He Bahuang Su Zeng snorted coldly, then strode out of the camp and walked towards the crack. The 87th crack door. Sword unparalleled. Start Feng Tianqi immediately, Wu Zhoushan said in a deep voice.
Yes.
Wu Jianwushuang nodded, took a deep breath. 99 Feng Tian banner evolved in his eyes. Kai. The next moment, Jian Wushuang spit out a word softly. Rumble. The heavens and earth changed in an instant, countless gale winds roared, and the whole void was forbidden, making a roaring muffled sound, like an earthquake, and the earth began to shake violently. Countless dusts have risen, and slap cracks have spread. Snapped. A flash of lightning, like a thunderbolt blasted on a sunny day. The entire void in the void was quickly evacuated by an invisible force. Countless black chains emerged out of thin air, closing the boundless land. What happened? The old man in red robe and the 8 desolate emperor who had just arrived in front of the fissure had changed their faces. Looking up at the fissure in the void, his sword was calm and unparalleled. Luoming, what have you done? Stop it. Are you looking for death? The old man in the red robe looked at Jian Wushuang and was shocked and angry. At the same time, a sense of anxiety erupted in his heart. I do not know why. He looked at Jian Wushuang with a calm face and suddenly felt an extremely strange feeling. Latest URL. Chapter 45-48. Huh. When the old man in the red robe was so anxious and yelled at him, the 8 desolate emperor had turned into a streamer and quickly grabbed at the sword unparalleled. Wu Jianshou looked back at the two and gave a sneer at the corners of his mouth. He did not sneer with the two, but at the moment when the Feng Tian formation started, the whole person stepped into the void crack. Dead. He Bahuang Su Zun grabbed his right hand severely, but what he caught was just an afterimage. Suddenly, Ba Huangsun's face was ugly. Old man in red robe rushed to the side at this time. His expression was shocked and angry. He had thought that relying on Luo Ming's temperament would inevitably cause some wrongs, but he did not expect that he would make such a terrible disaster. I looked at the expression of Tai Ching from Ba Huang Su Zun, and the old man in red robe said with guilt, I'm sorry, but I don't know Luo Ming would do such a thing. He didn't wait for him to finish, and saw Ba Huangshu and looked at him coldly, and said, Red Buddha, you can't see yet. Isn't this person Luo Ming? What? The old man in Tong Hongpo was shocked, and then thought back carefully. At first thought, he suddenly thought of countless clues. When he took Jian Wushuang to visit the void, he talked with Jian Wushuang several times, and the funny thing between them, but he was inadvertently obscured by Jian Wushuang. I didn't think about it in the first place. He hadn't found anything yet. Looking back at the moment, I couldn't help but think, isn't this the exposed flaw of this person, afraid to be seen by himself? Who is this person? The old man in the red robe asked with a heartbeat. It is not important who he is now. Red Buddha, this person is a void forbidden area brought by you, and you will wait for Lord Shushan to return for accountability. He Bahuang Su Zun snorted coldly. If in the past, relying on the seniority of the old man in the red robe, he is quite polite, but in these major events, the 8 desolate respect will naturally not be as usual. At the same time, he could not help thinking of the black robe man who had stepped into the void crack from the divine universe and entered the void universe. From the divine universe? He Bahuang Su Zun narrowed his eyes and murmured to himself. Immediately, Bahuang Shuzuan no longer thought about it, but planned to connect with Shushan to report the situation. However, as soon as he was about to send a message to Su Shun, his face changed suddenly. He actually found out that the line of communication between him and Shushan was like being cut by an invisible scissors, and he could not communicate with Shushan at all. Something is coming. He Yao Huang's heart sank. Since the communication could not be communicated, he tried to step into the void of the void, enter the magical universe, and talk to the virtual in person. However, taking this step made his heart completely cold. I saw that before the 87th crack, there seemed to be an invisible barrier, which completely blocked the way to the divine universe. Tongdal, the passage between the two universes is sealed. What does this mean? 8 wastelanders know that since they can't go by, then the virtual gods and others in the divine power universe can't come back naturally. This makes Bahuang Xuanzhuang like a falling ice cellar, chilling all over. Red Buddha, you should confess your death. Su Bahuang Su Zun turned his head, staring at the old man in red robes, squeezing out the words from his teeth. What extraterrestrial battlefield? Jian Jian's unparalleled body constantly condenses from transparency to substance, and finally reveals his figure completely. Who? Qi Jian Wushuang breathed out a sigh of relief, and with the successful launch of Fengtian formation, the heavy stone that had been pressed on his heart finally fell completely. I glanced around, and it was originally an extraterrestrial battlefield that was heavily occupied by soldiers. At this moment, there was only an empty space, leaving only a wave of battle between Supreme and Void, and countless broken limbs. I bang bang bang. There was a sound of collision roar coming from a long distance ahead. Jian Jianwushuang narrowed his eyes and looked forward, and the dark golden eyes suddenly burst into countless bloodshots. His eyes directly penetrated through the void of tens of thousands of miles, and saw the two-party universe that was really at war in the base of Divine Universe. It's my turn. Wu Jianshou twisted his neck, and his eyes shot with turbulent warfare like a fire burning. There was a strong desire to fight, surging in his chest. Huh! Next moment, with his right foot stepped, Jian Wu turned directly into a thunder, blasting quickly towards the battlefield. Divine Power Universe Base Camp. The men and women on both sides of the universe are here, and finally a real war breaks out. Countless killing battles have begun, strangling 34 Xian Zun and 2 left and right envoys under the seat of the Colossus, as well as more 4-mark, 5-mark Sun, and so on. Irai Lake rises to the bright moon. The immortal king comes to the 9th day, the 9-star Renju line. One vision after another emerged in this starry sky. When the two universes fought, they went directly to the hottest time. The shouting sounds were loud, and countless spells collided together. Each spell had the power to destroy the stars and cut off the galaxy. In terms of overall advantages, although the Divine Universe has the blessing of battling the battlefield, it still cannot beat the virtual universe. The fighting on both sides is in a tit-for-tat form. I will not mention the battle between the 9 team members under the Cosmic Throne and the 6-marked virtual respect brought by the Virtual God. The scenes of the battle between Invincible Supreme and 6-mark Void are really terrifying and terrifying. As early as the beginning of the battle, the two gods Su Sun and Zhou God split the space and went straight into another dimension duel. Therefore, what really shocks people and plays a decisive role on the battlefield is the battle of 6-marked Vanity and Invincible Supremacy. Awakening from the Manjiang Glacier, the power of the flesh overwhelming the ancestral patriarch White Ape, right against the Right Ambassador, one of the strongest combat forces under the virtual seat www. Novel. Kam Shinzong has a one-sided white-haired burly old man. I saw the tyrant's ancestor punching out, as if pushing around a fierce sun, sending out magnificent golden light, blasting the void into the air, drawing numerous air away, and smashing on the right virtual body. Suddenly, that right-handed messenger also erupted an unbelievable level of terror. I saw the 2 thunderballs in his hands, directly exploded, and turned into a sea of thousands of miles, like the ancient thunder who ruled the rule of thunder in the world. The thunderous thunder smashed down one after another, facing the hegemon of the hegemon. Torrential blast. May each of these thunders is enough to kill half-step Invincible Supreme. At this moment, millions of such powerful thunderbolts are bombarded on the Patriarch's ancestors, and their power can hardly be described. The same man who once also extinct the ancient times, and then concealed the playful world, laughed and asked the big dream of 3,000 years old, and the age of the wine lunatic Laukir, who was fighting with Zhushusher. He saw that the lid of the wine gourd in the hands of the wine lunatic was torn open by him, and a stream of chaotic water was pouring out like a river, flooding the mantis-like left emptiness. Chapter 45-49. Weak and weak. Weak and weak. Too weak. It seems that you haven't made progress in these 100,000 chaos periods. The ancestors of the tyrants robbed minds, shook the electric light hard, and each punch was enough to explode hundreds of suns. The force was sinking to the extreme and the domineering to the extreme. 3,000 and 6,000 drunks, with the era of sorrow. As a drunken man like an old beggar, he directly turned a galaxy into a field of sunflower water, and the sound of waves crashed. Fights like this are constantly happening in the stars. Whether it is the invincible supreme of the divine universe or the six-marked virtual supreme of the void universe, each of them is the pinnacle of the era that has dominated the era. At this moment, these ancient powers are all awake from their deep sleep, and they can be described as extremely powerful. Someone pointed at the starburst, someone broke the galaxy, and others incarnate billions of feet, swallowing thousands of miles of starry sky. In the aftermath of the encounter between them, as if there were countless big worlds destroyed, chaos would boil and restart, and heaven and earth would break apart. He said it was extinct. The strong men of the three dragons, and phoenixes also showed their ability to dominate the universe. An 8-clawed evil dragon directly swallowed a group of bright galaxies, turned it into the purest energy, and shot out a breath of destruction. With a colorful phoenix, Qingming rose into the sky behind him, burning countless avenues of magical fire around his body, turning millions of stars into a raging sea of fire, directly cracking the void and burning. A 5-marked virtual honor fell into this endless flame of fire, and it disappeared without any residue. The tribe of Kirin is even more horrible. A 3-headed unicorn, at each step, stamps out a flame mark in the void, exuding the power of an endless king, and can't help but bow his head in worship. The opponents of the three of them are from Tianyao Holy Land, the first and second ancestors of Tianyao who have slept from ancient times to the present, and an old monster that is not weaker than them. In the face of these three people, the strong players of the 3 dragon and phoenix unicorns did not have a half-point victory. Sword comes. Divine Power Universe Wu Jin Xian, the first person of Kendo in the world, under one sword, overturned millions of stars and rivers, staring at the sky. Han Hanman flickered in her eyes. Although she was a woman, she was not inferior to anyone in the audience. Sometimes she opened the gate to the sky, and sometimes she rushed to the sky. Her strength has already unknowingly reached the level of Tai Luo Supreme, perhaps not reached. There are also several major captain-level figures, such as Taishu Emperor, Zero Wood Supreme, Lucy Supreme, and Heiyuan Supreme, etc., which also burst into an extremely bright light. This kind of battle is simply unprecedented. In this kind of battle, who dares to call invincible, which dare to say undefeated? A name is invincible and supreme, with 6 marks of virtual respect, each showing his magical power, shocking the world. For a while, they couldn't even kill them. After all, at their level, in fact, they were not too much in terms of combat power. Each had its own killer at the bottom of the box, which was difficult to separate in a short time. Winning and losing. The battle between some ordinary trace-level virtual lords and supreme lords is much more intense. A name placed in the universe can be regarded as the scary vein and supreme lord of the big man. In this battle, it can be said that the ant's cannon fodder is not exaggerated. From time to time, the supreme strong person falls down and wails. The casualties between them are almost straight up. The worst thing is that the situation between these ordinary supreme and virtual lords has begun to tilt towards the virtual universe. Yichia, all this comes from a monster with a dog head and a huge axe. He was wearing a broken suit of molten armor, surrounded by faint blue light. No eyes pupils in his eyes, only a blue on, staring at his eyes, as if staring into the abyss. The 5 long marks on the left shoulder where he was not covered by the slurry, so that he was barely exposed, were dazzling to the extreme. In the battlefield, he is simply a war machine of death returned from hell. No one can stop. I saw that he was holding a giant axe like a pharaoh's scepter in both hands, and the blue light around him formed a halo, which was severely knocked down. It was a half-step invincible supremacy of the divine universe. What's even more weird is that after the half-step invincible supreme was beheaded by the monster with this doghead's body, it turned into a long string of blood beads, which was automatically dropped into the monster's mouth and swallowed by him. And this dog-headed human monster had a slight injury, but he recovered instantly, and his body skyrocketed. I'm afraid that when he kills some more people, he can reach the level of threatening invincibility. We can say that this dog-headed monster has affected the whole battle. Not only has his injury recovered, but his strength has increased by 1 point. What kind of monster is this? The dragon scales turned out all over, and the wolf reached the extreme Long Qing. He looked at the dog-headed monster with a look of horror. There was no more majesty in his eyes, but he was terrified to the extreme. He is half-step invincible and supreme, and he can be regarded as a strong person in this realm. He would not be directly slashed by an axe, but it is not much better. He was directly slashed by this dog-headed monster, and the horn was cut off. In one section, the entire body has a huge and deep wound. He was far away, and Zhu Jiawang's face was also gloomy to the extreme. He is not an opponent of this dog-head monster. If he is in the same realm with this dog-headed monster, he is confident that he can defeat this beast-headed monster, even beheaded. However, his cultivation status is too low, and he is still a distance from the Supreme. Go on like this, the ordinary Supreme in the entire universe will be beheaded and killed by this person, and will become a nourishment to increase his strength. At that time, once this person grows up, the invincible Supreme and the 6-mark Vignity, the short-term balance maintained between them, will also be broken. At that time, it is very likely that all games will be lost. What to do now? How to deal with him? Who can be his opponent? At this moment, the arrogant king of Jokai, who is always arrogant, also feels bitter in his mouth and despair in his heart. Junks from the divine universe, quickly submit to my fucking. The monster walking the head of the dog laughed wildly and looked at the eyes of King Jujia and Long Qing, full of contempt and disdain. Is this the strength of the divine universe? It is really scary to be weak. The dog-headed monster shook his head, and immediately put out his tongue and licked his lips, showing greed and cruelty in his eyes. As long as all the people on the other side are beheaded and turned into their own nourishment, if they want to come, they will be enough to break through to the 6 marks level, right? Thinking of this, the dog-headed monster chuckled, holding a giant axe, and walked towards the ordinary Supreme in the divine universe again. He raised his huge axe high, ready to split. Beneath his giant axe, several high-ranking, top-ranking Supreme, despairing, ashamed. I haven't waited for him to chop. Ding! A dazzling sword light, as if Tianhe rolled down and swept across the sky, suddenly came from far away across thousands of miles. Chapter 45-50. Okay. Holding a giant axe, the dog-headed monster that was about to be slashed, feeling the icy sword that locked him and sprinting at him quickly, could not help but stagnate his hands and slowly looked back. Suddenly, the dog-headed monster whispered, and his pupils could not help shrinking. At the same time, Long Qing and King Nine Calamities, including many people who were fighting, all stopped in their hands and looked up at the bright sword light that struck the sky and split the yin and yang. This is Sword Warriors. Jian Wushuang is back. Suddenly, countless people in the divine universe were shaken. All exclaimed. During the 5,000-year battle of Jian Wushuang and the sword, he has already conquered countless people with his own strength and gained great fame. Boom! In a blink of an eye, this sword light rushed to the ground, fiercely chopping on the monster with a dog head. Weak trash. When the dog-headed monster saw this, he was not afraid to laugh, and the long axe in his hand swept away, and he collided with the Taro Excalibur in the swordless hands. Ding! A sharp, extremely explosive sound exploded, and then, a huge shock wave spread out in a fan shape from the encounter between the two, and its mixed terrorist power directly shattered countless voids, setting off a cloud of smoke. Rewind. The numerous monks and fictitious monks who were fighting all around changed their looks and quickly retreated. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw that the monster with a huge dog head who called himself Hell King was like being hit by a heavy hammer. The whole person crossed a line of arcs and shot backwards from the sky. With his legs and there were 2 long marks in the void. Gradually, Smoke and dust gradually spread, revealing a figure of a young man in black. Qingnan, this young man with black hair has a cold and indifferent face. Among the pair of pale golden pupils, there is no emotion, and the purple chuan word is bright and charming. Hold the 5 knuckle fingers in his hand, and hold the taro Excalibur. The strong sword pressure forms the substance, spreading around him as the center and arrogant in all directions. Sure enough, it is the sword unparalleled. Jin Wushuang, this guy is stronger. Medium Supreme. Jin Wushuang even broke through the Medium Supreme. A fast practice speed. Suddenly, countless people shrank their pupils. They can feel that Jin Wushuang is more powerful than before. Not only the strength of cultivation, but also the feeling leaked out by the whole person. The current sword is unparalleled, just like the peerless sacred sword that tore for 9 days, with a look full of great coercion, which makes people dare not look straight. Wu Jin's eyes were indifferent. Looking around, he immediately saw countless familiar faces. King of the 9 Kings, Overlord, Morwa Yingu, Longqing. Too many people who have been entangled with him at this moment are all wounded and extremely miserable. I am back. Su took a deep breath, and Jian Wu's eyes shot intently. This battlefield is where he should stay. Immediately afterwards, Jian Wushuang bowed his head slightly and looked towards the fucking. I saw that although the fucking was split and flew by the sword Wushuangji sword, the whole Bodis breath was not attenuated. The deep visible bone sword cut on his chest was regrown at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a few breaths, it resumed as before. Weak trash, do you know that you are provoking a great being? Hell King Kaiko smiled and spoke. A more terrifying breath came out of him. I felt this breath, and everyone around me changed his face, like a fucking with a dog head, turned into an abyss of death. Noise. Wu Jin glanced at him with no expression on both sides, and then the whole person turned into dawning golden light and killed the fucking again. Henin's sword intentions poured out from Jian Wushuang's hands. In an instant, Jian Wushuang disappeared, and Tai Luo's Excalibur also disappeared. Among the heavens and the earth, there is only the breaking dawn sword that breaks all darkness and brings dawn to earth. He is overbearing, fierce, and sharp, and cannot use any words to describe this horrible sword. With this sword, Amami is at an extreme. Life is part of the cycle, and your part is over. Death strike. The fucking roared, the endless blue awns, all condensed on the axe of his axe, fiercely chopped at the sword Wushuang. This blow is much stronger than before. It can be said that it has stood at the peak of the invincible supreme. Boom. Drew Sha under the clash of the two. The world suddenly shook, as if there were countless big worlds falling apart. A larger shock wave spread instantly, enough to annihilate 100 stars in an instant. The 2 cosmic people who were fighting around him relapsed again. A 3-mark vanity, whose speed was only 1 step slower, was hanged by the sword of Wushuang in hell, and became smashed into powder. Qi Jian Wushuang's right hand holding the sword, the tiger's mouth trembled. The power of this axe was enough to blast the sun. Rao is a chaotic, domineering body, and then felt a little hard. But this is not the most critical. The most important thing is that the axe of Hell King seems to have the power of devouring. At the moment of the fight, he wants to devour the sword's vitality. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang is a super-perfect chaotic life. With only a slight movement of divine power, this swallowing power is suppressed. Oh? Actually blocked it? It seems you are better than those ants. Hell's eyes narrowed, and a slight surprise appeared on his face. But the next moment, there was a smirk in his lips. However, in front of me, it is just a slightly stronger ant, cannot change your weak nature. Death strike. Countless blue awns, once again gathered on the axe blade of the axe in the fucking's hand, chopping fiercely towards the sword unparalleled. You are too slow. Jian Wushuang sneered, directly urging dragon blood mystery, and the speed sword tenfold in a sudden. After just a flash, he appeared behind the Hell King, and the Terra sword in his hand exploded, tilting towards the head of the Hell King. Leaving. Open the sky. Annoying rubbish. Can it only sneak attack? The fucking frowned, and speed was indeed his weakness. Alas, he also has a solution. Huh. He first raised the long axe in his hand to block the sword, and then stepped forward to distance himself from the sword. Finally, he raised his right hand, aimed at Jian Wushuang, and said, "Imagination, withering rhythm." The words of the symbol fell, and innumerable blue lights burst out in the void, densely converging towards his palm, forming a blue vortex. The next moment, these blue lights burst out from his palm and penetrated into Jian Wushuang's body. In a short time, the speed of Jian Wushuang became slow, and the breath of the whole body began to fall and decay, like the flowers and bones in the autumn wind, and gradually withered. Chapter 45-51. The Outbreak of a Battle. Bang! Bang! Just as the red-robed elder was about to scold Jian Wushuang, Void Master Ba Huang had already turned into a streak of flowing light and reached out to grab Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang looked back at the two of them and sneered. He did not waste time talking to them. The moment the Fengtian formation was activated, he stepped into the crack in the void. Die! Void Master Ba Huang's right hand reached out, but what he caught was only an afterimage. Instantly, Void Master Ba Huang's face turned extremely ugly. The red-robed old man rushed to the side, his expression shocked and angry. He had thought that with Luo Ming's temperament, he would definitely cause some trouble, but he did not expect that he would cause such a great disaster. Looking at the ashen expression of Void Master Ba Huang, the red-robed elder said guiltily, "Void Master Ba Huang, I'm sorry. I didn't know Luo Ming would do such a thing." Before he could finish, Void Master Ba Huang looked at him coldly and said, "Hong Fo, can't you tell that this man is not Luo Ming?" "What?" The red-robed old man was startled upon hearing this, and he immediately began to carefully recall. As he thought about it, he immediately thought of countless clues. When he showed Jian Wushuang around the Void Forbidden Land, he talked to Jian Wushuang several times about the interesting things that happened between them, but Jian Wushuang brushed him off with vague words. At first, he did not think in this direction, so he did not notice anything. Now that he thought about it, he could not help but think, that person must be afraid that he would be exposed. Then who is this person? The red-robed old man's heart skipped a beat as he asked. It doesn't matter who he is now. Hong Fo, you were the one who brought this person into the Void Forbidden Land. Just wait for Lord Void God to come back and question you." Void Master Ba Huang snorted. In the past, given the red-robed elder's years of cultivation experience, he would still be rather polite. However, on such a major event, Void Master Ba Huang would naturally not act as usual. At the same time, he could not help but think of the image of the sky spider old monster. He had seen the black-robed man step into the crack in the void from the Divine Power Universe and enter the Void Universe. From the Divine Power Universe? Void Master Ba Huang squinted his eyes and muttered to himself. Immediately, Void Master Ba Huang stopped thinking and planned to contact Void God to inform him of the situation. However, just as he was about to send a message to Void God, his expression changed drastically. He realized that the communication line between him and Void God seemed to have been cut off by an invisible pair of scissors. He could not communicate with Void God at all. Something big is going to happen. Void Master Ba Huang's heart sank. Since he could not communicate with Void God, he tried to step into the crack in the void and enter the Divine Power Universe to talk to Void God face to face. However, the moment he took that step, his heart turned cold. There seemed to be an invisible barrier in front of the 87th crack, which completely blocked the path to the Divine Power Universe. The channel between the two universes had been sealed. Void Master Ba Huang understood what this meant. Since he could not go over, Void God and the others in the Divine Power Universe would naturally not be able to return. This made Ba Huang feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and his body shivered. Hong Fo, you should atone for your sins with your death. Void Master Ba Huang turned around and stared at the red-robed elder. Off-world battlefield. Jian Wushuang's body turned from transparent to solid and finally, he was completely revealed. Phew! Jian Wushuang heaved a sigh of relief. With the successful activation of the Fengtian formation, the heavy stone that had been weighing on his heart was finally lifted. He looked around and saw that the off-world battlefield, which was originally an important place for militarists, was now empty. Only the shockwaves from the battle between the supreme martial artists and the Void Masters and countless broken limbs were left. Boom, boom, boom. Jin Wushuang squinted his eyes and looked forward. His dark golden eyes were bloodshot. His eyes pierced through thousands of miles of void space and saw the base camp of the divine power universe, where the two universes were fighting. It's my turn. Jin Wushuang twisted his neck and his eyes were burning with fighting intent. A strong desire to fight surged in his chest. Bang! The next moment, Jin Wushuang stomped his right foot and turned into a thunderbolt, shooting toward the battlefield. In the base camp of the divine power universe, the people from both universes finally started a real war here, clashing with their weapons. Countless killing formations were activated, killing the 34 Void Masters and the 2 Void Emissaries under Cosmic God, as well as the other Void Masters with 4 and 5 scars. The moon rose from the sea, the celestial king descended from the 9 heavens, and the 9 stars were connected. One after another, strange phenomena appeared in the starry sky. The moment the two universes clashed, it was the time when they were at their most white and hot. The sound of killing filled the sky as countless spells collided. Each of them had the power to destroy stars and cut the Milky Way. In terms of overall advantage, although the divine power universe had the support of the killing formation, it still could not win against the void universe. The battle between the two sides was in a tit-for-tat situation. Not to mention the 9 teams under the command of Cosmos God and the battle between the Void Masters under the 6 scar level brought by Void God. The scene of the fight between the Invincible Supremes and the 6 scar Void Masters was extremely terrifying. The moment the battle started, Void God and Cosmos God had already split open space and entered another dimension to fight. Therefore, what really shocked people and played a decisive role on the battlefield was the battle between a 6 scar Void Master and an Invincible Supreme. The Overlord Patriarch, White Ape, who had awakened from the glacier and unparalleled physical strength, was fighting against one of the strongest fighting powers under Void God, the Right Void Emissary, who was also the white-haired, burly old man that Jin Wushuang had met once in the God-refining sect. They watched as Overlord Patriarch punched out. It was as if he was pushing a blazing sun. It emitted a golden light that caused the void to explode. Countless air was drawn out and smashed onto the body of the Right Void Emissary. As for the Emissary, he had also exploded with unbelievable and terrifying strength. The 2 thunderballs in his hands exploded and turned into a sea of thunder. It was as if the ancient thunder god who controlled the thunder laws of the world had descended to the world. Terrifying thunderbolts came crashing down one after another toward Overlord Patriarch like a violent storm. Every single bolt of lightning was more than enough to annihilate a half-invincible Supreme. At this moment, millions of tribulation lightning bolts of this level of power struck the body of the Overlord Patriarch. The power of this was simply indescribable. The crazy alcoholic old beggar, who had also dominated the ancient era and later hid in the mortal world, was fighting with the left Void Emissary. The crazy alcoholic pulled open the lid of the wine gourd, and a stream of primal chaos sunflower water gushed out like a river, submerging the left Void Emissary, who looked like a mantis. Chapter 45-52, Boom. Instantly, all 3 forces fell on the fucking. The hell-bodied body of the fucking was suddenly soaring with blood. Thousands of swords smashed his thin bones like a blood rain. The 2 cosmic people around me looked at this scene. Their hearts were shocked to the extreme. Medium Supreme, such a mighty outbreak. It has never been done before. Too strong. Scalp. This sword of Wushuang is horrible to burst. Countless people marveled. And sword unparalleled, with the eyes indifferent, the body gradually rises to the sky. Taro Sword Code, 4th Style, 4 Seasons. Winter to spring, spring to summer. The chanting voice dropped behind Jin Wushuang. a huge round of flaming sun emerged. The area of this big sun is larger than the ordinary tin suns. The hot high temperature is burning all this, and a piece of red light that maps the universe is burning the blazing flame on the surface of the big sun. As if it were tin, the sun was a big fireball, horrifying beyond description. Next moment, burning. Wu Jianxi's hands quickly stamped, pressing down towards Hell King. Instantly, this huge fireball rolled down towards the fucking of the dog head. In the void, there was a roar. Hell King looked up at this scene, and finally couldn't keep his face calm anymore, but roared out, "Break me! Incarnation of death!" As soon as I said this, I saw that something terrifying to many people had happened. Huh. Countless blue flames surged from Hell King's skin to form thick flame armor. His body, at a speed visible to the naked eye, began to skyrocket, and in other places, thousands of miles away, it was absorbed by it and turned into nutrients for his growth. He stands proudly, holds a long axe, and burns blue blazing flames all over his body. At the same time, the cosmic starry sky starts to wither at the same time as death. Broken. There was a flash of insanity in his eyes. First, he raised the long axe in his hand and slashed it down to smash the dusk pit under his feet. Immediately, he opened his mouth again and directed it toward the falling sun. Make a roar that shakes for 9 days in 10 places. Explosive. Huh. I saw him burning blue flames all gathered in his open dog mouth, forming a huge blue ball with thunderous thunder and lightning shuttle. As soon as this blue ball appeared, it suddenly exudes surging power of extinction, far exceeding all his previous moves. This fucking was forced to perform a virtual explosion. It seems that he has been forced by the sword unparalleled to the point that he must take out the killer. As long as Jian Wushuang survives this move, the fucking will surely die. Suddenly, the supreme master of countless divine powers clenched his fists, and a heart reached his throat. Boom! I saw this blue ball, turning it into a thick beam of light in the mouth of the bowl, and it spewed out of Hell King's mouth instantly and was bombarded in the falling syrup big sun. For a moment, the world lost its voice. The dazzling and brilliant light emanated from the two. The next moment, everyone saw the round of syrup, which was directly penetrated by the fucking exploding blue ball from the middle and scattered around. Good job. Wu Jian's eyes were narrowed, and his face was not panic-stricken, but the flames of war were burning in his eyes. The turbulent warfare, straight into the Shaohan, shocked for 9 days. Taro Sword Code, 5th Style Taro. Yin Jian Wushuang uttered this word coldly. Suddenly, a round of FA phase appeared behind Jian Wushuang. A handsome young man holding a hip flask in his left hand and dancing a sword with his right hand, but with an endlessly chic figure, appeared behind the sword Wushuang. I am not someone else, it is the one who asks the world with a smile during the peak period. Before the sword Wushuang, the 5th power of the Tailuo sword code has not yet been fully used, but now, after the sword Wushuang breaks through the medium supreme, the power of this sword is no less powerful than the true hit. With the movement of Jian Wushuang slowly raising the Taro Excalibur, the Titan Supreme facial phase behind the sword Wushuang also raised the Taro Excalibur. Cut. Jian Wushuang's eyebrows were cold, and he spit out the word coldly. Suddenly, Taro Supreme and Sword Warriors are integrated. A sword like Changhong like a dragon was instantly chopped out by the Tai Luo Excalibur, splitting the world and running through the sun and the moon. Before this sword, it has surpassed the half-step invincible supreme realm. After the sword was cut out, everything looked bleak across the sky, leaving only the glory of the sword. Even the many invincible and 6-marked supreme fighting in the distance couldn't help looking at his head slightly and look towards Jian Wushuang. Is this guy so accomplished in Kendo? The captain of the 7th team, once the first person in the universe to knife the path, Supreme Heiyu inside. The little guy is becoming more and more shadowy. Wu Wuxian Immortal flashed in the same beautiful eyes. Just now, she actually felt the glorious and heroic attitude of Jian Wushuang. This could not help her. My heart beat. Hell King defeated. In the void, the place where the tissue stands. He wore a red mask, rubbed a golden card in his hand, and shook his head indifferently. Next moment, he capped the action of playing golden cards. When this son grows up, it will become a trump card in Xianyi's hands. Let's take him back for transformation. Boom! It was like Long Jianhong, and finally collided with Hell King's exploding ball. This sword can be Ping Shan, Reclamation, Zhu Shan, Yao Yao, Mo, Shi, Sun. Almost instantaneously, the Yu Kanshu www.ukanshu, calm that overwhelming and exploding virtual ball, showing a destructive and rotten posture, is like a knife-cut tofu, and it is beveled by this sword. At your fingertips, this sword splits the thorns and chops again, towards the fucking. Do not. The fucking's face changed greatly, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. He just woke up from his deep sleep. He still has to show his talents in the universe, and he has countless great things to do. Zama, how can he die here? Strangled in the hands of what he considers a garbage ant? Gong, as soon as he turned to escape, he saw that the heavens and the earth were turned into a line, and the most glorious sword was cut diagonally on the fucking's body. Tear it. Suddenly, a sword mark appeared on the magnificent body of Hell King, from his left shoulder to his right waist. Soon, boom! Hell King's body was separated, and he was split into two by this sword. Alas! Immediately, the body of the fucking was constantly struggling and twisting, trying to reorganize and resurrect, but the fierce and domineering sword energy was repeatedly crushed and killed. The life of the fucking quickly dissipated. Just 10 breaths later, the fucking completely turned into a pile of black ash, and with the anger of the sword, it turned into nothingness. With a sword, the fucking is dead. Chapter 45-53. Hell King fell. Stinging his body, he quickly collapsed and disintegrated, turned into countless black ash, was stirred by the strong wind of the air, and then completely dissipated in the air. Due to the vacuum belt created by the battle between Hell King and Sword Wushuang, only Sword Wushuang is left, standing with a sword. His face is proud, and a black robe does not stick to the earth, as if he was shooting the fairy, and it is like the peerless sword Ling Chun. Everyone is staring at Jian Wushuang. They did not expect that this battle would end so quickly. They had expected that Jian Wushuang would win, but they did not expect that they had just used the virtual Hell King, and between the hands, they were directly suppressed by Jian Wushuang's sharp sword. Suddenly this victory came so fast that they couldn't react. Sword Wushuang so winning? The 9 kings of calamity, the overlord, and the supreme master of countless divine powers all stared at each other, and the shock on their faces couldn't stop. For a moment, the audience was dead. After 3 breaths, the whole universe is boiling. God bless the universe. Lal, an old-fashioned top-level extreme, clenched his fists. His whole body was too excited and shivered with excitement. God bless my magical universe. Sword Wushuang is so proud of the evil. I think at the beginning, the 6 top forces, such as the Taishu Temple, the Dragon Clan, and the Diwu Temple, also had to hang and kill Jian Wushuang. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang stood up, otherwise this time, I will wait for danger. Jiang Wushuang is the treasure of our universe, but also the hope of the future of our universe. We must never have half-minded thinking about him. Countless people are excited. Then the several supreme masters who were about to be killed under the axe of Hell King were rushed by Jian Wushuang to rescue them, and they even stared at Long Qing, who was shrinking aside, saying with a sense, Jiang Wushuang is my lifeguard of the iron fence, old monster. From now on, my iron hound old man is the sword of Wushuang only. Wu Tuo, yes. If there is no sword warrior, my heavenly side has died in the hands of that dog-head monster. If anyone dares to say that sword warrior is not good in the future, he will be my enemy. So is Lao Tzu. Jian Wushuang, I give you this life. If you have any orders from now on, you say hello. Shang Qiaobi falls to Huang Quan. I am afraid to say no to Juri. I will thunder. Don't die. These people started talking. Soon Longqing flinched aside. looking at Jian Wushuang with complex eyes, and there was a touch of fear in his eyes. The sword of Wushuang's sword splits the heavens and the earth, separates chaos, and runs through the sun, moon, and star river, which is too terrifying. He asked himself that he could never take the sword. How can this guy's strength improve so fast? Chun Longqing murmured to himself. He practiced 130 chaos eras and reached a half-step invincible supremacy. From the perspective of the universe, it is an incredible existence. Even if it is placed in the dragon family, it can also be included in history, but it is the leader of the 4 generations of the dragon family. The sword is unparalleled. So far less than 1,000,000 years of practice, he has surpassed him in combat power. Chajer, the gap was so big that he felt hopeless. Zhizhong in the void. As Jian Wushuang slashed Hell King, the morale of the entire divine universe increased by a few points. On the contrary, it was the person of the virtual universe. If his face was ashes, his body would tremble like a sieve. Kill. Yin Jianwushuang's black hair flew up, standing proudly in the void, coldly spitting out this sentence. The utterance of the words fell, and the sword unparalleled stepped forward, and once again turned into a sword rainbow running through the sun and the moon, and beheaded towards the camp of the virtual universe. Behind him, the supreme of the divine power universe roared in response. Kill! 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 Kill, 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 kill. Numerous medium, high, top, and even half-step invincible supremes are headed by Jian Wushuang. With a terrific murderous outburst, killing towards the camp of the virtual universe. They are like a sharp knife, fiercely inserted into the virtual soldiers of the virtual universe, and Sword Wushuang is the sharpest point of this sharp knife. Cut stars. Wu Jian's eyes were cold and cold, flashing cold, raised the Tai Luo Excalibur, and severely chopped off. Suddenly, a moment of Buddha groaned, and the trembling voice of the devil's cry cried out from the Taro Excalibur. The blade of the sacred sword suddenly trembled tens of thousands of times, forming a long silver sword rainbow. This sword, across Tianhe, dominates the starry sky, among the faint, as if there are 9 heavenly immortals. Boom! Take a sword and kill more than 100 virtual respects. The entire virtual universe camp is filled with sorrow and sorrow. Even if there is a strong one, he did not die on this sword, but he was caught up and killed by the king of 9 robbers, Iron Fence boss, and overlord who were closely followed by Jian Wushuang. After a while, not to mention the battle between Su Xing and the cosmic god, nor the battle between the invincible supreme and the 6 marks, and the triumphant nature of the war between the ordinary supreme and the ordinary Su Zun gradually leaned towards the side of the divine universe. Come. Dongzhong in the void, where the organization is. Bite 1. Aren't we shot yet? Wu Yin said with a frown. I heard the words covered by the red mask on my face, and did not rush to answer, but just the right eye that was exposed, watching Jian Wushuang. In the waveless gaze of Gujing, he flickered slightly. Hunichi has a good hand. I seemed to sigh, and sighed slightly. Immediately, taking up the golden card in his hand, he threw it in the direction of the sword unparalleled. After a while, this golden card spins out of his hand. Go ahead. On the battlefield, Jian Wushuang was slashing with his sword. Suddenly, he seemed to perceive something, and suddenly looked up and looked in the direction of the void. A flash of astonishment flashed in his eyes. The hair was upright, and now, next moment, I saw a golden card jumping out of the void, and constantly dilated pupils in Jian Wu's eyes. A great terror between life and death surged in Jian Wushuang's heart, a chill, straight from his back to the top of his head. Kapan, this card has a sense of danger like never before. This is... Jian Wushuang's expression was shocked. However, he hasn't waited for his feet to rise. Take a weird force and blast it off this golden card. Suddenly, a force of folded space-time was uploaded from the golden card, and the entire universe of starry sky began to tremble quickly. Next moment, horrible things happened. As if 3-dimensional space-time has become 2-dimensional space-time, whether it is Jian Wushuang, or the starry sky in the universe, or the other 2 cosmic personnel who are fighting, all the movements stop and become a painting. Wu Jin, Wu Shuang, and so on, including countless stars, all disappeared. There is only one painting left, floating down in the void. The swordsman and others were all in the painting. This is dimensional reduction blow. Chapter 45-54. What is dimensionality reduction? If we say that the universe is formed into a three-dimensional space, and everyone is a three-dimensional existence, then two-dimensional is a very different existence from three-dimensional space. For example, the patterns on the drawings, the characters in the villain's book, etc. It is flat, rigid, without any vitality. This golden card actually folds the space directly at 360 degrees without dead angles in all directions, making it one of the three dimensions of the universe, and wirelessly compresses it to collapse. Yichia, all of this is really terrifying. Qi Jianwushuang couldn't even make room for struggling, so he felt like he was falling into a trance, and he couldn't move at all. In the distance, some people in the two universes, which were not within the scope of the dimensionality reduction, suddenly took a breath of air and were shocked. What kind of ghost and means? They looked at each other with a fierce disbelief in their eyes. This method is far beyond the scope of their understanding. Even if he is invincible, he just throws his hands up, blasts millions of stars, breaks the galaxy, and swallows the sun. This is the power generated by real strength. They have never heard of it. A small card can directly change the structure of the universe in silence. I only have some old-fashioned virtual universes and honors. After flashing my eyes, I seem to remember something, and I can't help but feel shocked. Tissue eater. Here is the tissue eater. The ancestors of the red leaf ancestors of the Manchu ancestors at that time tens of thousands of disciples, because they offended the phagocytized tissue, and the phagocytized tissue was directly struck with dimensionality reduction to instantly destroy it. Only these lunatics have such terrible and weird means. They looked around in a panic. Apparently the phagocytic organization was with them as a virtual universe, but they faced the phagocyte without any joy at all, but panic to the extreme. It is impossible to speculate on tissues with common sense. Sunmi, they are mysterious, weird, and powerful, just like a bottomless ocean, which is impossible to see through. Lin, even the false gods, in two cataclysmic wars, never mentioned the phagocytic organization, let alone force the phagocytic organization to shoot. The background is horrifying. Sure enough, after their words fell, the 7 figures in black robes stepped out of the void step by step. They are all dressed in loose black robes, with different appearances. There are explosive women who look enchanting and smirk between sentient beings. There are wolf-headed men holding black long swords and tall monsters full of weird tattoos. They are like meatballs. The obese giant who walked first was a person with a thin figure and a red mask on his face, showing only one eye. He is one of the most mysterious beings, even in the tissues. Even the other people in the tissues don't know much about him. It really is them. The numerous vain esteems of the imaginary universe shrank their pupils and quickly avoided them. Those who were far away from these 7 people did not dare to block their way. I swallowed an expression of indifference, stepping into the universe step by step. Sun, he reached out and grabbed the golden card reflecting the bright starry sky, and Sword Wushuang and others, a spin, and flew into his hand again. Huh. This golden card is about to fall into the hands of one bite. An old optimist giant hand full of age spots suddenly emerged from the void. When this golden card was about to reach one hand, he grabbed the golden card first, and then fiercely moved to the next one, pulled it into the void. Oh! Glittering, his eyelids were raised slightly, and his gaze looked towards the void with which the giant hand retracted. I saw there an old man with dim eyes, aging spots on his face, and an old man full of decay, walking through the void step by step. Lol, this old man is no one else, but he is the Gava Supreme of the 5 Chief Supremes of the Palace of Life. The supreme silence of Gaifu was silent, but his back was straight, holding a golden card in his hand, and looked at the 7 people in a peaceful expression. At a glance, the golden card was taken away by Gafu Supreme. and his expression was equally flat, but there was a slight surprise in his eyes, and he said, "Oh? Is this universe approaching people at this level?" After the words fell, he shook his head, as if regretful, and then said to himself, "But unfortunately, the source of life is too severely damaged. I am afraid that it has not been a few years to live a good life. It is impossible to really go beyond this step and reach another level." Tingdal, when people around me heard this, they could not help scratching their heads. Take this step? At this level? What does Yithu mean? Jigaifu heard that there were no waves in his turbid eyes, but he said lightly, "There is an old man, Jin Wushuang, you can't take it today." After he finished speaking, a red flame emerged from Gavro's hand, burning the golden card. Jin Thura, this golden card suddenly burst into smoke and began to twist. After a few breaths, Shin Dagon was hit by dimensionality reduction, and Jin Wushuang et al., who was sealed in another dimension, jumped out of the void. Wu Jin's expression was pale, and his forehead was covered with bean sweat beads. He first looked at the 7 people who had eaten the tissues, and there was a deep fear in his eyes. This dimensionality reduction strikes to the extreme. In the face of this dimensionality reduction blow, he didn't have any resistance and was directly suppressed by the seal, a magical power that could not show any trace. Even if he was rescued by Gava Supreme at this moment, he couldn't bear anger in his heart. At the same time, a flash of enlightenment flashed through his heart. He finally understood that why the billions of souls in the kingdom of Tai Luo, which Tai Luo Supreme had opened up, were all killed in an instant. As soon as Gu Yin heard the words of Supreme Gav, there was no anger on his face, but he took a deep look at Jin Wushuang and immediately said, "Trust me, we will meet again." The words of the crickets dropped, and a black water stain appeared under the feet of the 7 people headed by Bit One. The 7 of them sink gradually and disappear into this starry sky. Until they left completely, Jin Wushuang finally let out a long sigh of relief, and then looked at Supreme Gafu with some surprises, but more grateful to say, "Gaifu, thank you for your help." He paused. Wu Jinshuang asked, "Are you okay?" Ji Gaofu nodded his head, and just about to speak, a flash of flushing appeared on the old face, and his mouth spit out the dark blood. With the spit of this blood, Gafu Supreme's already decaying breath became even more debilitating. Gaifu Sr. When Jin Jin saw this, he couldn't help but change his face. He quickly reached out his hand and went to help Gaofu Supreme. Chapter 45-55. I don't care about the husband. After waiting for Jin Wushuang to reach out to support Gafu Supreme, he saw that Gafu Supreme waved his hand toward Jin Wushuang, signaling that he was okay. Jin Wushuang saw this and had to stop his movements, but his heart was sinking. "I covered the Supreme body. I'm afraid it won't be long." Seeing the expression of Jin Wushuang, Supreme could not help but force a stubborn smile on his face, and said comfortingly, "Jin Wushuang, you don't have to worry about it. You don't have to worry about it. Life and death are just the norm in the world. The old man saw you have what you have today. I am also at ease, even if the old man really left this time. And I want to have you in the future to take care of the life shrine. The life shrine will definitely come better than under my leadership." After he finished speaking, he raised his head and looked up at the battlefield of Invincible Supreme and 6 Mark Void. Xingsi, for the Divine Universe, the situation is not optimistic. Although in the war between Ordinary Supreme and Trace Level Vanity, due to the addition of Jin Wushuang, the victory has basically been locked, but if you really want to reverse the decision between the 2 universes, you still have to look at the invincible supremacy between them. Fighting, and the battle between the gods of the gods and the gods of the universe. The power of the Divine Power Universe is aided by 8 parties. The number of Invincible Supremes is not much worse than these 34 virtual honors, but in terms of combat power, it is a bit worse. The old ancestor of the Baba, the White Ape, was fierce and overbearing. Each punch had the power of a starburst. He opened the bow from side to side, and under a wild bombardment, he immediately overwhelmed the right virtual envoys in charge of thunder and lightning. But except for him, almost all the Invincible Supremes are at a disadvantage. Wu Yuan was still the invincible Wu Jianxian. After fighting against Gu Hong, he immediately fell into a disadvantage. Gu Hong Su-zun, who once dominated the era in the virtual universe, in terms of his years of practice, he is an ancient figure who is several times the number of Wu Jianxian. Various killing magical powers emerge from his hands, forcing Wu Jianxian to do nothing. Parry without a fight back. The most important thing is that Gu Hong has a pair of copper rings in his hands. This pair of copper rings is indestructible, strong, and abnormal, and has the ability to zoom in and out. The two copper rings are horns of each other, and they are pulled to the left and right, which is really tricky. Photo. Gu Hong Su-zun folded his hands and suddenly drank a drink. In a short time, a yellow light surged on the pair of copper rings, which actually stretched out like a rope. One of the copper rings was a magic sword that pierced Wu Jianxian first, so that a copper ring was from Wu Jianxian. Put it on your body, and then tighten sharply, binding Wu Jianxian also. Wu Jianxian's face changed, and she wanted to break free. However, this copper ring was like the 5 elements mountain-suppressing sun monkey. Wu Jianxian became larger, and it became larger. Wu Jianxian became smaller, and it did not give her a chance to escape. Ha 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 ha, little maiden skin. Let's get hold of it. This seat looks good to you. As long as you are willing to be a girl under this seat is worth your life, even if you are obedient. Taking down this universe, you can even ask the Lord God for a color, and it is not impossible to make you the master of the astral domain. Su Guxuan laughed loudly, but there was no sympathy in his hands. On the copper ring that bound Wu Jianxian to death, he sharply pierced a circle of short blades with the length of his fingers in order to hang Wu Jianxian directly. Look for death. Wu Jianxian heard the words, and suddenly a pair of beautiful eyes flickered with coldness, and the murderous intensity was extremely extreme. Supernatural power, change shape. Wu Wuxian spit out this sentence coldly. After the voice fell, I saw a flash of light flashing on her. Not far from her, a figure exactly like her suddenly appeared. Huh! Suddenly, Wu Jianxian, who was bound by a copper ring, was completely hanged by the copper ring and turned into a shadow. Kill! Wu Wuxian Xianqiu's face flashed pale for a moment, then took a deep breath, and once again raised the sword to kill Gu Hongshuan. Ling Yi, the other side of the battlefield. One has a 6-marked virtual honor with double wings on his back and a waist around his waist, and his knees are hanging down. Then, his hands twisted for a while and turned into 2 narrow sharp swords. Dragon? Jia, I ate you. Leo the 6-marked Su-zun stepped on his feet and suddenly jumped, like a flying mantis, towards a 3-generation dragon clan. Songso, his hands, which turned into sharp knives, flashed a severe cold light in the air, enough to split the stars and the moon. Roar! The 3 generations of the purple dragon, who saw the whole body in purple, saw panic in their eyes, opened their mouths, and spit out a star-sized purple venom. The battle between Invincible Supreme and 6-mark Void has become fiercer and fierce, and has entered a fevered state. Although no one has fallen, according to this situation, the Invincible Supreme on the side of the Divine Universe, the fall is only a matter of time. At that time, once the Invincible Supreme falls, the balance of the top combat power between the 2 universes will be broken, and the virtual universe can free up its hands, creating a 2-to-1 situation. At that time, it will lay the ruin of the Divine Universe in one fell swoop. Draw full rotation, and put it back on Jin Wushuang and Gafu Supreme. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Ji Gvu took a deep breath, and there was a firmness in his eyes, and he muttered to himself, "Then my old body will be transformed into the fire of Lao Yun." His words fell, just as Gav Supreme planned to grab, burn himself, and become the first fire to burn up the void universe. His shoulder was suddenly patted by the sword Wushuang. Okay. Gai GV turned back suspiciously. Gai Fu, what do you want to do? Younger people do not stop you. But before that, younger people want you to see something. Qi Jian Wushuang said softly. Immediately, Yu read the book www.ukanshu. Calm turned his right hand over, and an iron-colored token appeared in his hand. Lingpai, this token is exactly the sword Wushuang who was in the land of the gods. It was developed by the Taoist master of the life shrine and was given to him. He looked at this rusted token first, and then he looked at those turbid eyes, and suddenly his eyes became red. 100,000 virtual times. Do I do and know the life and death of the Lord of the Palace of Life? The world only knows that the Temple of Life was opened by Tao Yin Supreme, and then guarded by Gav Supreme. I do not know. At that time, Gaifu Supreme was the shadow behind Dao Yin Supreme, the most loyal old servant. Young Master. Alive? Gaifu Supreme opening. His title is not the Palace Master, but the Young Master. Perhaps he has not called the word Young Master for a long time. Therefore, the two words appearing from his mouth seem a bit stiff. Yes. Wu Jianwushuang nodded. I was sure of Jian Wushuang's determination, and Gafu Supreme laughed. The first laugh was free and easy, and the smile was relieved, and the smile was unrelated. Sword unparalleled, since the young master has given you the Palace Master token, then you are the second-generation Palace Master of my life shrine. I have no wish or regret. The words fell, gave up to respect, raised his head, and looked at the battlefield of Invincible Supreme and 6 marks. A strong breath that has never been before poured out from him. Chapter 45-56. Okay. What happened? This breath is... Suddenly, the 6-marked virtual inferiority and Invincible Supreme being engaged in the virtual universe stopped the battle in their hands and looked down in confusion. As a result, they saw Gavro, who was burning with the divine power. It's him. It's this guy. He is still alive? Some people who had participated in the last battle of the Holocaust and knew Supreme Gava had a look of terror on their faces. At that time, Gav Extreme was still young, but it was one of the absolute main forces of the divine universe. Almost in this realm, there were few rivals. For this reason, the virtual universe side also sent a few 6-marked virtual princes to slay Gafu Supreme. They clearly remembered that Gafu Supreme was seriously injured and was dying at the time, and it was about to fall. Rewind. This lunatic intends to die with us. Suddenly, a 6-marked virtual Zune pupil shrank, as if aware of something, and shouted in horror. As soon as this remark was made, these 6-marked virtual respects suddenly changed their faces, and they all retreated back. And some Invincible Supremes of the Divine Power universe are also shocked, and their eyes are unbelievable. Gav this guy. The Emperor Taishu ended the battle, panting slightly, and looked at Gafu Supreme with complex eyes. His relationship with Supreme Gav was regarded as an enemy and friend. Before the outbreak of the Holocaust, the two had a lot of grudges, but with the outbreak of the Holocaust, the two became comrades in arms. Even on the battlefield, Supreme Gav had saved his life. As a result, his feelings for Supreme Gav were rather complicated. It is also because of this complexity that when Jian Wushuang almost killed the Bingyu Supreme, he only mentioned that he beat the Sword Wushuang, and did not kill the killer instead, but left the universe with the Bingyu Supreme. Deep. Otherwise, relying on the strength of the Emperor Taishu, even if the sword was double-clicked and killed, the life shrine at the time had no way to take him. The sword is unparalleled. The old man has gone. After all, this world is your young man. She patted Jian Shou's shoulders, and Gav Supreme turned his head back and took a deep look at King Jujia. Then he didn't hesitate again, and stepped on his right foot again. The tail flames meteorite Mars, with an indomitable attitude, slammed into several 6-marked virtual honors who were retreating. Teacher. King Jujia clenched his fists, arrogantly cold like him, and cold and ruthless like him. It was also at this moment that he felt a sore nose and a deep sense of weakness. It was Supreme Gap, who brought him back from a remote star field like a beggar, and gave him a home. The first practice, the first awakening of the perfect special level of life, the first breakthrough, and the first time called the Temple of Life, the first day of pride. All of this was given to him by Supreme Gavo. For him, perhaps it wasn't the billions of souls in the universe that really made him back in the water at this moment. Not the people in the Temple of Life, but the look he wanted to see, the supreme governance approving him. This look, he finally saw. But there was only sadness in his heart, not joy. Boom! In countless all kinds of eyes, Gafu Supreme slammed into those six-marked virtual honors. With this collision, Gav Extreme broke through and returned to its peak. This collision was the strongest blow from Gav Supreme at the last moment of life. This collision is unstoppable, and it is dead. Do not. Guheng Shuzuan gave a panic and growled. Virtual explosion. The spider that is full of spiders all over the body at the same time used the strongest magical power to burst, and at the same time made countless tentacles, all exploded. There are more six-mark vanities, and they are doing their best. However, these are useless in the face of supreme governance, all useless. These magical powers only touched the sky-fire flames transformed by the Supreme of Gav, and were instantly crushed and annihilated. They retreated, wanting to return to the void universe through the fissures of the void to avoid the blow. However, what made them desperate was that when they first wanted to enter the void and return to the void universe, they were shocked to find that the void crack leading to the void universe and the divine universe was closed for some reason. What's going on? Why is this happening? Crack in the void, what happened? Damn. Countless six-marked virtual respects have a blue complexion, watching the flames in their pupils become more and more magnificent. There is no escape. Avoid it. Even the void crack has been closed for no reason. Let them not think deeply. Laugh. The turbulent fire transformed into the supreme governance. All these six-marked virtual honors were swallowed up in an instant. In the light of fire, the despair roar of these six-marked vain lords, as well as horror and terror. This is the supreme gap, which burned life, and the blow from it was bright, gorgeous, and shocking at the same time. Boom! A moment later, it seemed like a huge firework burst into the air like a mighty starry sky. It's so huge, so beautiful. Countless people looked at this firework, all forgetting to breathe. Their eyes were lost for a while. The fireworks gradually dissipated, and the governance was gone. At least 3 six-mark virtual honors disappeared with it. As if deleted by the world, there is no breath left in the void. That burned the sky and turned the whole Bodis life into a raging flame of anger. Not only burned the six-marked venerable emptiness of the virtual universe, but also ignited himself. Gav Supreme, fallen. Countless people were stunned, as if being fixed, and looked at this scene stiffly, with only endless shock and admiration in their eyes. With one's own body, transforming into the sky of anger, breaking Ling Xiao, stepping on Jiuyo, without remorse. Old friend. Bazu ancestors have complex eyes and sighed softly. He once talked with Gafu Supreme in the East China Sea, and had a deep friendship with Gafu Supreme using the starless sky as a chessboard and the stars as chess pieces. Gov Supreme, respect. The martyr gourd fairy who asked Big Dream 3,000 years old, "What year is this evening?" took a deep breath, poured a glass of clear water from the gourd in his hand, and poured it into the stars. Sorry to know you this way. He didn't know Gaiwaf, but at this moment, he was convinced by Gaiwaf's courage and fearlessness. Teacher. King Jujia's face turned pale instantly. The whole portrait was drained, his legs were soft, and he almost fell from the air. The sword of the crowd in the crowd, although there was no speech, was like a heavy stone pressed against the chest, so heavy that the breathing became slow. Chapter 45-57 Divine Power Universe 34 Xuanzuan have retreated to the edge of the extraterrestrial battlefield, and behind them, there is a crack in the void. However, the void cracks that had allowed them to go in and out were completely closed. There is no road behind, and there is chasing in front. The blow from the burning life of Gaver Supreme directly reversed the situation. 34 virtual lords, who were originally implicated in each other, already had at least a few six-mark virtual lords, and fell in the death blow of Gafu Supreme. And the remaining almost 30 vain honors, all with broken robes and embarrassing stature. They looked at each other. Their faces were iron blue. Master, what should we do now? A six-mark vanity, Shun Shang said. The naked white-haired burly old man didn't answer when he heard the words, but froze his eyes, staring at the ancestors of the Pa clan, his eyes full of fear. Gave Supreme's desperate blow. Although he took away a few six-marked virtual lords, including ancient Hung virtual lords and sky spider monsters. But this is not the worst news. The most sinking in the mind of the white-haired burly old man was the closing of the void crack. He just tried to communicate with the surviving people and horses of the virtual universe, but found that as the cracks closed, the communication between them was also interrupted. This means that they don't know what happened in the virtual universe. And, most importantly, they can't go back. The rules of the two universes, the virtual universe and the divine universe, are not interlinked, and even the things they practice are different. This means that they cannot recover the virtual force in the divine universe. Now the war between them and the divine universe has come to an end. It is when they are weakest that they cannot be replenished. The divine universe can slowly kill them here, even if they are grinded with water. Taking a deep breath, the right imaginary of the imaginary universe, that is, a flash of fruit in the eyes of the white-haired burly old man, said, "Contact the Lord of the Gods immediately, otherwise all of us will die here." After speaking, the right imaginary squeezed at the fingertips, forcing a drop of black blood and pressing it on his brows. Suddenly, Yoshu Shur seemed to have a sense of what happened. He immediately fell to his knees and kept talking about the words that summoned Lord Shushin. Kill! On the other side, the patriarch's ancestors flashed in the eyes, and the word kill was coldly spit out in his mouth. When it turned into a rolling day, the right fist gathered thousands of winds and bombarded the 34 virtual respects of the virtual universe and go. And some other invincible supremes also offered various killing magical powers, followed closely. Kill him while he is ill. Not only is the invincible supreme moving, at this moment, the ordinary supreme, led by Jian Wushuang, King Jujia and others, also has a flash of murder in his eyes. Jian Wushuang took the lead, the royal sword killed, and straddled the sky. Behind him, the king of 9 dragons urged his talents to become supernatural, and the demon evolved. Kill, kill, kill everything. You guys, bury the teacher. The king of 9 kings had white hair, and at this moment, all turned into a glamorous red, and in his eyes, there were 2 rounds of blood moons. A violent and mad breath came out of him. Okay. Jian Wushuang looked back at Zhu Jiawang, and his heart was startled. King 9 calm, enchanted? If the death of Supreme Gap is the one who has hit the most, then there is no doubt that it is the King of 9 calamities. In the heart of King 9 Calves, the status of Gav Supreme is more important than his parents. He watched Gafu Supreme fall in front of him. At this moment, he was enchanted. Dead. A 5-marked vanity stopped in front of King Jujia. Before waiting for the 3-marked virtual respect to take action, King Jujia's big hand has been slammed on top of his head. He actually slaps his head directly into his chest, and then turns into a pool of meat sauce. Go die. Come die. Go to hell. The king of 9 robbers danced wildly with both palms, and each palm shot directly killed an imaginary. On his skin, an ancient black divine pattern emerged, and his breath soared at a rate visible to the naked eye. Medium extreme peak. Medium extreme satisfaction. Supreme. Breakthrough. After the breakthrough, King Jukai's combat power is a leap and jump. The former king of 9 calamities was calm, proud, and indifferent. So now he has completely turned into a weapon on earth. The sea is raging, and his breath has not stopped. It is still skyrocketing. His practice rose madly at an unprecedented speed. No one is his one enemy, and within 100 miles of him, he has completely turned into Shura Purgatory. In this scene, not only are the ordinary virtual lords of the virtual universe split apart, but even the supreme master of the divine universe feels his eyelids stunned and stunned. One king of 9 calamities, one sword without a match. These 2 people who came out of the palace of life are more perverted than one. An old-fashioned supreme tongue. Look at me, you only need to join forces with Jian Wushuang and the king of Jiuzhai, and am afraid that these two people will be able to sweep the ordinary vanity of the entire virtual universe, right? Brilliant world, great world. Now the king of nine calamities, I'm afraid it's not weaker than Jian Wushuang too. These supremes lamented. On the other side, Jian Wushuang just killed the Jujie king once. Jian Wushuang's killing is more direct and devastating than the nine kings. He was like the scholar who traveled far and wide, and like the auspicious goddess who didn't touch the world's fireworks, his expression was so cold and stern. However, in his hands, the sharp sword energy cut by the Tai Luo divine sword is in all directions, rushing to the Shaohan, madly harvesting the life of the virtual universe. Many weak esteemed virtuosos even only saw the action of sword Wushuang out of the sword. The Jinghong Yijian, like Bai Long, has already killed it. Countless people looked at Jian Wushuang. Their hearts coincided with each other, and at the same time a word was flowing. One battle for 3,000 miles. One sword was once a million division. Who says uselessness is a scholar, and a scholar's sword is also king? Just when the killing was at its most intense, the right messenger, who kept on telling Su Sun, stopped talking. Soon, boom! The sky is cracking. An old man with white hair was the first to shoot out from the cracked sky. Master Elder God. Everyone's eyes are a little bit condensed. I saw the appearance of Zhou God as usual, but in his right sleeve cuff, it was obviously broken. Seeing this, everyone could not help but sink in their hearts. Immediately afterwards, they saw the imaginary shrouded in endless black mist, stepping down from the sky with their hands. He did not use any virtual force, but seemed to automatically lift him up as if heaven and earth were like the 9-day demon. Between the heavens and the earth, a tragedy is played for him. Su Xian's red eyes only slightly shifted, and he saw the many virtual respects that were forced to his side, and the right Su Xing who was kneeling on the ground, and said indifferently, useless waste. List of chapters with high-speed text. Chapter 45-58. In one lifetime, there are 3 autumns. Those who do something are called gentlemen. If you do nothing, you are a hero. The meaning of a hero is not to save a man born in water and fire, then he is called a hero. Heroes are the ones who dare to take the world by storm. Knowing that there are tigers in the mountains, they prefer to travel to the mountains. Although there are thousands of people, I will go. Therefore, Gavro is enough to bear the name of a hero. With his own body, he started the epic beginning of this world of controversy and reversed the victory and defeat of the 2 universes. However, as the virtual stepped out of the crack in the sky, an immense force suddenly came to the audience, isolating the countless divine power of the universe, which was being killed. Master Xian Shan. Yoshu bowed to the ground with a guilty face, and he and Zhuoshusher were the 2 chief commanders of this battle. From the present, their command is undoubtedly unsuccessful. Useless waste. The false shook his head indifferently, then looked at the Zhou, and his mouth made a low sound like a man and a woman. God of God, 100,000 virtual periods are missing. Your growth really disappoints me. The of Zhou heard the words sinking and did not answer. The of virtual gods was born to devour all the negative emotions of the world's desire, greed, obsession, blood, resentment, and so on. Since 100,000 virtual times before, virtual gods have been seriously injured by him. Not only did his injuries recover, but his strength went one step further, and even the trouble he had dealt with became tricky. Su Shan shook his head and said again, God, this knows the abacus you played, sends people into our virtual universe, and closes the void crack channel with Fengtian banner, right? With this remark, Jian Wushuang could not help but shrink his pupils. He knows the existence of Feng Tianqi? Before waiting for the god of Zhou to speak, I saw the vision of the virtual turned again. One by one glanced over the faces of the supreme master of the divine universe, and finally his eyes fell on Jian Wushuang. If I'm not mistaken, this is the person who entered the virtual universe? Su Shan extended his finger and pointed his fingertips at Sword Wushuang. Suddenly, his fingertips seemed to turn into a vortex, and countless black mist condensed at his fingertips, turning into a horrible black beam, and instantly hit the swordsman. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's pupils dilated, and a big terror between life and death surged in his heart. He didn't expect that the Xingqian would suddenly attack him. This change happened too quickly, and it was so unexpected that under the black beam, Jian Wushuang was like the ants facing the collapse of Wuyue, unable to resist the slightest resistance. The gap between him and the virtual is too big. It's like a cowardly baby facing a mythical giant with a height of billions of meters. Even if it is a breath, the virtual can kill the sword unparalleled. Just as Jian Wushuang clenched his fists and a rush of madness resigned in his eyes, a deep cold humming suddenly sounded in the void. Immediately afterwards, they saw the figure of the Zhou, who appeared in front of Jian Wushuang out of thin air. Sushan, it's too much to start with the junior, isn't it? The god of God calmly spoke, and at the same time he reached out his hand. Suddenly, the black beam of light was swept away by the of the sky and suddenly disappeared. Seeing nothing, there was no regret, but he shook his head indifferently. God of God, do you think that using the Fengtian banner to seal the void crack, can I do nothing? He smiled and said with a smile. An infinite number of dark mists suddenly appeared on the virtual god, mixed with things like a Rubik's cube, and quickly poured into the void crack. Seeing this Rubik's cube, the god of God suddenly changed his face slightly and frowned. The lock of the space-time channel? Shushan, did you make a deal with the emperor? Suexian did not answer, but raised his head and closed his eyes, spread his hands to embrace the world. Open it, the lock of time and space. Boom! Instantly, more and more black mist was rising from Shushan, until the end, the sky was covered by the sun, and it all swarmed into the void of the void. In this dark mist, horrible sound waves similar to the horrible grievances are constantly heard, making people sound numb. Boom boom. The muffled sounds continued to pass from the fissures of the void, followed by the breath of the void universe. That crack began to spread and crack at a rate that was visible to the naked eye, and the crack gradually became larger. It's like a giant. Open your eyes completely and wake up from your deep sleep. Feng Tianqi is loose. Jian Wushuang's face changed slightly. He could sense that the 99 Fengtian flags that had been deeply inserted into the void and the void of the void of the void universe were constantly squeezed out by a strange force. It's like a nail deeply rooted in the ground, being severely pulled out. One side, on both sides, three sides, 99 Fengtian flags continued to emerge from the void, and the void crack leading to the two universes is still growing. The void universe is inside the void. The old man of the red Buddha and 8 desolates, who was anxious like an ant on a hot pot, had a gloomy face and kept paced back and forth. I don't know what to do. Suddenly, the old man of the red Buddha smiled and said, Master Bakuang, look at it. The seal of the forbidden space is loosening. Okay. Bahuang Shuzuan looked up and noticed immediately that in the void, there were black flags of God pattern manifesting from the void. Not only that, the 87 void cracks are also expanding at an alarming rate. It must be the means of Lord Xian Shun. Divine Power Universe, Extraterrestrial Battlefield. The countless emptiness of the imaginary universe, watching the ever-expanding void cracks, felt the breath from the imaginary universe. The spirit suddenly refreshed, and his face showed joy. Master Xian Shun is so powerful. With the 99 Fengtian flag, he was pulled out of the void. Boom! Suddenly, a blast exploded. The connection channel between the two universes is completely opened. That void crack had spread to about 1,000 feet, just like the monster's mouth, squatting quietly in the void. Even the wind from has come out of this crack. The divine power of the many extremes suddenly changed his face. Even the of the sky is sinking in his heart. Master Elder God, I petition to hang them immediately, or wait for them to return once they return to the virtual universe, and it must be the calamity of our magical universe. One of the 9 team captains, Sushi Supreme, stepped out and said with a deep voice, Yes, we can't let them go back. This is a rare opportunity to obliterate them. Once they wait for them to escape and stay back until the day when they come back, it will be the time when our divine universe is truly in danger. The gourd fairy wine lunatic also said with a cold expression. It's late. The Zhou shook his head when he heard the words and sighed lightly. List of chapters with high-speed text. Chapter 45:59. He seems to be confirming the word of the universe. When the divine universe was eager to try, when it was about to gather all its powers to completely kill the virtual deities of the virtual universe, the virtual gods looked back and looked at the 30 virtual deities that were already in various shades of weakness. Longhua said, "Let's go." After finishing speaking, Su Shun's big sleeve rolled a roll, and the 36 marked virtual honors and hundreds of ordinary virtual honors were put into the sleeves, and then he stepped into the void crack. The imaginary universe came with an invincible posture, but ended with a wolf howl. However, none of the people in the divine universe have a sense of joy on their faces. Through this time the two universes faced each other. It seemed that the divine universe had won and ended with the defeat of the virtual universe. This is not the case. Although this time of the battle, the virtual universe has fallen a few virtual honors, but it is not a matter of injury. You must know that the Divine Force universe has deployed various means for this battle, such as those hundreds of killing arrays, and for example the 99 Feng Tian flags arranged by Jian Wushuang in the void. They are planning to make a big injury to the imaginary universe and even wipe it out. However, the reality is quite different from what they expected. Opportunity is fleeting, and this opportunity has passed for the divine universe. I do indeed need to think about it. The next time the virtual universe makes a comeback again, when the offense comes, it must have been fully prepared. At that time, it will be the calamity of the magical universe. This day, obviously, it will not take long. Abominable. One invincible supreme. The void in front of him blasted a punch, and suddenly the void broke like a mirror, venting the depression in his heart. Other invincible supremes. Although they do indeed express their inner depression like this person, they all have a somber face, and their faces are not very good-looking. Qi Jian Wushuang slammed the Tai Luo divine sword into a scabbard. If you do indeed intervene, then everything they expected may have been achieved. With at least sword Wushuang can be sure, the ordinary vanity of the virtual universe will definitely be wiped out by the army, and no one will escape. And Shushin did not have the lock of space at that time provided by Devouring Organization, nor could it open the connection channel between the two universes. At least half of those 6 marked virtual lords were to be folded here. It's just a pity that countless calculations haven't been taken into account. This is a tumor. Okay, let's go back and prepare. Wu Zhou took a deep breath and said with a deep voice, "He is the leader of the divine universe. Although he is a bit downcast about this battle, he knows that he cannot show it. Once he showed sorrow, the divine universe was really over. The divine power universe now seems tough, but in fact, all the rope is tied to the of the universe. It is good." Everyone nodded, followed behind the of the universe, and ran toward the base camp. The battlefield outside of the territory became quiet once again, leaving only a pile of stumps and broken arms, and countless divine power fluctuations, confirming the brutal battle just now. But over time, these traces of warfare will be silently devoured by the universe and repeated at the beginning. The universe never changes. It is like a ruthless and constantly running machine, watching the times changing silently, ebb and flow. Even if the people of the virtual universe come in, only the monks who live in the divine universe will disappear, not the divine universe. Back to base camp. I was responsible for some of the supreme garrisons in the camp. When I saw everyone, they looked serious and silent, and knew in their hearts that this battle was definitely not a good result. Therefore, they didn't ask anything, but they whispered a master of the god and stopped talking. Okay. Wu Zhou nodded to them, and then said, "Come to the hall and discuss the next plan." There was a hint of exhaustion in his voice. After I finished speaking, the of the universe stopped talking and walked towards the hall step by step alone. At this time, many people found out. Wu Zhoushan didn't know when. The straight waist that had been quite straight had already been stunned a little, and the back looked thin and lonely. Seeing this, everyone could not help but glance at each other, then sighed. The pressure of the gods of the universe is the biggest of them. He bears too much. Let's go. The grandpa ancestor took a deep breath, and then strode behind the Zhou and headed towards the hall. I entered the hall, and everyone arched, "Ill wait. See Lord Elder God." This time, I want to talk about these red tapes. Wu Zhou God waved his hand, and there was a touch of exhaustion in his eyes. After I finished speaking, the of the universe did not speak anymore, but looked towards the hall. Some positions have been vacated. One of the more advanced is the position of the leader of the 5th Team Zero Supreme. Empty there, the position is still there, but people can never come back. Zero Wood Supreme died in the hands of the first ancestor of the heavenly sacred place of the virtual universe. The 4th team captain, Jin Yin, said softly. Among the 9 team captains, he has the best relationship with Supreme Zero. The two were in the same era, but they were the two great arrogances of that era. Later, they entered the extraterritorial battlefield and fought side by side. It can be said that they are already the closest relatives in the world. Okay. Wu Zhoushan nodded his head and said, "Xiaolon, you will go to the heroes list later and engrave the name of Zero Wood Supreme." "Yes, master." Lon Lon replied softly. Thuiran, although she is a disciple of Zhou God and has a high status, she also joined the battle. At the moment, she has a pale face, a weak breath, and suffered a minor injury in the battlefield. Did not let the negative sadness come out. God took a deep breath, forcibly lifted his spirit, regained his sharpness, swept from the faces of everyone, and said, "What are you waiting for next?" As soon as this remark was made, everyone looked at each other, and no one spoke. I have exhausted all the means to be used. At this level of war, ordinary conspiracy and trickery will no longer have any effect. Until a long time passed, the Pi ancestor, the white ape, just stood up from his seat, with a clear tone. Without him, soldiers come to cover the water and cover the earth, but death battle. Dead war? After hearing the words, God of the gods narrowed his eyes, and then nodded, revealing endless killings and determination. Yes, only war. Many others supremely heard the words, the eyes suddenly soared. It is true that at this time, all conspiracy and scheming to conquer the virtual universe are just jokes. They have only one way to go, and that is death fighting. I agree. Wu Wuxian spit out these 2 words coldly. Seconded. 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 Chapter 45-60. For a moment, the entire hall of the cosmic god was filled with the voice of secondary advice, and the words of death battle rushed to Xiao Han, breaking Kyushu. Wu Zhou God took a deep breath and looked at the supreme mansion. His head nodded slightly. As long as morale is still there, so many obstacles just wait. Break through your power and stay with you to the end. An invincible supreme. His eyes filled with warfare, he said. Yes, you can fight if you want, you can die at most. My monk, why not fight? When the yin and yang rebellion, stain the sky with my blood. The other invincible supremacy also spoke. He who can cultivate to this state, which is not the dragon and the phoenix among the people, the arbitrary existence. Sun's life and death have long been taken down by them. When they entered this extraterrestrial battlefield, their lives and deaths were ignored. Only the 3 dragon and phoenix and unicorn families, without a word, faced the eyes of the gods of the universe. In this regard, the of the universe can only pretend to turn a blind eye. Okay, everyone, then you can go back and prepare for 1 or 2, and wait for the war to begin. The bright light flickered in the eyes of the phantom god, and the deep voice opened. The people in this fictional universe are not injured, but the same is true of the divine power universe. You must pay close attention to time to keep yourself in a peak perfect state. Yes. Everyone dispersed, and the hall was quiet again. Yinzhou God's straight waist plate was loosened, and he sighed softly, no longer covering the tiredness between the eyebrows. With 100,000 perseverance in chaos, he is too tired and tired. He rubbed his eyebrows, and Lan's house said to the side of Lan Lan, Xiao Lan, go to the depths of the universe for your teacher, and you will summon all invincible supremes in the depths of the universe to the extraterritorial battlefield. It is good. Tong Lan Lan didn't have any delay. After nodding his head, he walked out of the hall, released the cosmic boat, and blasted towards the depths of the universe. After Lan Lan left, there were only two gods in the whole hall, the of the sky and Lan Su. Tong Lansu did not participate in the god war, but stayed at the base camp to control the overall situation for the gods of the universe. Master, if you transfer all the invincible supreme here, I am afraid that there is no invincible supreme suppression in the depths of the universe. There will inevitably be people who have the opportunity to take advantage of cholera. Tong Lansu said with some concern. Wu Zhoushan frowned and glanced at Lan Su, and said, It's a very good way to do things in extraordinary times. It's time now. If this battle cannot be defended, the entire divine universe will be destroyed for this purpose. Where else can there be so much fear? After a long pause, the Zhou continued to say, If anyone dares to make trouble at this time, if our battle is defeated, naturally we will not mention it again. If we win, the old man will go to the autumn to settle accounts. Yes, the disciples understand. Lan Su nodded a little back. Well, you can go down too, and let the teacher be alone. After the god waved his hand to let Lan Su back down, he first glanced down at the broken cuff of his right hand, then looked up at the sky. His eyes seemed to penetrate the roof of the hall, and looked at the starry sky of Wudi, sighed softly, breathed. The most serious thing happened to him, because he was unable to suppress the virtual because of his battle with the virtual god. You have to get others up quickly. He converged his thoughts, and there was a flash of enlightenment in the eyes of Zhou God. At the same time, deep in the sky, a black giant tortoise the size of a star field constantly shuttled. Some star thieves robbed while on fire, and monks crossing the road. When they saw this giant tortoise, they were shocked in their eyes. They hurried away from it and did not dare to block the road. Here, is this special lady a turtle? This is bigger than a planet. So walk around. There must be some old monster out. These monks and star thieves marveled. On the turtle's back, no one heard it. A girl was constantly screaming with excitement. Wow, wow, master. Is this the depths of the universe? This is too beautiful. Wow, oh. Saul near this girl is not someone else. Naturally, it is the naive who once had a relationship with Jian Wushuang and Nanchuan Xiandao. At this time, she followed the ancestor of Feng Tian to tour the entire universe, and finally reached the depths of the universe, which is also the most prosperous area of the universe. Wu Jiuji looked at the countless galaxies circling, countless galaxies swaying, and countless universes of shuttles in the universe. Her eyes glowed. Previously, in Nanchuan Xiandao, the starry sky she saw was only so big, and she thought that the starry sky was really so big. Until then, she discovered that the original cosmic starry sky was so bright and so gorgeous. The beauty she had never imagined. Calm. Boy, you calm down for your teacher. When the baby was yelling for a while, her head suddenly ate a brain collapse. She couldn't help covering her head and grinning. Master, why are you hitting me? Wu Chuji opened her bright eyes and looked at Feng Tian's ancestor with a look of grievance. Don't give this teacher a wrong set. Wu Fengshan's ancestor glared at the naive with a beard and immediately said disgustedly, a bright, anyway, as a teacher, I am also a big man with a head and a face in the universe. Your entire face has never seen the world, making it awkward for the teacher. Oh. Qin Chi's O word sounded a long tone, and it seemed that the meaning of the O word was a little dazed. Master, no one greeted you along the way, respectfully. The young child murmured softly. What did you say? Feng Tian's ancestors heard the words, and they suddenly felt that they were out of breath and snorted coldly. When I dominated the universe as a teacher, the depths of the universe were still chaotic. These little guys didn't know as teachers. It's normal. Wu Chuji heard the words and could not help but spit out his tongue. Well, I'm too lazy to tell you this. After a long pause, Feng Tian's ancestor's expression gradually became solemn, and Shunsheng said, "You son, am leaving for the teacher. Go." After hearing the words for a while, Chu Chuji immediately excited her eyes and smiled and nodded. "Okay, when are we going?" The old ancestor of Feng Feng took a deep breath and shook his head and said, "You son, not us, but me, leave alone. Go away." Wu Chuji heard the words froze, and her face looked confused. Since she was still in Changbao, she followed her ancestor Feng Tian unceasingly. She never thought that one day her master would leave her. I don't know why. Suddenly, she seemed to be drained from the whole body. Her feet were light and heavy, as if stepping on a cloud, and as if a big stone was blocked on her chest, her breathing stopped. Chapter 45-61. The atmosphere was so deep that it fell into unprecedented silence. After a long time, the infantile forced a smile on his face and asked, "Master, where are you going?" Feng Fengshen's ancestor noticed the look on the naive face and could not help showing a hint of intolerance in his eyes. If he could, why would he want to leave the naive? I am so stupid, so simple and innocent. Who will protect her if she is gone? I must be cheated, right? In the long years, the old and the young had already become dependent on each other, becoming a bond that could not be separated from each other. However, the next moment, Feng Tian's ancestor's eyes could not bear it, and he was resolutely replaced. He turned his head, no longer looked at the naive, looked at the distant extraterrestrial battlefield, calmed his tone as much as possible and said, "Go to a place where the teacher should go." Wu Chuji was silent again, and she knew that she was definitely going to make up for her regrets. In the last battle of the catastrophe, the master did not participate, and the entire universe was filled with corpses. Although the ancestor of Feng Tian rarely said these things, the naive knew that the master did not take action on himself and help the universe. Pregnant. But now, the battle of catastrophes has once again begun. It is time for the master and his elderly to complete the mission. It is good. Hinch's face extruded a bright smile. Her eyes laughed into a crescent shape. "Master, go early and return early. The young child is still waiting for you to accompany me to continue traveling the universe together." Haha, that's hope for the teacher. The next time you see Xiao Chu, you have found the person who is really willing to accompany you to travel the stars and the sea, not the bad old man for the teacher. He stretched out his hand and rubbed his childish hair, drowned, and Feng Tian's ancestor was relieved. Fortunately, my apprentice is not completely unable to accept his departure, and his emotions are still stable. In this way, he can rest assured. However, he forgot that the naive was always a very sensible girl. "You error, that's gone for the teacher. Next time I see you as a teacher, if you don't make progress, you can punish you as a teacher." Shi Fengshen's ancestor said with a smile, and immediately hesitated. After leaving an inductive mark on the naive, he stepped into a laser and shuttled away. I saw him leap, hundreds of millions of miles away, across countless galaxy stars. The speed was extremely fast, and in a short time, he disappeared into the depths of the universe. Wu Chu looked at Feng Tian's ancestor childishly, and there was a dim look in his eyes. Why extraterrestrial battlefield? Base camp. The Supreme Masters have retired in a state of recuperation, and the entire battlefield outside the territory is quiet. However, everyone knows that this is just a sign of the coming storm. What about the Temple of God? Wu Zhoushan sits on the main seat and presses his brows. He hasn't stopped for a while these days, and continuously refines the magical medicine of the treasure, hoping that he can help these supreme universes of the divine power. Zhun Master, this is the 9 tea trees that the disciples picked on the Jilung Mountain in Mingyang Xingyu some time ago. You can rest assured, you try. Tong Lansu held the ceramic glazed teacup in both hands and came over and said respectfully. A hint of tea scented with heat, rising from the teacup. However, it was surprising that after the heat rose, it didn't dissipate, but turned into a little unicorn. Huh? This Jiushan tea tree is guarded by the Tianji tribe in Jilongshan. You can get this tea from them, and you have a heart. Wu Zhoushan smiled slightly, took a sip of tea from the teacup, and said with relief, "Master respects, this is all a disciple's business." Lan Su answered with a smile. Taking a sip of tea, the stomach felt that his mood was better. Seeing this, Tong Lansu moved his mind and tentatively asked, "Master, how much do you think we can win this battle?" After hearing this for a long time, the god of phonology thought back, "I'm afraid it's less than 30%. Is that so?" Lan Su nodded. A flash of thoughtfulness flashed in his eyes, and then whispered again in a tentative tone, "Master, you have guarded 100,000 chaos times here. If, if the divine universe is really broken, do you still plan to bury the divine universe?" As soon as this word came to an end, the atmosphere suddenly became strangely quiet. Wu Zhoushan put down the teacup. The smile on his face gradually converged, and looked at Lan Su expressionlessly, and slowly said, "What do you mean by saying this?" Wu Lan Su heard the words, could not help but tremble. "Master, I..." He opened his mouth several times and stopped talking, but in the end, he seemed to think of something. He bit his teeth and raised his head to look at the sky. Shin said, "Master, except for the virtual god, the snake is not weak. There seems to be support from the phagocyte behind the disciples, and the disciples bravely said that the magical universe has not had much vitality. Instead of burying the divine universe, Master, you might as well discuss with the Xin Shun Hao Sheng whether you can rule the star in the divine universe. With your strength, as long as you talk to the Xin Shun Hao Sheng. I think the Xin Shun is definitely not brainless generation, definitely glad to be with you." Jack. He did not wait for Lan Su to finish speaking, and the Zhou had slapped it out, slamming it on Lan Su's face fiercely. "Lan Su, are you asking the master to disregard the billions of souls of the entire divine universe, and for the sake of personal life and death, do you give up the divine universe?" "Huh." Sai slapped this slap down, and slam Lan Su directly and fly out, smashing a big pit on the ground. "Disciple." Lan Su stood up, knelt down on the ground, nodding continuously, and the forehead shuddered on the floor. "The disciples dare not." When I heard this, the face of God of the God was still ugly, and he shouted harshly, "Get out of the teacher! If you are telling the teacher to hear your outrageous remarks, stop blameful for the teacher, and not talk about the apprenticeship and end your life." Mayo he didn't notice. Lan Su, who buried her face deeply in the ground, heard the remarks, and then there was a spite of resentment on his face. "Disciple knows wrong." Tong Lansu squeezed this sentence out of her teeth. "Hurry up." Wu Zhou God shouted again. "Yes." Chi Lansu stood up and respectfully retreated. He just didn't notice that his gaze stayed on the teacup next to the sky for a moment, and a pang of pain and joy appeared on his face. "Master, the disciples do not want to be buried with the divine universe. Since you want to go alone, you can't tell right from wrong, then don't blame the disciples first." In his heart silently to himself, Lan Su strode away from the temple hall of the gods. In the great hall, there is only one of the universe. He kept breathing and exhaling, adjusting his emotions, but his face was still iron and blue, and his anger was still unsolved. In addition to his anger, he is more distressed, because he didn't expect that the big disciple with his own hands would say such a rebellious thing. Chapter 45-62. Extraterrestrial Battlefield, Base Camp. The seventh team, inside a palace. Jian Wu sat on a futon cross-legged, his eyes closed slightly, his brows frowned. The war between the magical universe and the virtual universe has reached the most critical stage. It is almost expected that when the virtual universe makes a comeback again, it will be a thunderstrike, and it will be necessary to separate life and death from the magical universe. And the response plan of the divine universe has already been decided early. Without him, nothing but death. Therefore, in theory, Jian Wushuang should not have any other thoughts, just quietly improve his strength and wait for the two universes to fight again. However, these days, Jian Wushuang always felt a little uneasy. As for the reason, he knew well. That's because when he was practicing Shunzong, Ban Shan told him the word undercover. Divine power universe, there is undercover. And this undercover is lurking in the base camp. Jian Wushuang thought that with the outbreak of this war, this lurker hidden in the high level of the magical universe should also be exposed. But the first war has ended, and the lurker has not revealed anything. The sound of horses. This could not help sinking Jian Wushuang's heart a little. This lurker. I'm afraid the plot is very big. Chaos. Shake his head. Jian Wushuang no longer think about it, and began to promote cultivation. Over time, one after another, Invincible Supreme rushed to the extraterritorial battlefield. These ancestor-level figures of the top powers were originally in deep sleep, but for this battle, they awakened from their dormancy and came to this extraterritorial battlefield in spite of the decline of heaven and man. They were the last cards and backgrounds of the divine universe, but at this moment they are in full swing. It can be said that, for this battle, the divine universe has been at all costs. With the arrival of these invincible supremacy, the slightly depressed combat atmosphere actually improved a lot, and even some people began to feel that the magical powers of the universe might be without war. With the arrival of Feng Tian's ancestors, the entire extraterrestrial battlefield finally boiled. Feng Tian, the ancestor, that same level of existence as the Lord God of the age. Unexpectedly, Feng Tian's ancestors finally came to life after 100,000 chaotic periods. The ancestor of Feng Tian was able to surrender the existence of Zulong at that time. I don't know why the basalt of Fengshan's ancestor did not appear. Feng Tian's ancestors are here. Why worry about this battle? This defeats me. Countless people know that Fengshan's ancestors are invincible and supreme, and they all have to smile. Those who didn't know the ancestors of Feng Tian, after hearing these people's narratives, quickly turned cloudy and clear, and they all rejoiced. The battle of the divine universe and the void universe. Why are so many people so heavy, do not have much hope, but fight with death? That is because no one in the virtual universe can deal with it except the virtual God. The zombie has stepped out of that step. Although he hasn't reached the realm of the two gods, they are only half a grade weaker than the gods. This is where the divine power universe suffers most. Because counting the entire universe, no one can check and balance the zombie god. But it's different now. Feng Tian ancestor. Here it is. Feng Tian's ancestor. An innate soul born in chaos. If the ancestors of the ancestors, and King Qilin did not die, they would all call their predecessors respectfully. He is the same as the snake god, but only a little luck away from the gods of the earth and the of emptiness. Feng Tian's ancestors are enough to reverse the sky and change the outcome. Senior Feng Tian. Senior Feng Tian. Some invincible supremacy who dominated an era, say hello to Feng Tian's ancestors. Even the ape ancestor by ape, who has always been taunted and does not look at anyone, stepped forward and smiled slightly. Brother Feng Tian, I haven't seen you for a long time. Feng Tian's ancestor nodded toward the white ape, and then smiled back and said, White ape, it seems that you have to take that step and join us. The patriarchs waved their hands and heard a bitter smile, and replied with a bitter smile. This step seems simple, but in fact it's not easy. Since ancient times, I don't know how many people got stuck at this step. Feng Tian's ancestors did not refute when he heard the words. Indeed, like the former Lord of Life Jingu Gong, but also the Gav Supreme who returned the light and gave a brilliant blow with his life's power, they are all masters who are hard to come by. Are stuck on this step. It is even more difficult for him to really take this step and reach the realm of the cosmic god. Brother Feng Tian, would you like to meet the of the universe first? The patriarch's ancestor white ape turned sharply and asked with a smile. Meet him? Hearing the name of the Zhou, the original ancestor Feng Tian still smiled and looked kind, and immediately turned up, and with a beard and stared, See what this old man is doing? Walk around, don't mention it to me. The patriarch ancestors heard the words and couldn't help touching his nose. Unexpectedly, after all these years, Feng Tian's ancestors were still upset about the matter. However, he could understand it, and then smiled and said, Brother Feng Tian, let me go. I will find a place for you to settle down. It is good. Feng Tian's ancestor's face slowed down, and then he smiled and chatted with the patriarch. In the temple god hall, the god knew that Feng Tian's ancestor had arrived, but he refused to meet him. This guy, for so many years, is still stubborn, the child's heart. That being said, the spirit of the God was slightly relaxed. The strength of Feng Tian's ancestors is still clear. He is definitely not under the zombie snake in the nearly tens of thousands of chaos period. Although he is very likely to be unable to defeat the virtual god, but he is confident that he can trap the virtual god. That's enough. This battle, we may not be defeated. The God narrowed his eyes, and there was a hint of war in his eyes. Just 1 month after Feng Tian's ancestor arrived at the extraterrestrial battlefield, the virtual universe has finally made a comeback. This time the virtual universe is out of the nest, bringing together the peak combat power of the entire virtual universe. They are mighty, covering the sky and covering the sun, occupying the entire starry sky. The coercion emitted by them alone is enough to crush the ancient and shake 9 days and 10 places. The first to walk with a negative hand was shrouded in endless black mist, revealing only a pair of scarlet eyes. Behind his half-body, there are 9 snakes with 9 snake heads, with the sun and moon, the greedy wolf-breaking army, and other stars printed on the heart of the snake's head and eyebrow. This giant snake is equally terrifying in strength, and with a swaying figure, it draws a dark channel in the void. This person is like a zombie in the virtual universe. At that time, the willow that wanted to the control of Jian Wushuang's deity was the descendant of the snake god. List of chapters with high-speed text. Chapter 45-63. Zombie. The virtual universe is like a big man in the sun. Since the battle between the virtual and the of the earth fell into a deep sleep, the zombie has risen, taking over the virtual god, and has become the new hegemon of the virtual universe. If compared with the virtual god, the strength of this zombie is naturally inferior, but this does not mean that he is weak. The strength of the zombie is equivalent to that of Feng Tian's ancestors, and he has taken that step, which is between the realm of the virtual and the 6-marked virtual respect. The reason why he did not reach the real state of the virtual is just a lack of luck. Nothing more. Behind the Shushin and zombies, there are 2 left and right ambassadors. These 2 are standing in the realm of 6-marked virtual respect, the most peak existence. After that, they came out together, with different looks and breaths, but a powerful and unusual 6-mark vanity. The 3rd ancestor of Tianyao, the Lord of Refining Gods, and the Lord of the Enin Palace. These are the 2nd batch of 6-marked virtual respects originally reserved in the virtual universe. At this moment, they were also summoned by the virtual gods and moved in. They stood together, and the breath of them together went straight to Shaohan, giving people an extremely powerful visual impact. Behind them, there is an attacking army composed of ordinary vanity, and they are also the largest. They fill the entire sky, cover the sky, and are vast and daunting. The most terrifying thing was that in the void not far from them, there were still vague waves, showing 7 figures wearing black robes. That's quite the organization. At this moment, they are integrated together. It can be said that this force is enough to destroy the sky and the sky, rushing to the sky and falling down to the sky, and swaying the 9 Yuang spring. Horrible to describe. At the same time, base camp in extraterrestrial battlefields. Woo! A sharp alarm sounded suddenly at high altitude. The people who were retreating in their respective palaces opened their eyes at almost the same time. Next moment, the deep voice of the gods of the earth sounded in their minds. The decisive battle begins and gather quickly. Boom! Suddenly, countless powerful figures rose into the sky. The 7th team belongs to Jian Wushuang's palace. Did it finally start? In the eyes of Jian Wushuang, the mango surged 3 inches, and the whole person was full of sharp breath. Immediately, Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and lifted the Taro Excalibur, which was placed aside, inserted into the waist scabbard, and stood up. Let's get started. Huh. When Jian Wu stepped on his feet, he disappeared into the palace. When Jian Wushuang approached the base camp hall, the entire hall was crowded. Seeing Jian Wushuang coming, these ordinary supreme, awe in their eyes, and took the initiative to separate a path for Jian Wushuang to walk. Unconsciously, Jian Wushuang has already conquered the crowd. He is no longer just the first person under the invincible supreme, but also the leader of the divine power universe. The word leader is so heavy. Sword Wushuang approached step by step, nodding slightly in response to these supremes. Going to the front, some invincible supremes looked back at Jian Wushuang, and their eyes also showed appreciation. Little guy, it's been a long time. The patriarch ancestor smiled slightly at Jian Wushuang. Senior ape. Jian Wushuang also smiled slightly at the patriarch. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's shoulder was patted again, and a loud voice sounded. Ha 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 ha, little chicken. Old man sees you again. Jian Wushuang twitched his mouth, turned back, and saw his ancestor Feng Tian smiling at him. Senior Feng Tian. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and arched towards Feng Tian's ancestor. Hey, little guy, I saw you. I forgot to ask you last time. What's your name? Feng Tian's ancestor said with a smile. Feng Tian Senior's junior swords are unparalleled. Jian Wushuang said honestly. Jian Wushuang? Well, the old man with this name is a bit familiar. When traveling around the universe in recent days, I seem to have heard people say that it was the first day of our universe, right? Feng Tian's ancestor looked up and down Jian Wushuang and said with interest. The junior is afraid to be. Jian Wushuang shook his head. Just when Feng Tian's ancestor still wanted to say something, deep inside the hall, a man with white hair appeared step by step. When seeing the sky, Feng Tian's ancestor's face suddenly pulled down, and he gave a cold hum from his nose. Don't go over and stop talking. The others, too, whispered, staring at the god of eternity without squinting, and their expressions became serious. Zhou God was expressionless. His eyes slowly swept from the faces of everyone, without saying any nonsense, but simply saying 4 words. Follow me. Yes. Everyone in the audience responded, and their voices went straight to Xiaohan, shaking for 9 days. Of course, in addition to Feng Tian ancestors. It's kind of the whole thing, it's just a whistleblower. He grinned slightly. The universe did not care about him, and he stepped on the ground, and the whole person suddenly turned into a streamer, sweeping away in the direction of the outer battlefield. Huh. There was a muffled sound, and everyone followed. Just less than 10,000 miles away from the base camp, the two sides of the magical universe and the virtual universe met in the starry sky. The halt stopped, and everyone stopped. The men and women on both sides stood facing each other. Although there was no speech, there was already a terrifying warfare, and they were uploaded from the men and women on both sides. Swords flew, and they started. God of God, this time you can't stop it. Su Shan stood with his hands up and spoke lightly. The dark fog surrounding him, like a rushing wave, swelled away, surging and surging. Is it? Zeus is expressionless. Stubbornness. The false shook his head when he saw the situation and continued to say, Earth God, our dispute is nothing more than a fight for this cosmic luck. If you wish to self-cultivate, no, hang yourself under this starry sky. Promise not to move the plants and trees in your universe. Murderous heart. In this sentence, I immediately wanted to push the universe to the opposite side of the divine universe. Fortunately, Zushin's face was unmoved at all. The supreme man behind Zhoshin also had no expression on his face. Those who can become supreme are those with a firm mind. How can they be confused by these 3 words? The universe is here, and the universe of gods has the opportunity to turn the Jedi. Once the of heaven falls, the entire universe of gods will be reduced to fish on the chopping board, and let the virtual gods slaughter them. Seeing this, Shushin didn't care, just sighed and waved forward, then let the killing stop it. Boom! Suddenly, led by dozens of 6-marked virtual lords, he led a common black lord with black pressure, rushing from behind the virtual god, passing by the virtual god, sneered at the man and horse on the side of the divine universe, hit it. Fighting broke out. List of chapters with high-speed text. Chapter 45-64. The dark cloud crushes the city, and Jiaguang opens to the golden scales. The entire sky was filled with ordinary vanities, led by these dozens of six-marked vanities, just like the locusts passing through the air, and the void was directly cracked. Kill. Wu Jiangxian's beautiful eyes were cold, and her voice was cold. The words fell, and Wu Jianxian took the lead in rushing out. She is like the ant who shoots a fairy with a sword in her hand, enough to cut off all enemies in the world. Little girls, dance swords and get guns. Come here for me. The first ancestor of Tianyao, the heavenly sacred place of the virtual universe, smiled vaguely, then pulled the right hand directly to open up a secret realm, dragged Wu Jinxian into it, and started a duel. I haven't had fun last time. Come back this time. The patriarch's ancestor, White Ape, flashed in his eyes and shook his mind for 9 days. The boiling blood was like a big sun, which made people dare not look straight. He blasted out with a punch, as if he was pushing a golden carriage, struck Gu Tianting's war drum, and blasted towards the right. The waters of the river are in the sky, and the wine lunatic holding the wine gourd and wearing a tattered robe shook his head and sighed. Suddenly, the endless innate sunflower water poured out from the gourd, as if the Tianhe River was upside down. The Milky Way rolled backwards and rushed towards the left emptiness. In a short while, everyone found their own opponent. Slightly behind the ghost of the half position, 9 heads spit out snakes at the same time, looking at the audience. The next moment, his 9 pairs of eyes fell on Jin Wushuang at the same time. You have the taste of this younger generation. The zombie voice was hoarse and cold. Presumably the little guy who delusions will die in your hands, right? The voice dropped, and the snake head on his far right opened his mouth slightly, condensing countless virtual forces. A terrifying breath spread from the mouth of this snakehead, just when the zombie was going to solve the sword unparalleled. Suddenly, the snake head in the center of his head was patted from behind. Hey, your opponent is me. Immediately, a grinning voice sounded behind him. When did it appear? The zombie eyes narrowed, and he turned around, and saw his old ancestor looking at him with a smile. Is that a step out of existence? When did the divine universe exist? The zombie spirit was slightly surprised, but in the information he received, there was no news of the ancestor of Feng Tian. However, only momentarily, he turned back and spit out 2 words. Interesting. Is it? Feng Tian's ancestor grinned, raised his palm again, and patted it towards the head of the zombie. In this palm, it seems that there are countless great worlds disillusioned, and chaos appears, and the power is extreme. There is even more interesting. Huh. Just as the palm of the chaos was about to be photographed on the head of the zombie god, the huge snake tail of the zombie had blasted out of the void, like a giant axe, and it came diagonally towards the ancestor of Feng Tian. Far away, Jin Wushuang took a sigh of relief. Although he is now the first person under the Invincible Supreme, he still has a huge gap in the face of the snake who has stepped out of the Invincible Supreme from the realm of the cosmic god. Fortunately, the zombie has now been entangled by the ancestors of Feng Tian, and each of the Invincible Supremacy has its own opponent. On this extraterrestrial battlefield, no one can rule him. Kill. Jin Wushuang's expression was indifferent, his eyebrows were cold, and his sword suddenly turned into a dazzling sword, and he rushed towards the mighty army of virtual respect. Behind the sword Wushuang, there are a number of top elites such as King of 9 Calamities, Overlord, Supreme Ram, and King Jinwu. They suddenly formed a sharp knife and fiercely inserted into the army of virtual respect. Suddenly, the flames raged, killing and killing. God Corpse come. And on the side of the virtual universe, the ordinary virtual respect is headed by others, not simply others, but the Moose Wind Elders who refined Shunzong. This time, the emptiness of the universe not only made up for the flaws of the 6-marked veneration, but also the number of ordinary venerations skyrocketed. Just refining Shunzong, There are 3 5-marked virtual honors of Moose Wind, Dustbone, and Lanyu, and rushed to this battlefield. I saw Elder Moose's right hand waving, and in the void behind him, he suddenly walked out of a tall corpse wearing armor, holding a long knife, like the of war in heaven. Elder Moose Feng roared, and immediately struck the tall corpse around and besieged. Cut! Jian Wushuang one sword split a 3-headed, 6-armed virtuoso into 2 halves, then looked slightly towards the Elder Wind Moose. This could not help but let Jian Wushuang sigh gently. In general, during the period of refining Shunzong, the elders of the Moose Wind left him a good impression. If there was no shelter of the elders of the Moose Wind, I am afraid that the sword is unparalleled. Kill! Sword Wushuang, who was about to collide with Elder Moose immediately, turned the sword peak slightly, passed by next to Elder Moose, and cut to another vanity. Okay. This made Elder Wind's elder can't help but hesitated for a moment. Jian Wushuang's power was strong. He saw in his eyes, and there was some speculation in his heart. Jian Wushuang is certainly one of the most powerful of the magical universe opposite him. In the face of Jian Wushuang, he was not sure. Therefore, when he saw the sword coming and going, he was ready to fight hard. Unexpectedly, Jian Wushuang passed him by. What's the situation? Elder Moose Wind was a little puzzled, but there was no doubt about him, and he slashed towards the others. Your opponent is me. Just then, a low, indifferent voice sounded in his ear. He looked slightly, and saw an indifferent young man with red hair like blood, covered with black godliness, and blood moon in his eyes. This person is impressively the king of the 9 calamities after being enchanted. After entering the devil, the king of 9 calamities not only soared a lot compared with the previous strength, but also became more indifferent in temperament. I miss the kingdom of God. King Jutsai spoke coldly. On the other side, Jian Wushuang looked at the scene and shook his head slightly. He can make himself not to fight the elders of the Moose Wind. It is already commendable. Naturally, it is impossible to ask others, not hostile to the elders of the Moose Wind, let him kill. Elder Wind Moose, critical. Jian Wushuang said to himself. After the Jijiawang entered the magic, he broke through the peak of the Supreme, and speaking of strength, he was not too weak. It's just a matter of life and death. Shaking his head, Jian Wushuang no longer thought deeply, and directly turned into Breaking Dawn Golden Light, killing 7 in and 7 out in the army of virtual respect. The war has broken out. In the audience, except for the virtual and the cosmic god, everyone is at war with each other. Certainly, let the gods come and let this battle resolve everything. The of the universe fluttered with white hair, and his eyes flashed. However, Shushan chuckled and played with a tone of tone. Zhou God, the human heart is really a complicated thing. Are you right? Okay. The god of the gods' eyes blinked a little, puzzled and sighed. However, he didn't think about it too much and operated the divine power. So he planned to start a decisive battle with the virtual god. However, the next moment, the expression of the sky suddenly changed, and his eyes showed an unbelievable color. List of chapters with high-speed text. Chapter 45-65. How could this be? Shoujo Breath took a breath. Just now, when he was about to run the divine power, he found out that his whole body was enough to cause the universe to explode, and the chaotic restart of the divine power became extremely slow. It was as if he had countless injustices and grieving spirits biting his body and his body, which reduced his strength by at least half. Sushin. Wu Zhoushan took a deep breath and looked at Sushan. His face became heavy for the first time. Thuron, although he doesn't know why his body has such a change, he can be sure that all of this must have been done by a virtual god. In this battle, I am afraid of danger. Zhou God, don't look at me like this. This seat is not bothered to use these means to deal with you. Susu shrugged, smiling nonchalantly. All this, you blame yourself for your own fault. Even your closest people can't stand your approach and see the general trend. The god of phonology heard the words calm, but his heart sank. Immediately, he seemed to think of something, turned back, and slowly said, "It's you?" Hiding in the void behind the gods of the universe, Lan Su and Lan Lan are standing side by side. Among them, the eyes of the earth fell on Lan Su's body. Master, seeing the gaze of the god of God, Lan Su was afraid in his subconscious heart and stepped back. I don't. Wu Lansu didn't dare to face the stare of the god of the emperor and said in a panic, "Master, what's wrong?" Lan Lan was a stunner and asked a little confused. God did not answer Lan Lan, but took a deep breath, staring straight at Lan Su's dodging eyes. His voice was a little low. "Xiao Su, you have a habit since you were a child. You have eyes when you lie. Look around. Thoyi, so don't lie to master. Come, tell the teacher. Have you been deceived by the false gods and betrayed the divine universe? You can speak up and be brave enough to be a teacher and not blame you." The words fell, and before Lan Su's reply, Su Shan seemed to have heard something funny. He laughed sarcastically. "Ha ha ha, God of God, this seat did not deceive him. It is your disciple who ran to Su the universe came to me, and let this seat give him a drop of my seed of origin." As soon as this remark came to an end, Lan Lan, the of God, did not understand what had happened. I saw Lan Lan startled. She stared at Lan Su with a stunned look. It seemed that she could not believe that Lan Su would do such a thing, and was shocked. "Brother, have you betrayed our magical universe?" Suddenly, the heart of the universe sank completely. Original seeds. The original seed needs to gather thousands of original seeds to fuse one original seed. The power is endless. Once who has planted the original seed, it means that life and death are under the control of others. I am so apprentice, so ruthless. Sister, I do this for the sake of everyone. Tong Lansu seemed to be overwhelmed under the eyes of Zhou God and Lan Lan. He bit his teeth suddenly and stepped forward. He forced himself to look up and stare directly at the sky. "Master, don't blame this on you. If you blame it, blame you for being too paranoid and too stubborn. To this day, why can't you see that our divine power universe is no longer an opponent of the void universe, and the void universe unifies the two universes? It is the trend. Instead of going to the corpse and traversing the wild, costing innocent lives, why not make a wise move and choose to surrender?" "Master," the disciple said something awkward. "Did you organize everyone to resist the virtual universe, not for your position as the of the universe? For your own luck? Because you know that once the divine universe chooses to surrender, then you alone it will be difficult to sustain alone, not an opponent of Lord Xian Shan." "Master, your destiny is destiny. Isn't our destiny destiny? Why do you want everyone to be buried for your own selfish desire? Master, you are too selfish." A series of words, like bangs, spoke from Lan Su's mouth, as if these words, he has been suppressed for a long time, just to burst out at this moment. After saying these words, it seemed that he had drained all the strength of Lan Su. He supported his knees with both hands and gasped slightly, but there was some trembling between his eyebrows. Wu Zhoushan looked at Lan Su. Jine's original seed from the virtual had already taken effect in his body, as if there were countless bugs eating his body. However, this pain in the heart can't bear Lan Su's words. Wu Lance's words were like a knife, which was severely inserted into his heart, and he continued to split. Lan Lan was covering her mouth, looking at Lan Su in disbelief. "Is this still my humble and gentle, respectful fellow?" At this moment, in Lan Lan's eyes, Lan Su turned into a deformed and distorted devil who chose to eat. Lan Su, after taking a break, took a deep breath and looked back at the sky. His eyes became sincere. "Master, Lord Shushan has promised me, as long as you are willing to sacrifice yourself and lose your luck, he is willing to end this battle, and the two universes will be at peace. Master, you can rest assured that your education is graceful and unforgettable. As long as you are willing to do so, the apprentice will surely support you in your old age and be at peace." After he finished speaking, Lan Su looked forward to the god of God with a look of anticipation. And Su Shan heard the words, the Ji. Chow on the face is more prosperous. His eyes slightly turned, Looking at the cosmic god smiled and smiled. Your disciples are right, God of God. As long as you are willing to do so. How about this one stopping the battlefield immediately? Wu Zhoushan did not answer when he heard the words, but looked at Lan Su with great disappointment and shook his head. Lan Su, you are too naive. Do you think I'm dead? The war will really stop? I tell you, by then, the billions of souls of the entire divine universe will be reduced to the pig slaves of the virtual universe Renren slaughter. It will even cut off the spiritual practice of the entire divine universe. Only then will the real calamity befall. And you? Really thought you could survive? You can't survive. Eat through this time. The god of the emperor directly called Lan Su's name and no longer called him a teacher. What I mean is already clear. Tong Lan Su trembled when she heard the words, her mouth clenched tightly. No, no. Lord Shushan promised me. He won't do it. However, this time the of the universe did not care about him anymore, but turned abruptly, staring blankly at the Su. A flash of determination flashed in his eyes. Su Shun, you can't win. Oh, really? Su Shun stepped in the void, and the corners of his mouth slowly aroused. It's time now. Is it still stubborn? Wu Zhou God did not answer, but took a deep breath, saying word by word, ancestral art, chaos revealed. Chapter 4566, Boom. For a moment, the of Zhou dying with his hands, his white hair and long beard flying. His eyes were extremely sharp. A wave of hurricanes suddenly spread from the feet of the god of Zeus, raging against the bull. Soon afterwards, rumbling muffled from the entire universe. The sky fell, and the ground cracked. The starry sky moves, the sun and the moon change, and the entire sky is boiling. An ancient atmosphere of chaos spread out, covering the whole universe as if to return everything to chaos. Wu Zhou's complexion quickly turned pale, and his body continued to tremble. However, in his eyes, it seemed that two flames started to burn. That's dead spirit. Countless two cosmic men and horses fighting in the blood. Feeling this Xian, the horror of chaos from the chaos, are all face changes, horrified in their hearts, and looked at the of the universe. Qi Jian Wushuang is also in the ranks. When he saw the expressions of the gods of the earth, Shushan and Lan Su Lan, he immediately understood everything. Is Lan Su a ghost? Wu Jinshuang sank in his heart. This is something he never thought of. He had speculations about the candidate of the inner ghost. He had thought about whether it would be the Dragon Clan, wondered whether it would be two virtual god, and even guessed the 9 team captains in the extraterritorial battlefield. He didn't think that this inner ghost would be Lan Su. This caused Jian Wushuang's face to flash a moment of surprise and mistake. This is really unbelievable. Lan Su is a disciple of the universe. In terms of status, this universe is second only to the existence of the universe. What a jerk. Wu Jinshuo exhaled a long breath, and at the same time understood that since Lan Su chose to expose his identity at this time, it must be that Lan Su's purpose had been achieved. A piece of void fragmentation formed a terrible void storm, like a tornado, raging in the void fiercely. The heavens and the earth exploded constantly, everything was collapsing, and even time and space began to trace back, to obliterate everything and return to chaos. Reverse the time of yin and yang. What's wrong? How could this be? In a hurry, countless people looked up in shock, even those invincible supremes who stood at the pinnacle of the era. Wu Zhou's god is really too powerful to say that it opens up the world. It is not exaggerated, as if the creation came to the world, and it is necessary to reshape the heavens and the earth. With his own power, he suddenly moved the whole universe. At this moment, time starts to go backwards. In the eyes of Su Sun, the mansion skyrocketed, and his face changed as well. Bu Kernung, it's impossible. It's impossible. Even if I wait for existence, there may be a glimpse of opening up, but it's impossible for the entire universe to go back and forcefully reverse the rules of the universe order. Su Xin, you are right, the old man can't reverse the entire universe, but it is enough to open up the passage of time and space, forcing you and me into a stream of time and space. The mouth corner of Wu Zhoushan slowly opened, revealing a cold smile. Today, it is a mortal situation. However, he can also use his decaying body to make the final contribution to the universe. You're crazy. Su Sun's face changed. He didn't wait for his shot, and the Zhou had already torn his hands, tearing the void suddenly. The torn void is like a mirror, reflecting a corner of chaos. Let's go with my husband. The sacred shouted. His eyes opened sharply, his eyes widened. Get up. The next moment, the corner of the chaos suddenly shot out of the yellow light, sucking the two gods of the gods and virtual gods. There was a flash of anger in the eyes of Su Su, and then he said coldly, Zhou God, 10,000 years, this operation will trap this seat for at most 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, this seat can return from the chaos of time and space. At that time, this seat will require the entire divine power universe, kill everything and leave nothing in the grass. And you will die in this chaos. Hori Morris' cruel voice came from the mouth of Shushan. The god of Phenom did not reply, but when he was about to be sucked into the turbulent space-time, his eyes swept across the faces of the divine universe, and he sang loudly, Remember, as long as my divine universe continues to burn and endure, then my divine universe will one day have a new dawn. After a moment's pause, the god of God looked at Feng Tian's ancestor and said, Feng Tian, you have fought 100,000 chaos times with your old husband, and remember that you hate your old husband for 100,000 chaos times. The old husband now says sorry to you, you guy. The old ancestor of Feng Feng clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and exclaimed, Old man, you give the old man alive. The old man wants you to give me an apology in front of the whole universe. In the final analysis, he and the of the universe came from the origin and were once the closest friends. If he really remembers hating the of the sky, how could he appear here at this moment? I am afraid that he has already trusted in the virtual universe, and he can't wait for the of the sky to die. At this moment, the vitality of the universe is getting weaker and weaker, and the dissatisfaction of the former is disappearing with it. Wu Zhou God smiled. He could feel that the original seed of the virtual had already struck fiercely in his body. I can't hold it long. Feng Tian, lead everyone to retreat. Save the fire. Amen, they are our hope for the future. Finally, Zhou God glanced at Lan Lan, sighed softly, and glanced deeply at Jian Wushuang. Sword unparalleled, the old man will send you a great fortune, and you pick up. Boom! A white halo was slowly squeezed from the heart of Zhou Shan's eyebrow, and then a lasing burst into the body of Jian Wushuang in an instant. After he did all of this, the god of the cosmos no longer hesitated, followed by the of the false, and entered the chaotic chaos. He will use his own life force to suppress the 10,000 years of false gods in the chaos of the universe. Alas, the torn sky is restored to peace. Before he waited for Jian Wushuang to look carefully at the last moment of the god, what was given to him? He saw the 9 big snakes, and the sounds of the 9 heads were simultaneously een. The virtual universe, kill with this seat. Roar! Suddenly, the people in the virtual universe rioted again and killed towards the magical universe. The old ancestor Feng Tian, who stood at the forefront, sank and was preparing to resist. Suddenly, a thick black beam of arms shot out from the void fiercely, which actually penetrated Feng Tian's ancestor's shoulder directly. Soon afterwards, he saw 7 men in black robes lined up, slowly walking out of the void. He walked in the first, a thin mask with a red mask on his face, showing only a thin figure of his right eye. Eat one. From now on, this war will be officially taken over by our organization. A biting voice was indifferent and spread. Feng Fengshan's ancestor looked up and looked at him. His pupils shrank instantly. His face became severe and dignified for the first time. You, get ready to escape. The heavy voice of Wu Fengshan's ancestor sounded in everyone's mind at the same time. Tissues, you come out and enjoy it at this time. Isn't it great? Suddenly, the zombie also changed his face slightly and said, Don't you understand me? glancing at the zombie for a glance. Next moment, as soon as Devouring raised his hand, he slapped it violently towards the 9 heads of the zombie god. Chapter 45:67. Huh. This slap was clearly far away from the zombie, but it seemed to be folded in the void and was severely thrown on the 9 heads of the zombie. Suddenly, the 9 heads of the zombie shook for a while, and a red 5-finger fingerprint appeared. Bite 1. You look for death. For a moment, the zombie was furious. His face was extremely blue, and violent murder broke out all over his body. With 1,000 devil around the snake god, suddenly it seemed to turn into a glacier of thousands, and the coldness of San Han was like the sea of anger. I can't help but humiliate him for a while. However, just as the zombie was about to attack, I saw one swooping with his right hand, and a huge prism with the word phasing in his hand appeared in his hand. Taking a look of calmness, she took a look at the zombie who was about to fall into madness, and said indifferently, Snake God, I am acting on the command of the Lord. Are you sure you want to stop me? Do you want to fight against our organization? As soon as this word came to an end, the zombie who had already planned to perform a killing move suddenly stagnated, changing his pupils to shrink and his expression became cloudy and uncertain. Eat the Emperor. The name is definitely a nightmare in the virtual universe. For the zombie god, bite him without fear, even tie up the whole bite tissue. His zombie does not look at him. But the Emperor, he really can't understand the details and dare not act rashly. Even if the Real who stepped up to that point was silent, he did not mention the person who ate the Emperor. From this, it is speculated that the Emperor Bleeder is very likely to be completely out of that step. After I was silent for a moment, the zombie took a deep breath and made a cold hum. Don't go over and stop talking. Apparently, he has been subdued. When several people behind Yin Xiaoyi saw this, their faces were full of shame. Suddenly, he stopped looking at the zombie god, but turned his eyes to Feng Tian's ancestor, calmly. You're called Feng Tian, right? Lord the Emperor has orders. If you are willing to give up resistance, the Lord Emperor is willing to include you in the organization. He froze for a while, and then continued to speak. Feng Tian, you join the phagocytosis. We can make you take that step completely without being bound by the cosmic luck. As soon as this remark came to an end, not only did Feng Tian's ancestor's face change, even the snake turned his head violently, looking at Yan's masked face, and a shock came from his eyes. Having reached their realm, I naturally know how difficult it is to really take that step. Otherwise, it will not start from the birth of the universe. The two universes, the divine universe and the virtual universe, have only two people, the virtual and the snake god. Shan and now, Yenny said that they can make them free from the constraints of the universe and take a step forward. This is incredible. Many divine beings on the side of the divine power universe. After hearing this sentence, their eyes were condensed on the face of Feng Tian's ancestors, and there was a touch of despair. Now that the of the universe is no longer there, the ancestors who are the highest in the audience are the ancestors of Feng Tian. If the ancestors of Feng Tian choose to take refuge, they will completely lose their resistance. I saw Feng Tian's ancestors heard the words, narrowed his eyes and looked at the one. The corners of his mouth slowly cracked, showing a smile, and spit out 5 words, go. Eggs. After gnawing at the words, he was not angry or furious, but sighed softly. Pity. Immediately, he said indifferently, kill then, divine universe, one is not left. Yes. Suddenly, the 6 people behind the first bite all walked out laughing, twisted their necks, and their faces were full of cruel smiles. It's finally possible to do it. It's been too long, too long. Saying a flesh ball eating tissue, In said, eat you guys. Another weird man with a full mouth is holding out his tongue and licking the corner of his mouth, showing greed in his eyes. Devouring again looked at the zombie with a negative hand, with a bit of command, you, in the virtual universe, also do it. Bite 1. Are you ordering this seat? I tell you, you are still too tender. The viper laughed suddenly. I waited for him to finish, and then interrupted indifferently. After all this, I will sue the Lord Eater and let you join the Eater. It is good. The serpent took a deep look and said, Bite one. Remember what you said? After he finished speaking, the zombie glanced across the faces of the virtual universes of the virtual universe. His eyes flashed through the murderous words, and he spit out 3 words. Kill me. Boom. The words of the crickets dropped, and the zombie figures suddenly shuttled. 9 heads were opened at the same time, and they bit down fiercely towards Feng Tian's ancestor. Kill. Dreams of the divine universe, die. Ha ha ha, kill them all. Numerous virtual respects laughed loudly, immediately following the zombie god. When Feng's ancestor saw this, instead of flinching, instead his eyes rose to war, and Su laughed. If you want to conquer the divine universe, you don't see enough. Boom! The old ancestor of Feng Tian waved backwards. Behind him, a billion-dollar gully-long mark was directly blasted, solemnly speaking towards Jian Wushuang and others. You retreat. Remember, as long as our divine power and the universe continue to burn and continue, there will be dawn in the future. The utterance of the words fell, and the ancestor of Feng Tian no longer hesitated, determined to burn the source of life, and rushed towards the people who ate tissues and snake gods and countless virtual universes. This time, the ancestor of Feng Tian soared. My husband is sealed, come and die today. I stepped out 1 step, Feng Tian's ancestor broke through the breath soared again, and there was only a slight difference from the realm of the gods. Suddenly, whether it is a snake or a person who eats tissues, his pupils shrink and his eyes flash with fear. Rewind. This man is desperate. Retreat first, he can't hold on for long. Suddenly, the countless vagrants who were rushing towards Fengshen's ancestors, as if they had stepped on the sudden brakes, their faces changed greatly, and then they retreated. Feng Tian Patriarch. On the magical side of the universe, countless people saw this scene, and immediately burst into tears. Do not. Countless people want to rush away and help Feng Tian's ancestors. However, it seems that the gully tentacle that Feng Tian's ancestor had waved before had already expected this step, just like invisible glass, stopping them all from entering. When the ancestor of Feng Tian saw this, he turned his head back. His face was so cold and somber that he cried, Don't you understand my husband's words? Come on. Keep your life, you. Just hope. This word fell, and suddenly countless people broke their hearts, looking at the virtual universe, full of endless resentment. Back. At this moment, the patriarch sighed. Don't let the sacrifice of Feng Tian's ancestors and Lord gods go to sacrifice. Only alive will have a future. Someday we can make a comeback. Chapter 45-68. The battlefield outside the region is a sad one. First, the Supreme Gap, who soared into the sky with his incarnation, made a brilliant blow and started the first battle. Later, there was the Cosmic God, who continued to burn the universe in order to protect the magical power, inherited continuously, and transformed chaos to suppress the virtual for 10,000 years. Until now, the ancestor of Feng Tian burned his life and turned it into a wall, seeking a way of life for the divine universe in the midst of thousands of calamities. A predecessor of the predecessor, for the divine power of the universe, went forward and fell in the hands of the virtual universe. Difficult to hate Fan Xingxuang, poor new stop turbid glass. These seniors martyrs, respect. Let's go. The patriarch sighed lightly and said, Everyone, from now on, let us save our lives and protect ourselves. When we shake the flag in the future, we will wait for the revival of the divine universe. Having said that, the patriarch's ancestor grabbed his right hand, grabbed the overwhelming overlord, and immediately stepped away, striding away. He didn't regret his life. He just knew that the dilemma of the divine universe has now been settled. Only by retaining a useful body can we contribute to the revival of the divine universe in the future. We are defeated. The martyr, the gourd fairy, poured a glass of wine from the gourd and sprinkled it on the infinite starry sky of the divine universe. This cup, respect the cover, worship the gods of the universe, honor the ancestors of the heavens, and honor my divine power, the universe and the millions of spirits. Immediately, the martyr sighed and went away. After the martyrs left, many sages gathered in the extraterritorial battlefield side and began to disperse. Of course, there are people with a sense of death who choose to stay on the battlefield and fight desperately with the virtual universe. The divine power universe never lacks the fierce generation. The captain of the 7th team, Heiyuan Extreme, stayed behind and went to death. Wanna leave? The zombie's vertical pupil twisted slightly, looking at the man who fled away from the divine power universe, and a sneer gradually aroused in the corners of his mouth. A group of loose sand. Also want to escape? After that, the zombie shook his head, 4 of the right of the 9 heads, and chose to separate. They directly broke the barriers laid down by Feng Tian's ancestors, led in endless vanity, and hunted toward the divine universe. Sword unparalleled, let's go. The king of 9 kings looked expressionless and said to Jian Wushuang, "It is good." Jian Wushuang nodded, nodding. He is not a fool. He knows his importance. He knows his talents, and as long as he is given time to grow, he can grow and develop completely. Jian Wushuang is not afraid of death, but he does not want to die here. He still has to keep a useful body. Revenge for the supremacy of Gav. Revenge for the of the earth. Revenge for the ancestor of the heavens, and countless deaths in this battle spirit revenge. Well, the garbage of the magical universe, let's die. A monster with no arms on the left and 6 arms on the right, holding a large 6-handed sword, chopped down towards the sword unparalleled. Jian Wu flashed in the eyes of Jian Wu without even looking at him. The 6-armed monster only felt something white and blank, and passed by his eyes. Even if the eyes were black, the whole person lost consciousness. Numerous waters were mixed with stumps and broken arms, and they descended from the air as if they had fallen into a rain. Let's go. Jian Wushuang looked at the king of 9 robbers. The Zhujia dynasty sword. Wushuang nodded. Today, the two should be regarded as the strongest fighting force in the Temple of Life, and they must immediately rush back to the Temple of Life and take them away. Just as the two were about to go away, Jian Wu stepped forward, looked at a dejected woman not far away, and said, "Girl Lan Lan, will you leave with us?" "It is good." Lan Lan, she nodded her head. Today, she still has a blank brain, and her thoughts stay at the time when the of the universe left. Jian Wushuang sighed, sighing without seeing anything. He waved his hand directly and put Lan Lan in the town's monument. Immediately, Jian Wushuang and Zhujia Wangfei shot away. And the other side. Why is it like this? Obviously it should be peaceful ending. Why the master would die? Lan Su's face was pale, her mouth was tight, her body was weak for a while. His original intention of planting the original seeds for the of the universe was just to let the of the universe see the situation and choose to surrender. At that time, even if the of the gods had been dispelled, the magical universe would be free from disaster and the war would retreat. Obviously, the of truth has promised him. As long as his teacher is willing to let luck, he will retreat. The worst result is nothing more than a divine universe, a subsidiary of the virtual universe. He never expected that the magical universe would fall to this point. Why? I just want to live, and I want everyone to live. Is it wrong? Lan Su clenched her fists, stubbornly but paranoidly said to herself. In his mind, he constantly played back the last look that the of the universe looked at him, strange and disappointed. You are too naive. The words of the universe kept reminding him in his heart. Go die. As Lan Su kept losing his mind, a loud laughter burst into the air above him. Lan Su hurriedly looked up to and saw a 5-marked vanity with a halberd, and split his face with a sloppy face. What? In the universe, the tragic sound of Lan Su came, and this 5-marked virtual honor with a long halberd, after Lan Su from the top of his head to the waist, split a halberd in half, and then sneered and chased and killed another person. Jian Wushuang, who had already blasted Yuan, looked back at this scene with no expression. Idiot. Spit out these two words coldly. Jin Wushuang and Zhu Jiawang stepped on one foot, turning into small black spots at the same time, flying towards the starry sky in the distance. The speed was extremely fast. Kill. A massacre has begun. Countless monks who have chosen to die in the universe have exploded and do not seek victory, but only to be able to take away a few virtual universes before they die. Heiyuan Supreme cut 18 people in a row and eventually died. A heroic man named Gaishi Haoshi, who went forward and succeeded, fell in succession. This day is destined to be a sad day for the magical universe. On this day, the earth trembled, seemingly inductive, sending out a mighty tragedy. A void in the extraterrestrial battlefield, biting a negative hand to stand, watching Jian Wushuang leave. Hey, bite one. Aren't we going to catch this little guy? Yinshi said beside him. I heard a word, and a flash of meaningful light flashed in my eyes, like a smile. No hurry, he can't escape, let him escape first. I want to see. Now the level of the two universes is broken. One of the most important chess pieces is desperate, and Xuanyi can still hide. Yinshi heard the words beside him, and suddenly nodded his head. Everything they do is for Xuanyi. Cosmic Calendar, 6982 Chaos Period. Divine Power Universe, declared fall. Chapter 4569. Kill. Outside the battlefield, there is still a killing sound. Countless Supremes chose to fight desperately, and the last one fell into the extraterrestrial battlefield. This killing lasted for 3 days. 3 days later, the entire battlefield outside the region was dead, with countless stumps and limbs remaining, suspended in the void, as if silently describing the tragic battle. In the middle of the extraterrestrial battlefield, an old man who was already near the end of the oil lamp and his clothes was broken, sitting cross-legged. Throughout his body, there are countless imaginary cosmic corpses, among which there are no less than 10 six-marked virtual lords, and even 3 of them have died here. On the periphery, there are more vanity, staring at the old man with a look of horror. Although he knows that the old man is at the end of his crossbow, he has reached the end of his life, but still hesitates to step forward. They have been frightened by their ancestors. They have never seen anyone who can fight the entire universe with their own power. For 3 days, the ancestor of the letter did not take a step back, and they could not move forward a foot. This is really appalling. In the last catastrophe, the old man hid 100,000 chaos times, and hid 100,000 chaos times. Feng Tian's ancestor sat cross-legged, looking around at the name of a virtual universe, and suddenly smiled. No one around him answered, just holding the sword and looking at Feng Tian's ancestor with a jealous look. After speaking, he looked up at Wu Xing and said with a pity, speaking of which, those old friends of the past have already left. Even the old man of the universe, this time also left. I fought with him for a lifetime, grabbed a lifetime, and he was ahead of me forever. Unexpectedly, he was one step faster for me this last time. With a bitter smile, Feng Tian's ancestor retracted his gaze and lowered his head, and there was no more movement. Feng Tian, the ancestor, died. It wasn't until a long time ago that the vain honors of those who raised their swords slowly entered. Dead. A 5-marked virtual respect, holding a long knife, daring boldly, shouted with a grimace. Immediately, the long knife was severely inserted into Feng Tian's ancestor's body and emerged through the body without dripping any blood. Dead. This devil is dead at last. Suddenly, there was a rush of ecstasy on the face of the 5-marked vanity, and he pulled back the long knife, intending to completely destroy the Feng Tian ancestor. Call out. Just then, a black robe with a red mask on his face stepped down and appeared in front of Feng Tian's ancestor. He flicked his fingers and directly took the 5-marked virtual respect with a knife, all flying away. This person is exactly one. Later, Bit mentions that Feng Tian's ancestors have exhausted their life, and the fallen corpse, Shan Sheng said, thickly buried. Thick funeral? In the battle with Feng Tian's ancestors, 9 skulls have been blown up, and only 1 skull zombie remains. When he heard the words, he shouted sharply, "Bite one." This person almost destroyed my Daoji. It hurts my source, but I still want to bury it thickly? You give me the body, and I will repeatedly crush and torture it in order to eliminate the hatred of my heart. When did this decision come to you? Yin took a cold look at him, then gently pushed forward with his right hand. Suddenly, the ancestor of Feng Tian's ancestor spontaneously suspended, rising all the way up, and finally disappeared into the cosmic starry sky. Born in the universe, die in the universe, rest in peace. Yin shook her head, then turned around suddenly. Her eyes reappeared fiercely and killed. Kill. Slaughter all forces in the divine universe and reshuffle.
Yes.
The words fell, and the remaining 4 members of the phagocytosis group, as well as countless vanities, all kneeled on one knee. Just now, in the process of fighting with Feng Tian's ancestors, he has already used his strength to conquer everyone in the audience. Suddenly, countless vanities jumped up and flew towards the depths of the magical universe. Divine power universe, in the starry sky. The 3 gods are flying fast. These 3 people are the 3 people who fled from the extraterrestrial battlefields, including Jian Wushuang, Zhu Jiawang, and Lan Lan. Jian Wushuang, what shall we do next? After a period of recovery, Lan Lan's mood is better than before. Although she is still immersed in grief, it is not impossible to tell the situation. Now, as the only one who has made friends with him, Jian Wushuang naturally becomes him, and his main body exists. The King of 9 Kings also asked, "Sword is unparalleled, and now the divine universe is broken. I am afraid that people in the virtual universe will not invade in a short time, and we are the equivalent of the divine universe. They never would allow us to exist, so we have to plan for the next step early." Jian Wushuang heard a deep breath and took a deep breath, nodded his head to understand. No need to think about him. The next divine universe is bound to face a big cleansing. All forces will be hanged. All order collapses, and even if there is no hang power, it will inevitably become a prisoner of the virtual universe. The magical universe will face reshuffle and start a new era. The only way is to hide in the 9 restricted areas. After thinking about it, Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice, 9 restricted areas? The King of 9 frowned. Good. Sword Wushuang nodded his head and replied, the 9 great forbidden areas, the 3 dragons and the Phoenix Kirin each occupy 1, and the ancestors of the patriarchs occupy the Glacier Forbidden Land, and the Abyss Land occupied by the descendants of the Dark Devil. The big restricted areas are more mysterious than even the Invincible Supreme. They can't be guaranteed to come out alive. There has been no news of these 4 restricted areas in these years. If we want to avoid this scourge, we can only hide in these 4 restricted areas. Among. King Juyin heard no reply, but groaned for a long time before he said, the sword is unparalleled. The danger of these 4 restricted areas is no less than the threat of the virtual universe. If we enter these 4 restricted areas, we are afraid of death. Jian Wushuang heard the words and shook his head, and replied, this is not the time to weigh the pros and cons. If there are only 3 of us, the universe is big, and there will always be a hiding place. But do forget that the palace of life is still tens of thousands of disciples are waiting for us. After Zhu Jiawang heard a word, he stopped speaking. And sword unparalleled, it is a figure turning. Looking at the direction of the Temple of Life, his eyes flashed. Let's go back to the Temple of Life first. We must move all the people of the Temple of Life to the restricted area before the army of the virtual universe rushes to the depths of the universe. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.